number 4 of the Neo Endurance Series here on Run Your Sport TV and streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network. This time around, it's 6 hours of multi-class racing action at the land of the rising sun. It is Suzuka. Welcome everyone. It's me, Connery Maddock, on my lonesome in the commentary booth, at least for now. But we'll get that one sorted in the not too distant future. Those are the track statistics up on your screen for you right now. Just bear in mind that those will change by quite a considerable margin due to iRacing's day-night transition feature. Currently 7 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, which will translate to 22 degrees in the air. Celsius 24 on the track. Winds pretty calm at this stage as the GT qualifying is underway at this moment in time. The first laps are starting to get themselves up onto the board with CMRC.DD Crimson setting the early pace, but we still got about, I would say 15 minutes left in GT qualifying here. But speaking of GT, we're going to have a little quick look at our GT standings coming into this round, and it's a close run thing right at the top there, with Core Sim Racing leading Triton Racing by only 2 points. MSI Esports not too far off those top two either, with Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing only 1 point behind MSI in P number 4. Redface Racing will get themselves 29 points coming into this one, with S2V Racing getting themselves in in the standings. Altus Esports 7th for SimRC, Euphoria and Zenith Esports, bringing things down to the top 10 in points in your GT standings. Then you look up to your LMP2 fields, as we'll get those ones loaded up. Right now, I can tell you that the points are going to be looking a little bit like this. Apex Racing UK leading by 2 points only from Torque Freak Racing. So a similar situation in LMP2 to what we have in GTE, with things being so close at the front of the point standings. Even for Vatic, only 2 points further back in P number 3. So that is potentially where all the action is going to be coming into this one, as they set themselves up for an early advantage coming into the second half of the season. IRDK Endurance 4th with TNT Racing 5th in the standings right now. The Schubert Motorsports, again, 1 point off them in P number 6. Still a very close run thing in LMP2. UI1 Positive Sim Racing 7th, Team Hoisingveld in 8th, Inertia Sim Racing 9th, and Wilder Sim Racing Team 10th coming into this race. Then you look to your fastest class here in this series, here in this race. Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing, perfect Neo Endurance season thus far. 20 points in all 3 rounds that we have run. All 3 race wins being taken by them. Hoja Basel by Sogrenspo Esports will get P number 2 after a good run of finishes, with SimRC, Race Clutch and the second Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing car, bringing things down to P number 5 in the point standings, with Wyvern Racing, MSI Esports, Torrent Motorsports, UI1 Positive Sim Racing and Odox Motorsports, bringing things down to P number 10 in your LMP1 points standings. In terms of the action out there on track right now, with GT qualifying well underway, SimRC setting the early pace at the front of the field with a 152.7, which leaves Euphoria Racing about a tenth of a second behind in P number 2 at this moment in time. Torque Freak Racing also set themselves a good lap time early on in the session as well, not too far off the Euphoria Racing in fact. And that Euphoria Racing car, well, that is the car that is on your screen for you right now. We're going to ride on board for them a little bit as they head their way down towards the Spoon Curve. Of course, Euphoria picking, before the season started, picking the Porsche, which isn't the most favoured GT car in recent times, as he has a little bit of an off-track excursion there. coming on the exit of the spoon curve, but thankfully for Salvatallons, he can just get that car reset back to pit lane, and he can get the car back out there and set some more qualifying laps. We're currently having a look at one of the 4GTs, the Core Sim Racing there. 4GT making its way around the racing circuit. Currently 7th in qualifying with Kimmo Soimonen behind the wheel of that one as we rise just on his roof here. This is coming down to the same section that Salvatallons in that Euphoria racing car had his issue just a couple of moments ago, but can Kimmo Soimonen do any better going through this particular section? Gets it slowed down easy, looking for the second apex, the car slides out just a little bit and then struggling to get the traction down off of the corner as well. Really on the limit of grip there in that 4GT. Gets knocked down to P number 8 by MSI Esports though, as they get themselves up into P number 7, but through towards 130R now for Kimmo Soimonen, of course, M Racing. Don't take any track liberties with the don't take any liberties, excuse me, with the track limits on X. It can give you a 1X and completely ruin the qualifying lap. Fantastic through the Casio Triangle there, but that's an aborted lap there for Core Sim Racing. Didn't feel like they were going to go fast enough to improve on their lap time. Better just bring it down on the lane, get yourself fresh tires, get your car reset, get back out there and run the next 10 minutes that we have here in this qualifying session. Altus Esports though, currently in P number 6 in qualifying, definitely will be looking to improve their position here. They have had a good run of things so far in the series, but they haven't been really all that near the top 3 positions, so get themselves a little bit further up the grid than 6th. That would be absolutely fantastic, as these guys are on an out lap right now. So this might just be a good opportunity to go on board with them and actually go through what a flying lap looks like in this Porsche GTE machine down into the Casio Triangle. And this is very important to set up your run across the start-finish line to maximize your speed all the way down the straights. As Simone Maria Macheno, we're going to watch the qualifying lap on board with him, and then out the final corner, which can be so sketchy because the track drops away from you and the car feels so light, and if you're trying to get the power down, it can just send you right into that pit wall. Onto the brakes then, in towards turn number 1, just progressively getting that car slowed further and further down as the radius tightens, coming in towards turn number 2, and then up to one of the best sections of racetrack in the entire world. The S's section here at Suzuka, maybe a little bit better in high downforce cars rather than GT machines, but it still feels absolutely brilliant in these sorts of cars as well. Just making sure you clip those apexes perfectly, able to get the correct line through there, because any slight line deviation means that you're going to be a couple of tenths of seconds slower through there. In towards the Deckners then, you can take the first one so quickly, but make sure you get yourself slowed down for the second Deckner, and be careful with the entry curb as well, because that can upset the car. Then look for your next braking point up in towards the hairpin and get the car slowed down. So for the slowest part of the racing circuit, down to 75 kilometers an hour in these GTE machines, and then you've got the throttle wide open all the way through 200R, and then look towards the spoon curve to make up a little bit more time. Marciano going maximum as he can on the entry there. There's grass, there's not an entry curb through there, so you have to get so close to the grass to make sure you maximize your entry, and then you follow it up with a good couple of apexes coming through there. And then one of the most dangerous parts of the racing circuit in terms of high-speed incidents, you see the lap car just getting themselves out of the way, or rather the out lap car getting themselves out of the way, but really aggressive coming through 130R, but spares the track limits on the outside, then slow again into the Casio Triangle. Make sure you hop over those curves in this Porsche. You can deal with it a lot better than, for example, the Ford GT, and then you have a short run across the line. What can Simone Maria Macheno do? That was a fantastic lap. Half a tenth of a second off of pole position. Good enough for P number 2 there for Simone Maria Macheno and Logitech G Altus Esports. But the qualifying session is not done just yet. It'll be done once that timer you see in the top left of your screen hits 50 minutes. We've got Zenith Esports out there just having a look and see if they can get themselves an improved lap time as well. We have the car of Dion Fiallo that we're watching right now as well. Massimo Ivano Racing NES 69 out there on track. Currently 2.5 tenths of a second off of pole position. and good enough for P number 3 right now is that particular team, as this is a relatively slow outlap for Dion Fiallo, just making sure he's not taking too much out of the tires on the outlap to make sure they're still within the operating temperature range, and still has their best performance when it comes towards that flying lap. But I will get help here in the commentary booth finally, as we get ourselves Fraser Williamson into the commentary booth here, and we were just watching an absolutely fantastic qualifying lap there, Fraser, by Simone Maria Maceno from Altus Esports. Good enough for P number 2. Not quite getting the edge over Sim RC, but still a fantastic effort regardless.
It's still a fantastic lap. There's 6 minutes left of this session. Temps are dropping, lap time is dropping. There's still another couple of attempts in the track. He can still go out there, do it again, and see if he can pip Sim RC to pole.
Yeah, it's still a big issue with about 6 minutes left remaining in this session. Mario Maceno will get himself another couple of laps here if he's lucky. Same with Dion Fiallo. If he gets this lap done, he's on his flying lap right now. So what can that Ford GT do against the Porsches that are actually ahead of him? Up through the S's section then. This is where the Ford is going to be particularly strong with that high amount of downforce for a GTE car at least. But Fiallo looks like he's going to be getting through there relatively okay. He has to beat a 152.5 right now, and he's already done a 152.7. So this is definitely within the realm of possibility here for Fiallo.
Yes, it's as simple as one missed apex or one slightly bad exit. You find a tenth and a half of the track's just got slightly faster, now with it being so dynamic. So everything's still to play for in the last 5 minutes. We've seen it in these Neo qualifying sessions already this season.
Yeah, we have. We've had it come down to pretty much the last qualifying laps that the good drivers can put out. Just look back to the LMP1 qualifying at Circuit of the Americas, which was an absolutely crazy session, but Fiallo a little bit too much over the curb there, and that is the result. Has to abort the lap for Thrustmaster Mivano Racing number 69, but he does have time to get back out there, do an outlap, and do at least one flying lap, so it isn't all over for Mivano's qualifying effort. Zenith Esports then across the line, what do they do in terms of their qualifying? They get themselves still P number 4 out there on circuit, not able to improve with that lap. We're also looking further back at some of the other Porsches in the class. We've got Torque Freak Racing here heading their way through the first sector, currently P number 7, and their best lap of 152.8, so a good couple of tenths of a second left out there on circuit right now, and they only have to gain less than half of a second to advance themselves one position here over Euphoria Racing.
Yes, the mid-pack in this qualifying is insanely tight. There's 4 or 5 cars all split by a tenth. It's just simple little mistakes that's going to move you up 3, 4, 5 spots. It's all just small margins here. Very small margins indeed. Chris Fuller through towards the hairpin. I have to believe that he's going a little bit slow. I have to argue, so this might just be an outlap for Torque Freak Racing, so it is an outlap for him. So we'll just have to wait for a couple more moments as there's a change at your pole position. Altus Esports just getting it away there at the front of the field, beating Sim RC by half a tenth of a second. So that's pretty much a whole tenth of a second gained on their last qualifying effort for Altus Esports. And now, as we look at simrc.de, they're coming up down towards 130R right about now. Jürgen Frank, this is an outlap for them as well, but can they reply to that fantastic lap from Simone Maria Maceno? And it's Jürgen Frank to do the job. And when you talk about GT drivers sometimes, Fraser, Jürgen Frank is one of the names that you want behind the wheel to go and chase a session. Definitely. From the we've also got the GT Pro qualifiers running alongside. SimRC are one of the only teams running this Porsche, and in every race they've qualified incredibly well. And Jürgen Frank's normally been behind the wheel, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him come out and just one up Simone Maria Marceno one more time.
It's definitely what he'll have to do here, trying to take as much speed through this first sector as possible. You're on the absolute limit of grip as a GTE machine coming through here. The tyres can't really give much more, and you're going to see how Jürgen Frank's been pushing right on top of the hill there up towards Dunlop, and he's actually aborted the lap there, and I don't think he'll have time to do another outlap. No, he won't, because that timer will expire at 50 minutes, and it's 1 minute 30 seconds before that happens. That is well short of the 1 minute 52 lap times that these guys have been doing. So even if he gets out now, he'll just cross the line with a checkered flag out without having set a lap time. So a 1:52.542 is the best that SimRC can do. P number 2 is the best that SimRC can do. So MSI Esports, they may be looking to get themselves a good couple of tenths of a second here to get themselves up towards that position. They only need a fraction of a second to get themselves ahead of Russ Master Ivano Racing, which may be a more realistic goal for the end of this qualifying session. We will ride on board with them as they come towards the first deckness here. They're also in the Porsche as well. So the Porsches, despite being not really the favoured GTE machine anymore, Fraser, still doing really, really well at a track such as this.
Well, this is where the Porsche will work well. It's got a lot of medium to high speed corners, a lot of direction changes. It's where it works best. It's when the car gets slow and it's got to deal with slow corners, curves, and outright top end speed. That's where it will struggle. But here it's all medium speed momentum onto the straights. It'll be perfectly fine, and the car to be in.
Little slide mid corner there, coming into the spoon curve, trying to find the traction on exit, and doesn't make the cardinal sin of SimRC and going too far over that curve and getting themselves a 1x. This lap is still valid as far as we can see for Alejandro Sanchez behind the wheel of the MSI Esports car. Very, very aggressive through 130, clipping that curve on the inside. Then you got to clip the curves once again through the Casio triangle. Good line through there for Sanchez, looking for the exit, trying to accelerate over the curve, which isn't ideal, but is it an improvement for MSI Esports? It is an improvement. It's enough to get themselves up into P number 3 in qualifying right in the dying moments. As we have the checkered flag out for GT right now. That timer has ticked down below 50 minutes. Who's still out there on track? Red Face Racing is. They're coming through the Casio triangle right now, but will they dive on towards the lane? No, they won't abort this lap. They will head their way towards the line. Can they improve? The answer is going to be no for them. Triton Racing then up into the triangle. They're currently in P number 16 in qualifying, which is not where we're used to seeing them. Peter Jagodinski brings it across the line. What can he do to try and improve for Triton? It's a 1:53.1, which is not an improvement on position there for Triton Racing. Williams Gym Esports, though, Tom Valentini behind the wheel in P number 15 as it stands. Into the triangle he will go. Let's see if he's able to improve on P number 15. He has not, dives it down towards the lane. Torrent Motorsports is directly behind. Robert Kulik behind the wheel. Let's see if Torrent Motorsports are able to improve. They are, but it's only one position up into P number 20 when all is said and done. Team 85 back of the qualifying standings right now in GTE, absolutely dead last. Can they do anything to get them outside of the hole they've dug themselves here? Down across the line, a 1:53.7, which is going to be not good enough to get themselves off of the last grid position here, as I believe now the track is entirely clear, Fraser. We're just going to have a little bit of a break in the action on track before we get the LMP2 qualifying underway. But here are the official qualifying results for your GTE field. Logitech G Altus Esports pole position by 0.5 of a second over SimRC.de, with MSI Esports third on the grid with Movano and Euphoria, bringing things down to P number 5 in your starting order. Zenith Esports 6th, Core Sim Racing 7th, Talk Freak Racing 8th, and Red Face Racing 9th, with S2V Racing, the what was the Army Racing team in previous rounds. They get themselves P number 10 on your GTE grid. Then you gotta look back to Williams Gym Esports there, P number 11 for their 97 effort, with Odox Motorsports, Team Bushring Racing, Simitalk Esports, and Williams Machine Esports once again, this time with the 96 up in P number 15. Triton Racing not able to improve late on in qualifying, get themselves P number 16 with Sorgren Sport Esports there in P number 17. Team 84 P18 with SRN in 19th, and Torrent Motorsports will have to start in P number 20. And Team 85 right at the back of the grid. But the thing is, your entire GTE grid, Fraser, split by 1.2 seconds over 21 cars. That is insane.
Yep, that just goes to show how close this Neo field is, and that's there's also 3 tenths between 17th and 18th, so it's 8 tenths between 17 cars. It's all very, very close.
Very, very close indeed. We're just waiting for the go-ahead for the LMP2 qualifying right now. I believe it is just going to be a 10-minute break from the end of the GTE qualifying, so we can expect that the green light in the pit lane to show just about in the next 5 minutes, but we've still got the LMP2 runners just sitting there at the end of pit lane, which probably isn't going to do the best for their tires and how cold they're going to get just waiting out there. But again, we mention this every round of the Neo Endurance Series now, because we don't often get to see in iRacing and sim racing just them waiting at the end of pit lane here like they do on the real life side of things. It's just really intriguing.
Yes, I've been in this situation once, and just sitting here, it's painful, because knowing in this amount of time, this is when you've got to do your lap. Normally qualifying, you're first out, you just go out and do it. You don't sit and watch other people do it, then try and replicate or try and beat it. It's added nerves and pressure to the drivers.
As it is a 5-minute break, not 10 minutes, we'll be going in just a couple of seconds for LMP2 qualifying. You see the car right at the front of frame there. That's Ava Vavatic, who's currently trying to chase down your championship leader in LMP2 of Apex Racing UK, who I don't see out there on track just yet. So they'll just trundle themselves down the middle of the pit lane right now, just kind of mid-pack in that little gaggle of cars that you see coming across your screen right now. But LMP2 qualifying is now underway. The green flag will be showing green light at the end of the pit lane to say that these drivers can come out. And as I said, Ava Vavatic currently leading the way in terms of this whole qualifying train. And now this is the situation at the start of the session to just get yourself spread out, get yourselves in some clear air, and then just go, and not quite all out, I would argue, this early on in the session, unless you're banking on the track being cooler later on with some of the cloud cover that might come. But what you need right now is a bank lap to set yourself up for the rest of the session to go 110%.
Yeah, what you want to do here is just get a lap in. You don't want to come to 5-7 minutes to go in the session, go, I've messed up every other one of my laps, like invalidated, not complete, whatever, and having to just put something in, going after the session, going, okay, I could have gone 2 tenths, 3 tenths faster. How would that have affected? You want to be able to do your maximum when it matters the most.
Really, really do, as the mid-pack of this HPD of the LMP2 field looking still a little bit congested right now. We'll have to see how the drivers manage that once they get themselves onto their first set of qualifying laps right now, as the front of that field is currently heading their way through the Cassia Triangle as they have to negotiate positioning further back, especially between what we see on the screen right now with Inertia Sim Racing and iRacing Today Motorsports. So hopefully they'll get that one sorted out in the not too distant future. They don't want to be impeding each other when it comes to that first qualifying lap. But across the line, a good gaggle of your LMP2 cars go for their first flying laps, and we'll see what sort of lap times can go up onto the board here in qualifying for this 6 hours of Suzuka. Having a look at Ava Vavatic, they were the car right at the front of the train and going to be the first ones to set themselves a representative lap time as long as they keep it between those white lines. A very aggressive turn in towards the first exit there. Just the car snapped like it's on rails coming into the apex, and Pascal Sticks really wheeling that car around this early on and diving it down in towards the hairpin. But this is so qualifying in these sorts of events, Fraser, it can be fantastic. It obviously is fantastic for track position early on in the race, but in terms of the grand scheme of the entire 6 hours, it doesn't really factor in much as long as you just keep it clean. If you qualify mid, tackle back, and your race pace is decent, you can still finish well even with a terrible qualifying.
Yes, you can work pit strategy or just on-track strategy to your advantage, but you'd rather not have to be mid-pack or at the back of the pack and put yourself into riskier situations trying to get back through traffic. That's where issues and incidents can arise from, mostly in these 6-hour, 12-hour endurance races that you see here.
Ava Vatic, first car across the line. That's the baseline set then from the number 39 machine. Everyone else falling behind them just right now. IRDK Endurance and Racing Center Vibe Sports setting themselves lap times. Schubert isn't even able to get themselves provisional pole right now, as Racingfeld not able to improve on Ava Vatic's lap time, neither are TNT Racing. So Ava have really set a baseline at the front of this LMP2 field as everyone else files their way in behind. Not a great lap there from iRacing Stay Motorsports there, 2.2 seconds behind your leader. Same with Team Mad as well. So they'll get another opportunity. They'll get a good couple of opportunities even in this 20-minute qualifying session. But the early pace being set by Ava Vatic with Race Clutch not that far behind. And now Race Clutch, let's just say, they haven't had the best Neo Endurance Series so far. They've scored no points, but that's mostly because they have gotten themselves involved in incidents very early on in the race that has basically put them out of the entirety of the 3 events so far. But maybe today's the day.
Today could be the day, or they could go the full season without anything. Who knows? To see that they're only a couple hundreds behind the Ava car, that's good solid qualifying. They can go from there. And the inertia car only a couple thousandths behind them, so it's all going to be incredibly close between the top 4 for pole, I think.
I definitely think so too, as everyone has done their bank laps right now, with the exception of Talk Freak Racing, LMP2 and Luxim Motor Podcast. They missed out in terms of getting themselves their first lap aborted, so we'll get ourselves have a little bit of a look on board with IRDK Endurance as they head their way through towards the Catty Triangle to start their second flying lap here. And let's just take this one as a RaceSpot TV fan immersion silent onboard to see how Marcelo Mayo makes his way around the racing circuit in qualifying. An aborted lap there from IRDK Endurance, but not too many worries for them since they still have plenty of time out there on circuit to be able to get themselves another good couple of laps. But while just before we went to that onboard, we had Team Racingfeld come across the line and set a new fastest lap times in this LMP2 qualifying so far, and only very marginal ahead of Ava Vivatic, which is the car that we're riding on board with right now. 0.006 seconds ahead at this moment in time. So still very much within the margin where Ava Vivatic are able to come back up into the pole position. But speaking of pole position, Johan Half gets himself up into that position anyway with Race Clutch there. So the team that scored no points so far this season looks to start at pole position here in this LMP2 class, but we still got a decent chunk of time to go before we close things out for this LMP2 qualifying. Talk Freak Racing getting themselves up into P number 2 as well. So Ava Vivatic now have so much competition at the front of that field. You see the top 4 separated by not even, well, they're getting close to a tenth of a second, but very much below it.
Next to the Ava Vivatic car, what appears to be a very solid lap so far, coming up to 130R. So let's see if we can respond to Race Clutch and put it back on pole.
Yeah, through 130R, so easy in these LMP2 machines before you go onto the brakes into the triangle. You take 50, but it's quite a decent chunk of speed as well before you head back on the power and look to get yourself back up into pole position there for Pascal Sticks. He does improve and does go back to the provisional pole. So this is going to be an absolutely fantastic fight coming late on in this session between Ava Vivatic, Race Clutch, Talk Freak and Team Heusingfeld to see who starts on pole position, even starting on the front row. We've got Ronnie Fantini behind the wheel of that Team Heusingfeld car as he will head his way across the line. Does he improve? He does improve there, but up to what position? He doesn't improve position. Only 2/1/2000ths of a second behind Talk Freak Racing. This is insane stuff at the front.
Yes, this is what you get with these LMP2 cars. You've not got the hybrid or the regen of the LMP1. They're simple enough to set up. So it's all just down to the driver, and we've got drivers this good, they're all going to be around the same speed.
Yes, they are. UI1 Positive Sim Racing improves up into P number 7, but they're still quite a far back off this battle as we see Inertia Sim Racing go for a spin under where the track crosses over itself. One of the unique things about this racetrack, as IRDK Endurance, we had an on board with them a little bit earlier on, but they managed to get themselves their lap invalidated. So let's see if they're able to improve on what is P number 6 on the grid at this moment in time. Marcelo Mayo a little bit more tentative on this lap, you have to argue, because of his spin a little bit earlier. Don't want to be ditching it on this much later in the session. So up towards 130R once again, as I've already mentioned, with these high downforce machines, it's pretty simple enough to go flat out through that particular section. But Marcelo Mayo now, what can he do for IRDK Endurance in terms of getting himself into the battle at the front of the field? Through the final corner, what's the lap time going to be? A 145 flat, which is an improvement, but not so much to get him ahead of Inertia Sim Racing Corsac right now, just a couple of thousandths of a second behind. That seems to be a running theme throughout this entire LMP2 field. Team Heusingfeld still out there, get themselves another lap onto the board, a 144.847, which is good enough to get themselves up into P number 2, just demotes Race Clutch down into P number 3. And now can Race Clutch reply to that? They've got traffic on this lap right now, which isn't the most ideal situation, as it is an outlap for them, so it might not matter all that much. But I don't know out of this top 4 who's going to be pole position at the end here.
Well, from beating in the sports car open in this car against most of these drivers, I know Ava always finds something in qualifying, which I've still not managed to understand how. So I can't look any further than Ava when it comes to this, but any of the top 5, top 6 even, can still just put in their lap and still just pip each other marginally for pole.
Yes, they can. Through 130R on the outlap for Johan Half. It's getting pretty late in the LMP2 qualifying session right now, so not a lot of time to work with here as they get themselves through. He'll have the check flag out there, I believe. Once that timer in the top left hits 25 minutes remaining, that'll give us a 5-minute break before we can get the LMP1 cars out there. So Race Clutch on their flying lap, one of their last flying laps, even though they do have a couple more in reserve if they so need it, through this fantastic first sector. Johan Harf, he's not got any traffic ahead just yet either, so he's going to be pretty okay in terms of having no traffic on this lap. And then up towards Dunlop, and then towards the first and second Degner he goes. How much time does he have to gain? He has to gain 58 1,000ths of a second. A big twitch coming on the entry to turn in towards the second Degner, excuse me, but manages to recover things somewhat. As up in towards the hairpin he will go. A little bit of a shallow line coming through there, but it's all okay as he finds the power on the exit of the corner. You can see a car ahead that is ahead enough for it to not cause him trouble right now at this stage. So he's going to be clear all the way to the line here. Again, aggressive on entry coming into Spoon. You can just see he's taking every single thousandth of a second out there on track to try and get himself back up to that front row of the grid. But it's only a couple of corners to go now for Race Clutch to see if they are able to challenge through 130R, and then the final couple of corners will be upon us for Johan Harf. Through the first apex, through the second. Oh, that's a bit too much over the second, and you'll have to park it in the gravel. So things not looking great on that lap for Race Clutch. They will have time to get themselves an out lap and another lap on the board. Same with Torque Freak, who just had a couple of issues there getting themselves out of the second Degner. Team Hoisingfeld, they are currently on a lap as well. So Ronnie Fantini, he may not be done yet. Definitely won't be.
Definitely not. They know they've got an extra 3 minutes. That's an extra lap after this for the Hoisingfeld car, so they know they can just go for it and see if they can just manage the smallest of margins to get back on pole.
And we'll get ourselves towards 30 minutes left in the overall qualifying session, but only 5 minutes left in LMP2 qualifying. IRDK, good enough lap time to get themselves up into the top 5, but there's still a tenth of a second, more than a tenth of a second between them and their next challenger further up the road. The battle is very much between this top 4 for pole position, and Team Hoisingfeld very much involved in P number 2. So half a tenth of a second to find right now for Ronnie Fantini, and he'll have another lap or two after this to be able to challenge if this one is not enough. Coming across the start finish line he will go. Does he improve? A 144.804 is going to be good. Very, very good provisional pole for Ronnie Fantini and co. And now that is a new baseline to go and chase. 5,000ths of a second ahead of Ava.
I told you it'd be small, and I'm just waiting for Ava to leave pit road to come back to start another lap. But we've got Race Clutch and Torque Freak both coming out with 130R to start their probably final flying laps.
Yes, they are. So things ever build here in terms of the tension in LMP2 qualifying. Will we see a similar moment to what we saw in LMP1 qualifying at the Circuit of the Americas, where pretty much the last lap done out there on the session was the lap to get Thrustmaster Movano up onto the pole position? We'll just have to wait and see in terms of this battle between Hoisingfeld, Vatic, Race Clutch and Torque Freak late on in this session. We've got about 3 minutes to go at this stage before that checker flag is displayed at the start finish line. So at this point it's just going to get crazy at this point, I have to feel, because these drivers know what is on the line in terms of the track, that all-important track position early on in this event, and Johan Harf knows that very much, as he's a driver that not only is quick in these prototype machines, is also one of those drivers to keep an eye on when it comes to that iRacing Rallycross World Championship as well. He's been absolutely dominating the official splits for that, not dominating that lap right now, as he has to go back down on towards the lane and get himself reset. I think that's only going to be one more lap there for Race Clutch in this session, so it all rides on this one.
Yes, he knew what time it was, and he knew that he either had to commit to that lap or pull out and try again, so he's going to try again here as the Ava car pulls out right behind him from pit lane, so we'll have both of them crossing the line at a very similar time.
Inertia Sim Racing Corsac up in towards 130R. We just saw them briefly up on your screen, but we'll take our attention back to Race Clutch as they are on their outlap here, looking to try to chase down that pole position. But remember, there are 3 other teams in contention here. Hoisingveld, obviously, your current provisional pole. Ava Vivatic also trying to chase that down as well. Only need to improve by a couple of thousandths of a second as Talk Freak put in a decent lap that gets themselves up into P number 3, but I have to feel that they, at this point, are out of time to get themselves another lap done before this session ends. IRDK Endurance, can they pull off a miracle lap here and get themselves involved in this fight? That's what we would all absolutely love to see, but is it within Marcelo Mayo's capabilities here? He did a 1:45.5 as his fast 1:45 flat, well, with 5 thousandths of a second at the end there as his fastest lap. But can he break into the 1:44s and get himself involved? That is the big question as he heads his way through the triangle and through the final corner. What sort of time is it for IRDK? Across the line, it is an improvement, but it's not enough of an improvement to get up into P number 4. Breaking into the 1:44 mark there for Marcelo Mayo, but as I said, not good enough to be able to challenge the positions ahead. Race Clutch then up and towards the final complex of corners, and this is going to be the start of their flying lap here to try to get pole position. We will remain on board with them for the vast majority of this lap. The timer starts now as they head their way across the line, and this is one of the most nervous moments for a driver, you have to argue, Fraser, when you know you only have one lap and you have to make it count because it could possibly get you on pole because you have shown the pace to get up there.
Especially when you're sitting there and you've got the delta, which you've got in the HPD on the screen right in front of you. You can see your delta and you've been told what full time is, but you know what your own lap time is. So he'll be trying to sit there and not look at that delta, trying not to see if he's up on that lap or not, because that's just additional nerves right there.
Checkered flag for LMP2. Team Hoisingveld improve at the front of the field. That's going to make it a little bit tougher for these guys to be able to challenge at the end here. Talk Freak Racing and Race Clutch, they'll come across the line in very close together actually when all is said and done. So we'll just have to wait until the car behind the car that you're on board with right now comes across the line to see if we are all sorted for your LMP2 qualifying effort. But Team Hoisingveld, that late session lap there was so important to give themselves more of a buffer back to the absolute piranhas that are behind them in terms of either Vatic, Talk Freak and Race Clutch. But Johan Hart then through towards 130R. I think we're going to see a huge effort coming through here, but it's a little bit tentative. You have to argue through that section. I think there's a little bit of time left out there on circuit, but am I wrong or am I right? Prove me either way as Johan Hart heads himself towards the line. Is it pole position for Race Clutch? 1:44.952. It is not. Hits the wall in frustration. Talk Freak also diving down towards the lane. They avoided that, but Ava Vivatic then to the line. What can they do? 1:44.948. Not at all good enough for pole position. Team Hoisingveld will take it right at the end there, and that was attention-filled, shall we say, LMP2 qualifying right there, Fraser. But it's Team Hoisingveld that comes out on top, and you can just see the lap times there. 1/10 of a second, well, 3/4 of a tenth of a second separate your top three, and then you've got very close positions further behind as well. And if this LMP1 qualifying that's coming up is as good as that, I definitely won't be complaining.
Well, this LMP1 field, it's already shown once how close it can be, and I would imagine again it's going to be just as close. But this Movano car, it's always been one of the stronger cars in LMP1 and Neo. Will they do what they normally do and just put it on pole and will not have a surprise upset?
That's definitely not what they will want to have, not starting pole position for this one. But here is your LMP2 qualifying results. Team Hoisingveld from Ava Vavatic. That is the front row in LMP2 with Torque Freak and Race Clutch. Try as they might to get themselves involved with the top two, simply wasn't possible in the dying moments. IRDK Endurance, best of the rest in P number 5 with Inertia Sim Racing in P6, UI1 Positive Sim Racing, Will the Sim Racing Team, Lux Sim Motor Podcast, and TNT Racing round out your top 10 on the grid. And then you've got to look back to positions further back. P number 11 will go to the car of Road Bastards Alpha there with Schubert Motorsports, Team Mad, SRN Motorsports, Apex Racing UK. That's a championship leader in LMP2, only finishing in P number 16 in qualifying. So that is a huge, long way back to try to come back in this sort of event. But thankfully, we've got 6 hours of racing, so it's more possible for your championship leaders with iRacing Today Motorsports taking that final spot on your LMP2 grid. But now it comes time for the main event here in qualifying. It's currently Thrustmaster Mevano there at the front of the field. Perfect run in races so far. Race wins in all of the 3 rounds we've had so far, but can they make it 4-4-4 here at Suzuka? That is the huge question, really.
Well, your race starts from qualifying. It all builds from however well you do in qualifying. That's how you treat your race. So if they get a good solid qualifying, they're on the front row, front 3, then I can see them using their experience from all the years that they've been running the top class in iRacing to build a gap at this track that's difficult for multi-class racing, let's not forget. So it's going to be one of those races where experience will play a part.
Exactly, as we'll get some artistic camera shots from our director Hugo Luis of the cars waiting on the pit lane. But the thing is, we are 10 seconds away from that pit lane light going green and allowing our LMP1 qualifying to start. Mevano and Sorg Rensport Esports side by side at the front of pit lane right now. They'll get that quickly, single file as they're allowed out there on circuit. This is the start of LMP1 qualifying, all filing themselves out. We do have an Audi further back in the field. They have been rebalanced, of course, by the iRacing developers to be a little bit more competitive. So that does mean that the only Audi in the field, Virtual Motorsports, they could find themselves with a good result here, despite them being an Audi, because of that balance of performance change.
Well, not only just the balance of performance change, which didn't touch the Audi, it moved the Porsche back down to where the Audi is, but it's also faster in endurance races due to the pit stop length times. It's quicker to fill a full tank in the Audi than the Porsche. So over the 6 hours, it might gain back some time that it loses through the pit stop cycles.
Yeah, exactly. There always used to be a case that it struggled in terms of the on-track speed, but it made back some of the time in the pit stops. But I guess thanks to the balance performance changes that you quite rightly mentioned there, Fraser, bringing the Porsche just back a little bit, slow it down a little bit, then that might just give a chance for the Audi to really make those the pit stop advantage that it has work a lot better. But coming on towards our first flying laps then for your LMP1 qualifying, I'm just having a look for that Thrustmaster Mevano Racing number 3 machine, because that's the car right at the front of the field that will lead them across the line to start their flying laps. Tommaso Carla, fast as ever in these LMP1 machines. He'll be joined by Marcus Hamilton and Frederick Evers over the course of this race. And Mevano, Fraser, you have to argue, has one of the most scary endurance prototype rosters that you can put together.
Between Mevano and PRT, yes, both of them can put out incredible rosters. Mevano, especially in their prototypes, it's what they are known for. You just know that they're going, if they turn up, they're turning up big.
They are, and they put 110% effort into series such as these, as we're riding on board with them. Up through the hairpin they will go. and then up towards the spoon curve they will continue. But arguably the biggest issue for both prototype fields here today will be the lap traffic, and when isn't it, excuse me. But through the first sector, that high-speed section where the prototypes can go so much faster than the GT cars, that might be a cause for contention, because the GT cars are already on the limit of what they can do coming through there, and having a prototype get over-eager going down the inside or the outside, that could be a big flashpoint for some of the incidents.
Yes, the GT cars and the HPDs as well to an extent are quite sketchy through the S's. They're on the limit of grip, so having an LMP1 fire one round the outside or inside could cause quite a few issues.
First qualifying times for LMP1 going up onto the board. Nirvana Racing, I think we expected this, currently provisional all there. But Sport Esports not too far behind though, 600ths of a second behind to be exact, so keeping themselves well within contention on these banker laps. Wyvern Racing though a decent chunk further back, same with MSI Esports and Odox Motorsports getting themselves up into P number 4 at the start of the session, but we've still got a decent chunk of cars to head their way across the line for the first time. Team Chimera get themselves a lap, not a good one really at all, with 2.2 seconds behind your race leader. Virtual Motorsports in that Audi up into P number 6, 1.8 seconds behind your race leader here in qualifying, and I'm very curious to see what Race Clutch LMP1 can do. They've just headed their way across the line. Unfortunately for them, did not set a lap time, so that's the first bank lap invalidated for Race Clutch, and I think it's going to be the same for VRTE Racing as well in that number 20. Ava Vivatic though, across the line, what can they do on their first flying lap here? They can do nothing because they did not set a lap time coming across the line, so that's another lap invalidated here. So a lot of these LMP1s, like right at the start of this session, already trying to play with the track limits and being punished by them immediately.
Yes, they're just going for every little thing possible. I'm not sure where they're getting these track limits issues in LMP1 cars, because if you're going off over a curb, that's your losing time and potentially damaging the underside of your car. Or if you're out in the grass, well then you've made a mistake in these things.
We did see a couple of the HPDs run wide out the spoon curve, so that could definitely be one of the trouble spots in terms of the off tracks that invalidate your lap here in qualifying. But we're watching simrc.de right now because they're one of the teams that can really mix things up at the front of your LMP1 field. Claudius Veed behind the wheel of this particular machine right now. Run to the line, a 136.1 is good enough for P number 3 right now, which is about where I really expect them to be at this stage. Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing, this time the number 4 effort, so this is the sister car to the leading number 3. Across the line they will go, and they get themselves up into P number 4. So both Thrustmaster Nirvana cars doing very well early on in this qualifying session. Ava Vivatic though, they had their first qualifying lap invalidated. Hopefully this one is not invalidated for Thierry Roussin, as he'll across the line, and then 137.4, which is going to be a up into P number 8 for Ava Vivatic. So it has been quite common on occasion for Ava's LMP1 car to not be quite as quick as their LMP2 car, at least relatively inside of their respective fields, so that one isn't entirely a surprise either. But Sorg Rensport Esports, they're sort of getting into a little bit of troubled times right now, Fraser, because they lost what is going to be one of their star drivers there, as I'm trying to desperately think of the name, but Dominic Farber, there we go. Dominic Farber is was the star driver for Sorg Rensport Esports, and was able to really challenge Thrustmaster Nirvana in the races whenever it was his stint. But what can Michael Nürnberg do across the line? A 135.575. Not an improvement. Still a good lap time, but not an improvement. But returning back to my previous point though, Fraser, how does Sorg Rensport here deal with the loss of what is basically one of their quickest drivers?
Sorg, well, they lost out on a good driver in Dom, but they've still got plenty of good LMP1 drivers. It's not as if they were thin on LMP1 drivers that can compete at this level. obviously you had Dom competing with Radicals in the Sports Car Open, so they've learnt from there. Now he's obviously went to Pure, so now they've got more information from what they started the season with. They've got better setups, so now competing with Movano head to head. So we'll just see how that goes, but over a 6-hour race, they don't have 2 or 3 drivers as good as Movano, in my personal opinion. It's hard to get close to how good that Movano number 3 car is over an endurance race.
Yeah, it is. They're just one of the toughest teams to beat in prototype endurance races. So it's a big goal, it's a big ask. But the thing is, if you look at some other series that Movano have competed in, their luck hasn't been the best there with some of the incidents that they've got themselves involved in with things like lap traffic. So it's not a guarantee for Movano that they'll completely ace this season, but with how they've been driving over the first 3 races, I wouldn't exactly be surprised. Simitalk Esports across the line, not a valid lap there for them, and they haven't set a valid lap so far this session, and now this is where things start to get a little worrying if you haven't set a lap time. I know we still have 11 minutes left in the session, but to have your first 2-3 flying laps just get completely thrown in the bin, that must be a hard one to take, and now you're just hoping just to get a lap in regardless of the time, because otherwise you'll definitely be starting at the back.
Yes, at this point in qualifying you're going, okay, I've got 10 minutes, I can do this many laps, get this next one clean, doesn't matter what, so I can go back and push it again and hope that this next one goes slightly better than the previous.
Gotta hope if you're Julien Rivelau, currently behind the wheel of that Simitalk Esports car, that predominantly French team here in the sim racing side of things. Up towards the spoon curve he will go. About 1 minute coming up into here as the sun will get ever lower, since we are currently local time about 4:45 in the afternoon, and of course since these are we've got the race date set as the 12th of October, so we're going into the autumn, into the winter, so that does mean sundown will be pretty soon, but not before this qualifying. And also once we get onto the race, we will do a little bit of a time warp, shall we say, to the next day sim time, and we'll get that race started at about 5:30 in the morning, so that will be an interesting one to see that one happen. But Simitalk Esports across the line, good enough for P number 9, so inside the top 10 for Simitalk. Now their hearts can just rest easy and know they finally got a decent lap in, and they don't have to be so nervous about potentially starting at the back.
Yes, now they know that chances are they're not going to start stone dead last. Now they can just push and hope for the best, and pushing is what Cyandra in the Wyvern car is doing. He's put that car in P3 currently and is on a lap.
Yep, Wyvern Racing doing very, very well so far. Cyandra piloting that car through 130R. There was a little bit of a rhyme there, but a little bit of oversteer coming into the Cassia Triangle for Cyandra isn't exactly going to help things in his final drive towards the line, but he's still going to complete the lap regardless. A 135.551. That's the best lap that they've set so far, but it's not going to be good enough to improve position at this moment in time, because they're still a couple of hundredths of a second behind Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, which I believe is one of the longest team names here in this series. But it reminds me of that team that used to run in some of the special events that I can't remember exactly the full name, but it had the phrase "Jesus take the wheel" in it. I don't know if you can remember the whole thing, Fraser.
I probably can. I'm not going to repeat it.
Something power slide, whatever. Yeah. Maybe someone in the chat can help us out with that.
It's the IndyCar guys, so it'll be Christian Steele and those guys, so they'll remember that one off by heart.
Yeah, they will. And maybe we'll get to see it in the chat at some point. But as the laps continue on here in qualifying, the bigger issue might be that some of these teams may be a little bit out of position. I didn't expect any of the batches to be that far back where they're at right now in P number 14. So there's still a lot to improve on from that position. Same with Positive Sim Racing Black, to be honest, as well. We used to see them sort of edging inside of that top 10. To see them in P number 13 isn't exactly the ideal place for them. So Daniel Piazza has a lot of work to do in this final 10 minutes of the session here. He'll head his way through towards Dunlop, and I can already see visually that the track is, the atmosphere on the track is getting darker as well. That was I was going to say a little bit of a slide there from Positive Sim Racing Black, but it was quite a decent one, and Piazza manages to save it on his way up in towards the hairpin. So good bit of driving there from Piazza, not to complain.
Well, yes, in LMP1 that's as much of a slight as you ever want to get, especially going at these speeds. But when you've got the first Positive Sim Racing car up in P6, 1.2 seconds in front over your own teammate, you know there's nothing setup-wise mechanically that's wrong with the car. You know that's then your own driving. That's where it hurts the most, where you can't complain about something where you've not got that easy excuse. So it's all pressure and Danilo.
Yeah, all the pressure piling on. P number 13 right now in the standings. Is that going to change as he gets himself towards the line? We'll go back to the live pictures for it as you'll head across the line now, and that's a 136.857 for him. It is a faster lap time, but not fast enough to get himself further up the grid. Still has to try to chase this session so far, as we did have VRT iRacing come across the line to grab themselves P number 12 instead, so they were able to get themselves positions further up. But we have a new fastest lap. That is Thrustmaster Movano Racing 3. You're already your provisional pole position sitters. Tommaso Carlo goes, I'm not done just yet. I'm just going to go just that little bit faster to make everyone's life behind difficult, and it's going to make Mike Nürnberg's life much more difficult indeed as well, as he gets his way to the final couple of corners of the lap here. A 135.524 is his best, a 135.375 to beat, and he's not even going to try as he brings it on towards the lane. So still a decent chunk of time left for him to try to challenge Movano here, but I don't know how you'd even start to touch that lap time at the front. It seems almost impossible for some of these guys behind to even think about trying.
Well, talking about getting up there, Race Clutch LMP1, whilst you've been talking, of just put themselves to P4 as well. But P2, P3, the Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sport Esports number 1 and the Wyvern car, it's only 2 tenths. 2 tenths can be found in this LMP1 car just through the boost. Just something small like that can be found quite quickly, especially in qualifying.
Especially in qualifying, on board with Claudius Witt, then SimRC.de, P number 5 on the grid right now. Race Clutch in the meantime have gotten themselves up into P number 4, so a decent qualifying effort in both classes for Race Clutch. SimRC though, they got themselves P number 2 in your GTE machine, so they're looking to do the same or similar here in LMP1, as they get a little tiny bit sketchy coming through to the spoon curve, but otherwise okay. It's not like lap time too much, as he'll use the ERS boost, all the boost required in qualifying to get himself up towards 130. I'll take it as flat as possible, completely flat, comfortably flat in these LMP1 cars before you get yourself into the final couple of corners, and make sure that car is entirely stable. You don't want it to be sketchy coming through there. Drive to the line for Claudius Witt. 135.565 is good enough for P number 4, not good enough to improve position, because Wyvern Racing still 100th of a second ahead right now. Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sport Esports though, they're out there, they're going to try again, but is it going to be in vain this time? They might even just have to have a little bit of luck with the cloud cover, which can affect qualifying.
Yes, it does, but once the track's got to this sort of temperature, there's already not much sun getting to the track. It's not going to make much of a difference if a cloud comes over at this point to the car, so they've just got to keep on going. Don't bother looking up, just keep on going.
We'll take a silent onboard lap Race Sport TV fan immersion with Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sport Esports as they try to chase down your provisional pole sitter. through the final corner for Sorg Rennsport Esports. Mike Nürnberg across the line at 1:35.519 is not good enough by any means to challenge Trustmaster Movano Wyvern Racing. They do a 1:35.705 coming across the line. That's nowhere near enough to be able to challenge your provisional pole position sitter right now. And you know, it's really tough to think if any of these guys can get themselves up to the baseline, the mark that Tommaso Carla has set in that number 3 machine at the front of the field. But SimRC, they might just have a last gasp attempt here as we're under a minute left here in LMP1 qualifying. Through Spoon, he will go very aggressive on the entry once again, taking all of the curve on the middle of the corner as possible, and then doing the same, trying to avoid the off track, coming towards the exit of the corner as well. It's a 1:35.375 to beat, and if this has to be the god lap from Courtier-Sviert right now if he's able to challenge, but he's still got closer competition to try and overtake. That is Wyvern Racing and Sorg Rennsport Esports, so P number 2 wouldn't be too shabby here for SimRC. 1:35.748 for them is nowhere near good enough. Once again, all these fast laps came really on in the session, and just to add insult to injury, Movano have gone faster at the front of the field. They're just going, hey guys, I don't care what the track conditions are like right now. Carla can go even faster. That's how much faster than he is than the rest of you guys. But there's still challenge for positions further down in your field. Simatalk Esports, P number 12 currently, with Julian Ribelau behind the wheel. And he's very close to getting P number 11 off of VRT E-Racing here, just inside a half a tenth of a second. So again, in the realm of possibility for Simatalk Esports, but can they do it in these final couple of stages? Again, I'm just looking at wonder how aggressive these guys take that entry to the Spoon curve, but this is the last gasp attempt for Julian Ribelau to get himself. I guess the goal here would be near that top 10, but getting into P number 11 is the easier goal to get here if he's put in a great lap. Coming to the final corner, 1:36.674 last time is his best lap. A 1:36.541 for Julian Ribelau bumps him up into P number 10, inside the top 10 for Simatalk Esports right at the end. And that is your LMP1 qualifying all set. Anyway, at this point, we do have to say goodbye to Fraser Williamson as he goes off and does other things. Thank you for saving me from the solo commentary in the qualifying session right there. But the thing is, here is your LMP1 grid. Thrustmaster Movano Racing, pole position, no question, pole position there, ahead of Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports. Wyvern Racing and SimRC will comprise of the second row. Race Clutch and the second Movano car will bring things down to P number 6 with Positive Sim Racing and Odox Motorsports in P7 and 8 respectively. Team Chimera will have to start in P number 9 with Simatalk Esports. Late qualifying session run to get themselves into P number 10. MSI Esports and VRT E-Racing will have to settle for P11 and 12. F4H Motorsports P13 with the I1 Positive Sim Racing, their 28 effort there in P number 14 with Ava Vavatic, P15 Virtual Motorsports. Your only Audi in the LMP1 field, P number 16. Not the best of qualifyings for them, with Torrent Motorsports though in P number 17. As we'll get ourselves onto the race session then, this is how the LMP2 field looks. Team Huizinfeld taking pole position in what was a very hard-fought front four of your LMP2 division. Ava Vavatic will join them on the front row with Talk Freak and Race Clutch bringing things down to P number 4. You can just see top four split by 0.121 seconds there, and then you look further back to IRGK Endurance in P5 with Inertia Sim Racing, UI1 Positive Sim Racing, and World of Sim Racing team down to P8 on the grid. Row number 5 will consist of Luxim 24 Motor Podcast with TNT Racing there in P number 10. Roadmasters will start in P number 11 with Schubert Motorsports in 12th. Team Mad will start in P13 with SRN lining up alongside them. Racing Centre Vibe Sports P15 with your championship leader Apex Racing UK in P number 16 due to the missing Alex Simpson. iRacing State Motorsports will start in the last position in your LMP2 field. In GTEs though, Logitech G Altus Esports, fantastic lap for them, a half a tenth of a second ahead of SimRC to get themselves pole position. MSI Esports and Thrustmaster Movano Racing were close, but not close enough to get themselves inside of that front row. Euphoria DriveX Racing and Zenith Esports will line things up P5 and 6 with Core Sim Racing and Talk Freak Racing bringing things down to P number 8. In P number 9 will be Redface Racing with S2V Racing, the formerly Army Racing team, starting in P10 with Williams Gym Esports P11 with Odox Motorsports in P number 12. We'll have to cycle through these ones quickly because it's a very short run to the green flag. The rest of the positions in GTEs are up on screen for you right now as your guys are already rolling. They're already through to the Casio Triangle. Marcus Hamilton will start that car for Thrustmaster Movano in pole position. Front of your screen, right-hand side is Marcus Hamilton. He'll wait for the starting zone, which is after the start-finish line here in the Neo Endurance Series. He can go at any time, right about now, and he goes pretty much almost immediately there. Marcus Hamilton will take the LMP1 race start here for the 6 hours of Suzuka for the Neo Endurance Series, already challenging for positions further behind, though. The other Movano car, the number 4 machine, trying to go around the outside of Odox Motorsports in the early stages, but they'll get their battle all sorted out. Sorg Esports, though, they're all over the back of your race leader, trying to gain that early track position here, but unsuccessful coming onto the start of the race. Looking back to LMP2s, though, they are underway as well. Team Hoisingfeld leading the way, and Ava Vavatic and Talk Freak all line the stern behind as well. Race Clutch LMP2 still in position number 4. Back to your GTE field though, Altus Esports leading with SimRC Crimson and MSI all in line as well, but 2 by 2 all behind there as Redface Racing actually get punted up onto the grass there. That was just out of shot, 3 wide further back though, involving a good couple of cars. Team Bushing Racing Pink has made contact with Williams Jim Yellow, and Jim Yellow hits the tyre barriers on the outside, coming towards the end of the SS section. The only fatality, or in terms of racing here in your Suzuka race, and let's just see what happened here, because that is an instant and a half coming through the SS section. Just saw Redface Racing on his left hand side there, coming through the SS section, just tracked out of line a little bit into the side of Williams Jim Jr. That's not the ideal situation to have, and Jim Jr. will be quite rightfully protesting that one. But end of the first lap then, we've got Thrustmaster Movano leading the way, trying to extend that gap back to Sorg Esports. Wyvern Racing up, getting themselves P number 3, exactly where they started. Same with SimRC.de Emerald in P4. So not a lot of changes for positions up in front of your LMP1 field. And that is not the case either back in your LMP, and that is the case as well, back in your LMP2 field as Ava Vatic get themselves a little bit of an issue getting into turn number 1, because Talk Freak are all over the back of them, and this is where I introduce my co-commentator for this race. That's Lorenzo Bonza, coming in at very, very short notice. How are you doing, and how was the start of the race for you?
The start of the race was actually really clean. We know Suzuka is really infamous for contacts and early incidents in lap 1, but thus far only one contact we've seen with the 97 car of the Williams. So far, really clean lap, and I just expect some good racing.
Yeah, that is what we hope to see, and everyone watching the stream will hope to see as well. As close run of things back in your LMP2 field as they try to file themselves through that very, very tight left-hand hairpin, as we're currently watching the Race Clutch LMP2 car trying to chase down Ronnie Nunez in that Talk Freak Racing machine just directly ahead as we're starting in the dawn here at Suzuka. So local time is around about 6 a.m. So the track will only get brighter from this point forwards. So that is one of the elements that these drivers do have to deal with. The track is stone cold right now, 20 degrees Celsius, but that is only going to go up and up and up. Meanwhile, battle for the overall race lead. Your LMP1 race lead, Sorgrensport Esports, they are not giving Movano a break here. Even though Movano were dominant in qualifying, Sorgrensport Esports trying to give them a run for their money early on.
Absolutely, and Mike Nuremberg needs to just slightly hit the apexes in some of the corners, especially I think if he hits Degner and then carries all the way into the hairpin, I think that it will be in a good shot leading the Spoon and getting at least a draft and maybe overtake before the 130R.
That could be the objective for Mike Nürnberg. Does he even want to risk it this early on? I would try to say perhaps yes, because if you don't have the pace in qualifying, then maybe that's a sign that your race pace is also not quite there. So maybe trying to defend instead of trying to chase the race from behind is the better option. And what better place to do it than at the start of the race where everyone is pretty close regardless. But Ghostmaster Movano Racing is the car that we are on board with right now. They're currently P number 4 in their GT class here. So Ricardo Lorena behind the wheel of this one. He's got a decent chain of cars ahead of him to try to challenge. That's MSI Esports directly ahead of him, with SimRC and Altus Esports further down the road. So the entirety of the top 3 is still within his vision, and that totally makes sense at this early on in the race. But he's the only Porsche up and in amongst that group, which again is surprising, but the deficits that the Porsche has to deal with here are very much minimized because they're all, as Fraser mentioned earlier on in qualifying, all these corners basically play to the strength of the Porsche. So the lack in straight line speed doesn't quite matter when you're just having these high speed corners come up one after the other, after the other, after the other. So the Ford might just struggle against some of these Porsches, but they can unlock their advantage when it comes to these runs. For example, down towards 130R, down the pit straight as well, is where that Ford is really going to come alive. We haven't got all that many Ferraris in this race, which are the fastest in terms of the straight line speed here. You have to look down all the way to Red Face Racing in P number, well, it's going to be 43 overall here. So mid-pack in your GTE field is your next Ferrari. So it's Porsche 1, 2, 3 right now, is right on board with that only Ferrari as they try to chase down the Porsche ahead of them. That is going to be Odox Motorsports there. Ricardo Ferreira trying to defend this one as those guys will head their way through. Just Lawrence Miskowicz behind the wheel of the Red Face Racing car. So that is, let's just see how he's able to try to challenge the car ahead here. It's Top Freak Racing ahead, excuse me, that he's trying to challenge, and through the S's section, this isn't going to be the ideal place for the Ferrari to gain time, as that Porsche is just going to pull ahead coming through this section. But Red Face Racing is doing a good job at keeping Top Freak Racing honest here as they head their way through that particular section. But we'll just keep quiet just for a little bit, because I do want to go early race Spot TV fan immersion with Red Face. close, but not close enough right now for Red Face Racing. They'll try to get the toe all the way down the front straight and just unleashing that Ferrari beast down the straight line, but again, not close enough into turn 1. He'll draw himself alongside. There's a car off ahead, though. That's Movano Racing 69, who was one of the front runners in GTE. So what has happened to Ronaldo Lorena here in that number 69 car? It looks like it's a self-spin coming up towards turn number 1. We'll try to get the replay up on screen in just a couple of moments' time, but that was a huge amount of snap. Just a gradual oversteer initially, and then just completely overcorrected coming down in towards the corner as he'll have to spin all the way onto the runoff up into the gravel as well, and has to wait just a moment to let the rest of the GTE field cycle by. We'll get another view of it on board into turn 1 here for Lorena, and let's just see exactly what happens. Let's just take a moment. Yeah, the car just completely stepped out on him on entry, and again the correction was a little bit too much and just made matters worse as he has to take to the runoff there, Lorenzo. And again, that's early on in the race. The track is of course cold, and you would have thought by now, with a couple of laps in, that the tires would have come up to temperature. So was that just a driver error there for Movano?
I think it's a mixture of driver error plus the setup of the car. Because we all, for most experienced racers, we know that turn 1 Suzuka, if you don't know how don't put the proper braking point, the car is just it's gonna have to snap oversteer, and you cannot catch it. Either you go over the fence, or you just have the skill enough for you to catch it, and eventually you're gonna lose time. For this case, luck on Lorena, because he actually managed to save the car, lost a few seconds, and to make matters worse, he actually got caught up in the LMP1 traffic.
LMP1 have hit the traffic for the first time, as that was a little bit aggressive there from the second Movano car. I believe that was the second Movano car, excuse me, coming through the first sector, as it was trying to shove some of the GT machines out of the way. And this is exactly what I was describing during when we had a little bit of downtime in qualifying. It's this first sector where the lapping procedure is going to be rather spicy, and it has resulted in stacking up this middle of the LMP1 field somewhat, because you have the Movano 4 versus the Sim RC Emerald and Race Clutch car, and Sim RC are going to be pretty close up in towards the hairpin this time, but not confident enough to go down the inside yet, as instead they'll tuck themselves quite close behind through the middle of the corner. But Movano able to get that launch off the corner they desperately needed there in that situation. So they'll have a little bit, a decent amount of clear air here before they manage to reach the LMP2 traffic for the first time. But speaking of LMP2s, they're also dealing with the GT traffic as well right now. So they're just starting to file themselves through on that one. The back of the field is yet to get through all of them. So that is going to be a slightly bigger issue for them. But coming up on towards what is going to be lap number 8 of the event now, as Marcus Hamilton heads his way across the line. Still, though, Saw Grand Sport Esports, they have the race space here. They didn't have anything in qualifying to be able to challenge. Of course, the gap, when you look in the grand scheme of things, is only a couple of tenths of a second in qualifying, which isn't all that much in any other series. But the race pace here seems to be much better. You can just see on the lap time deltas that Mike Lindbergh has been gaining there, and even a decent amount on lap number 6 just 2 laps ago. So is this Saw Grand Sport Esports taking too much of their tires early, trying to chase this position, and then we'll see them drop back later on? Or is this actual race pace coming out for them?
I believe there's actual race pace coming out for them. I think they want to set stronger first, early good first stint, and probably have a second good stint, and then maybe with the driver swap, see if they can keep it up with the Trustmaster Movano race, the number 3. Because thus far it's a really good battle. They are keeping it close. They're not giving any chance, any room for error. If either one of them makes a mistake, it's basically gonna lose the place in a lot of time eventually.
You can see on the top of the screen, stop and go penalty for number 28. That's UI1 Positive Sim Racing for unjustifiable risk. And we usually tend to see a lot of those penalties come through on the start of the race, and of course through the first set of lapping procedures. So that one's not entirely surprising to see, as UI1 Positive Sim Racing Black, they are Currently pretty close to the back of the LMP1 field right now, and they'll drop even further back once they manage to get that penalty served. So not the ideal event so far, you have to argue, for Positive Sim Racing and Daniele Piazza. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings it down towards the lane this time, traffic defending, and he does bring it down in as well to get that stop and go penalty served. And the important thing in this newer series, you cannot take a pit stop service while you take your stop and go penalty. You have to come down in again to try and get your pit stop service done. So we've had a good couple of teams on previous races actually get an even harsher penalty because they've taken the service on the lane when they've come down for their original penalty.
Yeah, you gotta have the notion of clean driving. You also need to know how to do the proper setup for your car. You need to do a proper lap and then you're not blocking the other people. Unfortunately, that was not the case for Piazza, and now they're going to be probably a few seconds of a lap down, in the danger of a lap down. So they got to rethink this strategy most likely.
Yeah, it just throws a big old spanner into the works in terms of strategy when you get yourself a penalty. But Redface Racing now, we featured them a little bit earlier on as one of the highest placed Ferraris, and in fact the highest placed Ferrari right now, NP number 9 in class, but they simply haven't been able to do anything so far when it comes to that Torque Freak Racing car ahead of them. But a fantastic run through the second Degner there brings them up to the back bumper, and they can challenge up into the hairpin if they so desire, but they desire not to do that at this stage. So Laurent Miketski behind the wheel of the Redface Racing car, just being very passive early on, and that's one of the things that a lot of teams do have to learn. For example, in iRacing special events, in some in this series as well, some in other series, that you can't be taking overt risks this early on in such a long race, because you might get yourself involved in an incident, yes, and you're gonna run that risk anyway, no matter where you do it. But doing it this early on doesn't mean you have. If you get any damage, you'll have to carry it absolutely throughout the rest of it.
Yes, it's now. And you said,
Redface. 130R strikes for the first time here in the 6 hours of Suzuka. Redface Racing is the first victim of one of the fastest corners in motorsport, and it was just the car breaking away through the middle of the corner, the slowest slide that you'll ever see, and then the correction right down in towards turn number 1 with another team we saw a couple of moments ago was a little bit too much, and that Ferrari heads itself into the barriers. Oh, you never want to see an incident like that coming through 130R, and thankfully this is all simulated, this is all online. But if that was a real life incident, that would have been a lot more scary.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more scary. You said it right. Luckily for Redface is actually that Lauren, this QX actually had the skills to avoid having a lot of more damage into his car, brake as early as possible, and when he saw he was losing control, just a slight damage on his left rear side, and that way he's going to take some speed away down in the front straight.
And it's exactly what we said just before that incident happened. It's the case of the pit crew can't repair the entirety of the damage to some of these cars in iRacing. They have to leave a couple of things sort of bodged together with duct tape. That's how I like to imagine it. It's what I think one of the iRacing developers, at least in reference to the NASCAR side of things, is the damage system in iRacing is basically what can a couple of guys do with hammers and duct tape is basically the repair system here in iRacing. Of course, you have things like the front clips on these prototypes that can be changed. You got a couple of spare parts as well you can put on the car, but the rest of the aerodynamic damage, it's hammer time, it's duct tape time.
Yeah, I'd just like to say it's kind of like, it's a mixture of spit, hammer, and duct tape. Space Jam.
Yeah, but I mean, how many of these cars at the end of the race will we see held together by the invisible virtual duct tape? That is a big question. But right now, apart from these isolated incidents that we have seen, we haven't seen other major multi-car pileups. As here comes change for position further back in your LMP1 class there. As
and
that,
also, Connery, the lead has changed.
It has. I was just about to mention it because that was the move that we were currently looking at up on screen. That's Forza Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports up into P1. This is how it was done. Down the pit straight, using that overtake button that you have available in these LMP1 machines, and Sorg Rennsport Esports easy down the inside there, and that is especially good for them because they had lap traffic coming up, and Nirvana were conceded more by the lap traffic as well. So that was well calculated there by Mike Nürnberg. It's not only where you make the pass, it's when, and you have to consider the lap traffic in that as well.
Certainly got to consider lap traffic as well. And Mike Nürnberg just hits a bad sheet of traffic. He's going to hit a lot of LMP2s and GTE cars overtaking each other. That's taking a few tenths of second away from him. Now he's going to overtake this 2-3 wide.
Down the middle, Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports, they get blocked on their way down towards 130R. So absolute confusion in amongst the traffic here. But this is the point in the race where all three trains of traffic in all three classes are all lapping each other. It's one of the most sketchy situations in an endurance race. No major incidents in this period so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a major off with how some of these have been driving. We've got Wyvern who have been passed for Wyvern have got themselves passed in amongst that lap traffic, past Thrustmaster Nirvana, so they have really benefited off this. There we go, there we see a big incident while this whole lapping procedure is going on. That's the Race Clutch LMP1 machine, I believe, that has got themselves into a couple of issues right at the end of the lap. We'll have to wind it back to see exactly what happened, and it's a major incident with Racing Center Vibe Sports. You can just see the mad flashing lights trying to get their way by, but they send the Vibe Sports car into the barriers. And I cycle things back because I want to see another view of this one, because Richard Arnault looking for the inside coming off of 130R, and maybe a little bit of miscommunication with Vibe Sports there because they were going towards the left-hand side of the track to let them by anyway. So let's take another look as they head their way through 130R, Lorenzo.
Yeah, basically said it's really complicated for you to overtake cars that are slower than you, especially in the jammed up traffic like this one. And unfortunately for Race Clutch, they had this incident coming up into the Castle Triangle. That's going to take away some front end precision into the turns. It's going to take some front end downforce from them. It's going to damage a lot the race in the next hours.
Huge incident there in the background. Collects a good couple of cars further behind as well, which I'm not surprised by because it does get quite congested coming back into this. So a couple of GTs, a couple of MPs getting themselves a piece of the action as well. So that might change the complexion of those classes as well, at least in the mid to the back of the pack. But let's get ourselves back to the live pictures right now, because looking at your GT field right now, that is the front of it. That's Altos Esports with current P1 runner. And despite them having to deal with multiple occasions of LMP1 and LMP2 traffic, these guys are still pretty close together. Inside a second right now, but here come your LMP1 race leaders. Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports will be the first to overtake your GT leading trio. And this is going to get even worse, because further behind, there's been an incident. Luxin 24 Motor Podcast, the number 44 machine, completely cutting off the nose of Wyvern Racing, who is running in P number 2 in your LMP1 replay up on screen for you now. This is coming out towards Dunlop, and you just see Motor Podcast completely cutting off the nose there. There's absolutely no reason for that. And you could say it was a late move from Wyvern Racing down the inside, but they had positioned themselves for that move a good while in advance. So you should see that in your mirrors if you're Neil Andrews and say, okay, I'm not going to take the normal racing line through here, because obviously he's going to go for that move. And as a result, it spun him towards the outside of the track, and Wyvern Racing now have a chunk, well, they've gotten away in terms of the front clip damage here. So we have the number 9 have an incident as well. This is where all the crashes are happening. Torrent Motorsports, your only well, not your only Audi season, that one's going to be the virtual motorsports, but Torrent Motorsports have had themselves an incident as well up in towards the hairpin. What has happened here? Oh, it's an incident further ahead that they're completely unrelated with. That's SRN Motorsports getting tagged around by Simitok, punts them all the way across the apex of the hairpin, and it causes the some of the other cars behind to try to take avoiding action, and the prototypes, one of the prototypes hits the wall there. That's again, this is just confusion this early on in the race with the huge amount of lapping that's going on, and the admins need to get a hold of this pretty quickly, otherwise this is going to be a complete mess.
Yeah, this is going to be completely out of control. You know, we know how difficult it is to, as I said, I know how difficult it is to overtake. We know this by doing in the official series, that it's really difficult to take places as the number 9 comes into the pits. They're gonna have to repair their car. They probably got some damage into their suspension. It's going to take a lot of time. Their race is probably going to be over in terms of mid-pack, backpack racing. But you really don't want to see that kind of accidents going on early in the race. You expect to see something like that as mid-race. Unfortunately, we had this kind of problem hitting out this early.
I wish I could share the view of my live track map right now, because it is a complete mess with everyone trying to lap everyone else in all 3 classes mixing together up in towards the hairpin. And again, when you're running like this, it requires so much caution from everyone. It requires so much respect from everyone, and that is a little bit lacking at this stage with the instance that we have seen. And as I said, there's the live track map. We don't see the class colors on that particular track map. We'll have to get that one updated at some point, because that would be an interesting thing to have. But you just see a lot of people just gaggled together up towards the back straight and up towards the pit straight as well, as there's almost 3 wide there between a couple of different classes up towards 130R. That is not what you want to see coming through very much a single line corner. And speaking of single line corner, there's 2 lines attempted there by some of the GT efforts further back through the field. This is just absolutely crazy. There's Mivano Racing MP number 11 right now after their early instance that put them down somewhat, but I understand trying to make positions back after you've fallen foul of some incident, but that arguably is a risk too many.
It is a risk too many, because you're early in the race. You really don't want to basically endanger your whole race this early on. We haven't even passed the the half-hour race. I think we're barely half-hour into this race. We haven't gone into. We are only 26 minutes. Why would you endanger your whole race trying to overtake cars this aggressively, and just to make sure you're making up some time? It needs a little bit more awareness, but either way, if you clear fast enough, good. You're clearing fast enough, but you gotta have the proper mindset of when you're coming up to jammed up traffic like this one. You know Suzuka is difficult to overtake. Just be slightly patient.
It's almost like you should just get on the radio to all these drivers and just say, guys, just calm down, otherwise these penalties will be so harsh for any instance out there on circuit. And I mean, some people have been throwing around the idea in the chat of getting a safety car to try and calm these down, but the thing is, that will arguably just stack everyone up together again to try and go at it again. But Simitok Esports here in their DT effort, looking for a position over Ivano in towards the screen curve, but they have still all of these prototypes trying to come through on them. Speaking of stewards maybe taking action, though, we do have a good couple of protests come through. We've already had warnings for unavoidable contact and a justifiable risk to the 28, the 48, the 25 as well. The drive-through penalty for the 28, which is for not serving the penalty correctly, which is exactly what I was talking about earlier. We're taking the service at the same time as the penalty. Unsafe rejoin for the 15, 41 and 84. We've got protests between the 13 and 74, the 27 and 76. I'm not even going to bother listing them out because they're a good 20 numbers long. So let's just ignore that one for now. But MSI Esports, though, are currently up on your screens. They're in a close battle with VRT iRacing, and we'll use the ERS up towards the hairpin, and the door is left open by VRT Racing, so they're able to bring it side by side on the exit of the hairpin, and the run all the way down through 200R is going to go the way of MSI Esports because they still have the remnants of the battery left to try and complete that pass. And this is the point where I introduce our third commentator for this this afternoon's race. I guess if you're in Europe, it's going to be the one, the only, the David Haynes, the man from Down Under, who joins us for the Neo Endurance Series. Hello. And he's not here. that looks fantastic. But we'll get David on soon enough, as we will continue on with this race. And as it stands, coming up to 30 minutes in, believe it or not, and we've already had all of these incidents. But in LMP1s, it is Porsche Basel by Sorg Renswell Esports leading the way by 8 seconds. 8 seconds. And considering how close these guys were in qualifying and how Movano, currently running P2, were pole position, that is a fantastic effort by Sorg Renswell Esports, and perhaps luck playing into their hands with Movano not dealing all that well with the traffic, as they'll get the remnants of it done on the way through 200R here, Lorenzo. But again, this is quite unexpected from Sorg Renswell Esports. Not only have they got themselves past, but they've got themselves a gap as well.
Yeah, I think one of the things that collaborate for this one, Connor, is the fact that the traffic, I think, has aided up a little bit their efforts. They got it in the right spots, and actually they made the clear moves the most clear, overtake the clean clear moves in comparison to Trustmaster, Movano, and Wyvern Racing. So I think they are setting themselves into a good rhythm into their first stint, and possibly having a good gap in a minuscule gap into the second stint, where they can actually kick back a little bit, just relax, and do not feel pressure in terms of racing pace.
Trouble for Luxim up at Dunlop, and they have to wait. They don't want to rejoin the track unsafely, so they were waiting for a decent while for a gap in the traffic to try and get themselves spun back around and back racing out there on circuit. And we do have live timing here for the Neo Endurance Series, not at the usual link for RaceSpot Broadcast. It's going to be instead at live.neo-endurance.com. That is your live timing link here today, so go and check that one out if you want to keep track of your favorite drivers and your favorite teams out there as well. And that's a good thing to have, because if your team is sometimes mid-pack towards the back of the field, Lorenzo, you're not going to get all that much coverage from us if there's a battle further up in your particular class. So if you want to pay more attention to those battles further back, then you have the live timing to use.
Yeah, the live timing will help you out a lot in these terms. We do have live time. We try to keep up with this race every possible way we can. But either way, just for you to be part of a league like this, which is a high quality league, have teams, professional teams that do driving, professional esports events like the World Championship, the World GT Championship, it's already something. So you get the more experience, and you start adjusting, what kinds of things you need to do for you to be more competitive down the line. So getting more experience here is already a good thing for you.
It is. We had Race Clutch come down towards the lane back. First hitter in the LMP1 field, and arguably a little bit early, unless they're taking a potential splash and dash. They would have to do it at the end of the race now, so they can just go for the full fuel strategy all the way to the end from this point forward. Some teams do like to go with that strategy to avoid the panic right at the end of the race, but currently on board with Euphoria DriveX Racing right now, 3.5 tenths of a second behind MSI Esports. That was the final step on the podium in GTEs. You can just see lap number 16, the previous lap, gain of 6 tenths of a second by Salvatore. It's a fantastic lap indeed, but as always in endurance racing, you do have to take the lap times with a grain of salt, because there's so much traffic out there. So that's just the state of things right now. Euphoria Racing down towards 130R. There was a high-speed part of the circuit, and we've already seen a major incident coming down through there already as Euphoria so deep on the brakes into the Casio, bringing themselves right up to that back bumper, although most of that back bumper of that Porsche is taken up by a diffuser, so not really a bumper in that case. But Euphoria, though, 0.3 of a second behind, will close up a little bit due to the draft, but again, no opportunity in towards turn number 1. You can dump yourself to the inside to try and scare a driver here, but if you're that far back, then they're not going to be fooled by such measures there, David, as I hope you're with us.
Yeah, I should be here, and I've got to say, thanks for having me on board. Love Suzuka. What a fantastic track. Lots of fast flowing corners like we've got here through the S's, and then there's some quite tighter bits like that final chicane, like the hairpin. It's a long track, a lot of history, and it's got just a little bit of everything to keep the teams and drivers on their toes.
It does, but in GTs, it's Porsche dominance right now, which is not what we're used to saying here in this particular patch of iRacing. They've been not the greatest at most of the tracks, but this is a track finally where they can get themselves their advantage coming through medium to high-speed corners. So that is a great benefit for teams like Altus Esports, for teams like SimRC and MSI as well, to get themselves a decent chunk of points here today. About 35 minutes into this event. We've still got 5 hours and 25 minutes remaining, and we've already seen so much so far in this race in terms of the battles, in terms of the incidents that we've had. Hopefully we'll be having more of the former rather than the latter in these final 5 hours and 25 minutes, but you can already see the position gain chart up on your screen right now. This is for your GT field, so Logitech GLS Esports and all the way down to MSI Esports, no gains of position. They're in the positions where they started right now. Euphoria Drivers Racing up 1, Fortune Racing up 1, S2I Racing though up 4. That's a decent move for them. Same with ODAX Motorsports, but you look further down to team number 12 with team 85 up 9 positions. Fantastic run for them after what was a horrible and horrifying qualifying session for them. But here comes Triton Racing attempting around the outside at the triangle over Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports GT here, and they'll be very close coming off the corner as well. So Sorg Rennsport Esports versus Triton. It's going to be coming down the pit straight here. Triton alongside, half a car alongside down in towards turn number 1. They're going to go for this move. Is Peter Jagoninski down the inside, and the position is gained, and Sorg Rennsport Esports can't come back coming through turn number 2 either because of where Triton Racing positioned his car. That is absolutely textbook there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that is textbook movement from Ren Esports. And nice move for actually letting the other driver go, because that first turn, whenever you're trying to battle with against each other, it's either two things. You're going to hit each other and it's race over, or otherwise it's just basically you're going to have to take a stride down on the outside of turn 1, and good awareness of Sorg Esports to just let this one go and live another day and battle it out later.
Exactly, no point in taking those overt risks this early on inside the first hour of a 6-hour event. But thankfully, hopefully I'm not jinxing it right now, but thankfully things have calmed down a little bit.
Not now.
Out there on track, as at some point in the next 2 minutes, someone's going to have a major Interlagos-like incident, and I'm going to be completely wrong. So maybe I should just shut up at this point there.
Well, it's a small island is Japan, and a very populated country, and we definitely saw the traffic earlier. There is 5.8 kilometers of circuit for this full grid to spread out around, and I just think it was earlier that they just all ended up clumped together based on the pace differences between the classes. It all looks a little more sensible now, but that doesn't mean it'll stay like that. As Chris Fuller from Talk Freak Racing looks to the inside of turn 1, will not get the move done there. And you can hang it around the outside of turn 1, but then you get to the next apex at turn 2, a much tighter corner, and that's where, if you're on the outside, you're risking just a little too much. You get all these different lines through the S. It's fantastic to watch. You get a lovely look at that rear vision camera being absolutely filled by the headlights of Prototype 1.
As it often is, as that prototype will dive itself down in. and try to get these passes negotiated up and towards the first and second Degners, and that's FRH Motorsports in that prototype around the outside. They'll have to go of S2V, and this results in Talk Freak Racing having a chance up to the hairpin around the outside. That's an eager defensive move there from S2V Racing. And they do make contact on entry with S2V absolutely locking up, trying to hold position, and hold position they have, but perhaps not in the best fashion when we talk about racecraft. But down towards Spoon they will go, and behind this one we got Odox Motorsports as well, who might well get themselves involved in this particular battle. But that was such a sketchy moment coming up towards the hairpin. You could just see Talk Freak Racing committing around the outside, but S2V moving over and blocking the move off. Here comes the draft though, down the back straight for Talk Freak Racing. Can't make the pass in towards 130 yard, but you can set up for one coming through here instead, but they weren't able to, and they have to stay line of stern into this final chicane for the 20th time in this class. And Odox Motorsports, they're looking for blood behind as well. So David, what was your opinion on that defensive move? Because for me, it seemed a little bit too overzealous.
Yeah, we didn't get a particularly close look at it, I don't think, but whoa, big wiggle for Talk Freak Racing there. Absolute commitment through the first apex, on the limit of how much speed they can carry. But yeah, I think S2V Racing were always going to try and defend the inside, and then Talk Freak were going to try and break deep around the outside, and there just didn't end up quite being a car width there, and they'd both been thrown off by the prototypes coming through, as that happens once again.
Stop and hold penalty for P number 2 in LMP2. That's race clutch LMP2 there with the number 57 effort. So Johan Haaf has been punished for causing a collision earlier on in this race. I don't think you guys saw it here on the stream, so that's something that we didn't see, but they've been punished for it regardless. As actually, I'm going to get myself confused. It's LMP1. Ignore me. Completely ignore me. That's probably the best advice ever that anyone's given. But the race clutch LMP1 have come down towards the lane. That is the car that's got the penalty, as sometimes it's a little bit confusing here with the multiple teams that run in different classes, but Richard Arnault coming down on towards the lane to serve his penalty. So, almost a little bit of panic for the LMP2 car there, because that is the race clutch car that hasn't scored any points so far this season in LMP2, so they have not got a penalty. All is fine. Racing Center Vibe Sports, though, they'll come down in to serve their penalty as well, because they've got a 15-second stop and hold penalty for an unsafe rejoin. So penalties being finally dished out here, Lorenzo, for the mess that we saw with all three classes lapping.
Yeah, that's what we get whenever you got the bunched up traffic and all those collisions. Now, for Race Clutch, the number 15 car, I think is just one sort of bad luck after another one. You just got a crash, lost a lot of front end precision, front end downforce, and now you got a 15 seconds stop and hold. Now you just gotta focus your race and just set your mind towards into having actually a finish. And for the 41, same thing, just set your mind for it and have a finish, because most of the race for points, good points, is over.
Sorry to interrupt. Saw Grand Sport Esports, the GT effort, number 68, had a little bit of a slide coming through turns 1 and 2. It's not the ideal situation for Philip Sudbeck there, as he gets passed on the inside by an LMP2 car, but then coming on to the second apex, or second turn of that particular section, just completely loses the car, loops it almost all the way around, but well saved, at least for the first part of it, but then has to finally park it on the grass. And again, that's going to be a couple of positions lost there from the car of the Saw Grand Sport Esports GT machine. But here comes the LMP1 pitting phase for the first time. Saw Grand Sport Esports in, same with Movano, Wyvern, Zimarsi Emeralds, the other Movano car, the number 4 machine. Everyone's in, pretty much, in your LMP1 field. And it's going to be Saw Grand Sport Esports going to be the first one off of the lane. What's the gap going to be all the way back to Movano Racing 3? Movano Racing going to be held a little bit longer. Sim RC is out ahead, and they're going to come out in a little bit of traffic here, which might just exacerbate the issue down in towards turn number 1, but they managed to slot in their particular slots. So that is a jump on the lane there for Sim RC, getting ahead of the Movano number 3 car. I have to have a look at the pit stops. I believe this is because SimRC.de Emerald, 25-second stop. That means no tyres there, David.
Yeah, last round out at Interlagos in a setting sun, with track temperatures dropping. The SimRC DE prototype was one of the first cars to forego taking tyres at the pit stop. So I'm not surprised to see that early in the morning here they've decided to also be one of the first teams to not take tyres.
Exactly, and this is the point in the race where arguably the track is going to be the coolest, because we are in the early morning here at Suzuka. Local time is 6:41 a.m., so the track's only going to get hotter from this point forwards. And when you usually talk about this track, you talk about it being very, very hard on the tires because of the high-speed sections, the medium-speed sections, which really take a lot out of the tires. And if there's a point in the race where the double stint strategy is going to work here, Lorenzo, it's going to be now. So SimRC definitely taking the initiative in that respect.
Yeah, definitely taking the initiative in that perspective, has awarded them 2 spots up in the grid now, not in second place, and I think that's a good strategy on their point. I wouldn't take tires into this first pit stop unless you really wasted your tires. And I really wanted to see actually the perspective from Trustmaster Movano and also Wyvern Racing, why taking these tires early on, unless you really are setting for the final double stint or maybe a triple stint. That would be really interesting. I really want to pick their brains and see what they have to say.
Yeah, maybe we can get a couple of team members, maybe the team manager in up for a word and see what's going on in terms of the strategy. Of course, they can't give away too much in terms of what they'll be doing later on, in case the other teams are listening, and they very much will be listening. But it's a split strategy already in LMP1. Will we get the same sort of deal in LMP2 and GT? That is a different story. I think we'll more likely than not see it in GT rather than LMP2 because of the rule change for GTEs going back to the system where they have to take fuel and tyres separately, which makes the double stint a lot more possible for those guys. But close battle for P number 1 in LMP2 because Race Clutch, they're looking to get themselves up to the pointy end of the field, and they'll chase their competitor all the way up in towards the hairpin, have to deal with the traffic on the inside there and yet more traffic ahead, as you can just see it file by on your screen. So this will be a potential issue when it comes towards that spoon curve for Team Hoisingfeld. It's all depending on how well they get through on this traffic. Odox Motorsports will have to well park it on the apex for their GT car. As you can see, both these prototypes being stuck behind the Porsche as finally they're released off the exit of Spoon Curve. And Ronnie Fantini now, he has his work cut out to try and keep that Race Clutch car behind him, because Johan Haaf has been going very quick over the past couple of laps through 130R. They have to lift, they have to brake to let the GT car get through there first. But Race Clutch looking so aggressive on the back, had a semblance of a gap, but the gap closed as quickly as it opened. Fantini is through on the one piece of lap traffic. That's the Torque Freak Racing car, as finally Johan Haaf will do the same around the outside. But again, that's one of those heart-and-mouth moments there, Lorenzo, which you don't really need when you're trying to challenge for the race lead at this point in the race.
Yeah, and you can see Johan Hart is trying some aggressive moves to try to make up the time he has lost. Now the gap has, just over here looking at the relative, has actually gone up to a second. It was before that, it was nearly half a second, the 0.3 of a second. So Johan Hart getting pressure by the traffic between that battle of the GTE cars from the SV2, SUV Racing, Torque Freak, and Nodosh. So they lost a lot of time, and Johan Hart needs to pick up back the pace, hit the apexes again, so he can be in contention for the LMP2 lead battle against Team Huskyville.
gap is just edging up towards a second there on the relative timings in the bottom center of your screen. So Race Clutch still have a decent amount of work to do here if they're going to get up into P1. And in terms of pressure from behind, though, there's not going to be all that much because Inertia Sim Racing have dropped off these guys somewhat. So Race Clutch can just keep his eyes ahead instead of being concerned about what is happening behind him. You can see the gap back to Inertia Sim Racing standing at about 4.5 seconds at this stage. So not a worry in terms of that one for the Race Clutch driver. But as these, once again, the LMP1 traffic goes through as we have a penalty for the number 4 machine. This is the sister car of your championship leader in LMP1. Movano Racing number 4 has a 15-second stop and hold for causing a collision. Again, that comes from one that was happening back when we had that flurry of incidents early on when all 3 classes were trying to lap each other. So steadily the stewards are working through these protests and getting these protest results out there on track to try and sort everyone out with these penalties here, David.
Yeah, exactly. They'll definitely take their time and work through them, and we see some of them coming through and potentially some new word about that one.
Yeah, potentially, because that penalty I just mentioned for the number 4 might have just been reversed. So that is, we'll get further word on that one to see how that one turns out. As actually, it's been, okay, this is the situation. Remember a little bit earlier on when we had that incident with the Race Clutch machine and we said, oh, the Race Clutch LMP1 has got a penalty. Now that penalty has been reversed, I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, so that the Freshmaster Movano Racing number 4 car instead has to go down and take a penalty instead. So that is interesting, because I thought the LMP1 Race Clutch car had already come down on towards the lane to try to serve the penalty that they had been given. So that is a little bit confusing there, Lorenzo. I'm not sure entirely what is going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure entirely also what's going on. I really want to see what is the proper decision of this one. It was actually really set out a penalty, but has been reversed. I really want to see what the race directors had to say properly. Meanwhile, we got a battle for P7 in the LMP2 class. Oh my god, that was close. Between the SRN Motorsports and the Positive Sim Racing Orange LMP2 car.
Yeah, very close run thing up towards Spoon Curve, but they managed to get through it relatively okay. 6.5
And the leaders from this class are on the pit lane now.
Yeah, exactly. You called it absolutely right. Some of the leaders are on the lane. Race Clutch have stayed out in this situation though, but Team Huizenfeld are in, and Talkfreak Racing will follow them as well. So a couple of your front-running LMP2s coming in, so and a good couple of them going at least one extra lap here. So Ronnie Fantini will stay in the car for Team Huizenfeld. Ronnie Nunez will be behind the wheel of the Talkfreak Racing car. So the two Ronnies there very much close together up in the pit lane. We've got Robert Tinsey and TNT Racing also coming down in to get his service actually that is a driver change in progress, showing Robert Tinsey as in 2 separate cars. That is totally not confusing, but finally Team Huizenfeld will head his way off of the lane, get back out there on circuit for the LMP2 race leader. And the bigger concern for Team Huizenfeld now is, when is that Race Clutch car going to come into the lane, because they've had a pretty clear sort of in lap here if they are going to come in at the end of this lap. So they might just be attempting to go for the jump here over Team Huizenfeld. They were a good couple of tenths of a second behind before Team Huizenfeld came down on the lane. So does Johan Haaf decide to dive his way in? We'll know in a couple of seconds time. He does decide to pit. So that is Race Clutch down on the lane. P2 before the pit stop cycle started, and challenging for P number 1, hopefully for them, by the time this pit stop is done. It's going to be a while before we know where they are going to come out, but this is the end of what was a pretty good first stint there, David, for Race Clutch, because, they qualified in P number 4 in the class. They got to P number 2, got to where they could challenge for the race lead and are challenging for the race lead, and that's just overall really, really successful, and that is a fantastic change from races past.
Yeah, exactly. If I was in the situation that they're in, as much as if I had the pace for the win, I'd be trying to win. They also just need to get a result, a finish on the board. We're going to have to see, as I think they'll get rolling very shortly, where does the Team Hoisenfeld car appear? This looks like Race Clutch may have it. There it is in the background of shot. Pit Lane Limiter gets released for Race Clutch, and they might just have it.
They're ahead by a decent margin as well, so Race Clutch is your new LMP2 race leader. I have to have a look at what the stop times were like for the LMP2 field, because I have to wonder if it was done in terms of a shorter stop. Race Clutch 31 seconds on the lane, Team Hoisenfeld 32 seconds on the lane, so that isn't entirely representative of the gap that we have there. So it was a combination of going 1 second faster on the stop and a very, very good in-lap as well for Johan Hart. So really, really well done there from him and his team there, Lorenzo.
Absolutely well done by the Race Clutch LMP2 team. We know that I know that Johan Hart is one of the fastest drivers, in the LMP2 class. Of course, all of them are really fast. Johan is really aggressive, and actually the entry of the pit was really aggressive for Johan. You could have gotten a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, but barely made it out into the pit lane properly. So that entry, I think, helped out a little bit, shaving off a few tenths of a second, and now the strategy worked them out just fine, and now they have a really comfortable gap of sorts lead to the Hoskimil team.
Yeah, that is the case. Further back in the LMP1 field, though, there's this battle going on, which is what looks to be a 4-car fight for P number 10 overall. And Ivano Racing 4 definitely in the thick of things here after serving their penalty, all stacked up in towards the spoon curve with traffic ahead. And these guys just waiting to get on the throttle, and finally they will. And FRH Motorsports will get their way by on the traffic. But here comes Ivano Racing number 4 down towards 130 yards, side by side with the lap traffic. They'll have to go. FRH is through on that traffic, and Gabor Mecht bailed out of that one really, really early and puts himself under threat from VRT iRacing behind. Heavy over the curb he will go, as VRT still trying to look aggressive, and Movano going to get held up by the Torque Freak Racing LMP2 car, but VRT has to lift out, otherwise they run into the back of Movano. But here comes the overtake button, the ERS being used for VRT down in towards turn number 1, and finally they will draw themselves ahead and capitalize on that moment with Movano, because they had to try to lift and try to brake to not hit the LMP2 car right ahead of them. But the thing is, the issues do continue through the S's section. The lapping problems persist for all of these cars, but VRT Racing still ahead of Movano after getting that pass complete into 1, David.
Yeah, in the lap before, we did briefly see that number 4 was all 4 wheels off in the grass on the exit of turn 1, bumping through some of the outfield. I hope they didn't damage any of their under tray or anything, but they are losing even more spots.
They are. And again, dealing with the traffic, SRN Motorsports this time on the inside of 200R there, but this battle will continue. Looks like down towards the spoon curve, as well as Movano are basically on a recovery drive at this point in their number 4 machine, at least, trying to recover after that penalty that they had been served a little bit earlier on. So they are the heavy favourite in terms of pretty much every single battle they have from this point forward. It's just a case of if these mid-pack LMP1 cars, how long can they keep the Movano car behind, because they are well within their rights to try to defend as hard as they'd like, because it is a battle for position. And speaking of a battle for position, here comes FRH in their number 17 car. That's down towards turn 1, and easy overtake button pass over Ava Vivatic coming out of the final corner. We'll have a replay up on screen for you now. FRH drawing alongside through the final corner, as Ava Vivatic had been held up somewhat by the GT machine, and that just exacerbated the advantage that FRH had, and FRH able to get themselves by in pretty easy fashion. So, things keep chopping and changing here in the battle for the top 10 in your LMP1 field. We do have an update, though, in further ahead in your LMP1 field, and that's the other Movano car. The car that was leading this race at the start has gotten themselves past Sim RC, and this was coming down towards 130R. Overtake button in effect, coming out of Spoon Curve, able to get themselves by there. So Movano can now set the sights ahead once again. 8 seconds down the road is Sorgren Sport Esports, and very much a gap that can be overcome with 5 hours remaining, David.
Yep, exactly. Marcus Hamilton absolutely flying a 1 minute 37.8 on that lap where he got past SimRC.de, the fastest car out there in the LMP class right now. And you see the previous 2 laps held up behind SimRC.de, lost out a little bit of time, but now closing that gap to the lead down once again, could be there before the next round of pit stops for the P1s.
Could just be there, but Sorgren Sport Esports have already surprised us so far this race. There's no reason why they can't do it again in terms of continuing their fantastic early race pace. But we do have a warning come through for the 82. That's S2V racing in your GT field, exceeding track limits. So that's the first instance of exceeding track limits that we've had so far this race that the stewards have deemed egregious enough to give a warning out for. And there is a system in place here in the new Endurance Series where you get a warning after your first 15 off-track incidents, and then you get progressively worse penalties after that for every single 15 that you get. So being careful of the track limits is so important here, because it adds up over the race. And if you get enough off-track incidents this early on, and then another driver gets in the car, your teammate gets in the car later on, and they had to be even more careful because of all the incidents that you got, and they don't have enough of a buffer zone to work with before they get a penalty while they're driving. So there's just an element of, just keep it on the grey stuff, guys.
Yeah, keep it on the white line, and you're gonna have a good race. If I'm, as you said, 100% accurate, it accrues the penalty you just had. And one of the things we know that Suzuka is very, very infamous in terms of, driving over the line and having those off tracks accrued over the race. So try to, especially with this traffic, you really want to be as safe as possible. Sometimes you're going to try to throw off-road, so you got to be really safe for you to make the right moves and try to not accrue those off tracks and penalties.
This is a story, though, on your screen. Apex Racing UK Championship leaders in LMP2 trying to defend from Glen Key in the Positive Sim Racing car directly behind them. Decent gaggle of GT cars ahead might spoil the party for either one of these 2 cars right now, as we do have, we have an hour in the books here in the 6 hours of Suzuka for the new Endurance Series. 4 hours and 59 minutes to go in this one. Apex Racing UK will hold position down in towards turn number 1, but this race is going to be so tough for them. It's damage limitation, you have to say, for Apex Racing UK, because they're missing Alex Simpson, David.
Yeah, certainly right now not doing too badly, although they could be higher up the order. The traffic once again, see all 3 classes in action through the S's here, and another car appears. I love when that happens. Yeah, so certainly they've pulled themselves a little bit of a buffer over this Positive Sim Racing number 45 car right now, but as easily as it opens, it can close. And just to touch on the off tracks you were talking about earlier, there's a few places around here at Suzuka where you can gain some time from extending the track, which is why it's punished. For example, the 2 apexes at Spoon Curve, you can run wide between them, carry more pace through the second apex. Obviously, that is not allowed. And also, the exit of 130R, you can just keep the throttle pinned, go all the way out wide, and maybe complete an overtake around the outside of the white lines. Obviously, the race organisers don't want any of that happening.
They simply do not, as the battle will stretch out a little bit between these 2 guys. Apex Racing UK and Positive Sim Racing. 1.1 seconds now as they head way through 130R. But we're getting to that time in the race now that these GT cars will think about coming down in, and in fact they are already in, because Altus Esports are in from the race lead in GTE. Same with SimRC.de Crimson, and same with Euphoria DriveX Racing as well. As I click over my timing screen to show only GTE cars so I can keep an eye on the pit stop times. Core Sim Racing GTE already out. 33.5 seconds is their stop time.
No tires.
Obvious no tires there, as David Haynes mentions it, as we'll get the rest of the cars that are doing full stints out and away. Odox Motorsports have gone for the double stint here. Altus Esports, though, they have taken tires. Same with Euphoria, same with SimRC as well. Williams Jim Jr. Black have gone for the double stint strategy here. So again, split in strategy in LMP1, a split in strategy in GTE as well in terms of double stint in the tires. And it's the same case in GTE as it was in LMP1, because the track is cool, and this is the coolest it will be throughout the day here in this race. This is the time to double stint if you're going to do it at all. But with with the cars of Core Sim Racing and Odox Motorsports going for that aggressive strategy, it's still a big question of whether it'll work out because of the high tire degradation at the circuit, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's the high occupation. He's gonna waste a little bit of more tire, where of course we still don't have the the famous the blank spot, the flat spot for the tires that the other GTs come in, such as 69 of the Trustmaster Mibano and the MSI Sport 75. But yeah, you got to be very mindful of if you're gonna double stint your car, do not overextend that double stint. Do not overextend the car itself. Do not overextend that tire. You're gonna be just fine. You're not gonna lose a lot of pace race wise.
Altus Esports currently, I'm currently watching them because they're right on the back of Odox Motorsports, who went for the double stint strategy. So fresh tires versus old tires in the battle between Odox and Altus. This is the 73 and the 83. We'll cut to that particular battle right about now through 130. Odox pushing way wide there, and that is going to be a definite off track for them, and one that's going to count towards their 15 limit before they get themselves a warning. But Altus Esports using their fresh tires to their advantage there through the final corner, let those prototypes by on driver's left-hand side. Marciano, you'll force the inside here, and Altus and Odox, they would be best served not to fight this one, and they won't, down into turn 1 because of their old tires. There's no point in fighting an already lost battle, David.
Yeah, exactly. They follow the best practice of never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line, and Simona Maria Marciano does get through, gets that position back, and has the opportunity now to put those new tyres to work.
We have a battle for P at number 26 overall, and this is the battle, well, it's another battle involving Apex Racing UK, but this time it's against the Roadbusters Alpha car down through 130R. They will come now, and Fenric Kern going to be looking for the move, but can't carry all of his momentum through 130R, and that is what you have to do if you want to set up a move for the final chicane, because it's unlikely you'll get a pass done through 130R, but it's a great corner where you can set up a move into the Cassia Triangle by carrying that mid-corner and exit speed to get that run and then alongside through the chicane. But Fenric Kern not able to do it, and not even able to draw himself alongside through turn number 1 either. So having a little bit of a struggle here with the Roadbusters Alpha car, but another concern for him would be the Wyvern Racing car trying to come through in that LMP1 machine around the outside. He'll have to go, but again, it's the age-old endurance racing problem of, hey, there's a battle, oh wait, there's traffic, and they'll have to go 3 wide through Dunlop, and that is going to compromise the Roadbusters car a lot and brings Apex back into the battle. But there's still yet more traffic trying to head their way through, because Positive Sim Racing Orange don't want to lose a lot of time here, and Fenric Kern trying to look for the move, trying to find a slight gap to get through on the Roadbusters car. But again, it's like I said, it's simply a case of, oh wait, we have a battle, oh wait, there's traffic, never mind.
Yeah, you really don't. As I said, you really don't want to get yourself in battles while in traffic because either way, you're probably gonna either go rip, press F for respects, and or you're either going to make it out alive, make some time up as instead of this becoming a two-way battle. The Positive Sim Racing Green, as you said, just comes along and says, "Hi, can I join along in this battle? Let's have a three-way match into this one, and let's decide who stays alive and goes out first."
Let's have a look, because it is a three-car battle as we ride on board with Positive Sim Racing right on the back of dueling prototypes ahead, and Glenn Key, he's caught up over the past couple. That's because these guys have been getting close and have been close quarters with the GT cars, with the LMP1 cars that are going to be trying to come through on them. But again, Roadmaster is going to get held up through turn one. Fenriken looking for the outside, but that opens a slight door for Glenn Cleese to slip his way through, but decides not to. Again, Kern very eager to try and get his way by, because still that GT car is holding things up. Looks to the inside through the left-hander, but again, it's these opportunities are dangling a carrot right in front of Fenric Kern, but he's not able to get a bite of it as he'll finally get his way by the GT car. But the thing is, the status quo is still maintained in terms of position, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it still maintains as a position. They basically served the way that GT car after Dunlop. Say, but beep beep, get out of the way, and let's have this clean battle going on right now. And Apex, I think they're getting a little bit itchy. They want to get this moving as soon as possible, but if they keep doing like that, either way, they're going to get involved themselves into a crash. I think Current just needs to calm down a little bit and just work the proper spots. Get into Spoon early, get that early acceleration coming out of Spoon, and then work your draft all the way into the 130R.
That's the plan, or at least one of the optimal plans, but can Fenric execute it this time through 130R with that setup move that I've already described? There's a GT car that might play a factor here there, so it's not entirely done as Fenric gets the momentum through the corner, but the GT car getting in the way of Roadbusters was so poorly timed, and so poorly timed that it's going to impede Apex instead of the car of Roadbusters, as they'll have to go side by side through the final corner. And now this gives an opportunity to Glenn Key, Positive Sim Racing Orange this time. They have the draft, they have the slipstream, they'll duck themselves towards the inside. So Battle of the Late Breakers into one, and Glenn Key will get his way through. A little bit of a twitch, so it allows Fenric Kern to come back with the cutback move off the corner. Side by side through the S's isn't ideal, if at all possible, so Kern will have to back out and lose the position after almost gaining one, David.
Yeah, exactly. Before they had some of that traffic, Ferenc Kern was close to catching Road Bastards, but now it's unfortunately not swung his way, and even with that little twitch of oversteer, I think a good pass by Glenn Key to put that UI1 Positive Sim Racing car into the top 10 of LMP2.
Yeah, fantastic effort, and it's just there's a big element of just being patient there, especially when you're on the back of cars that are battling ahead. Just sitting behind, half a second to a second behind is just fine, because if something goes wrong in that battle ahead of you, you're in the prime position to try and capitalize and gain a position for yourself, even though you may not be the faster car in clear air of the two cars ahead. But if you can use that to your advantage and use the two competitors as an advantage for you, then that is absolutely ideal. So that is exactly what Glenn Key has done. He just sat behind, waited for the opportunity to come to him, and eventually it did. So in the same class, though, we have a battle for position P6 and P7. That is going to be the cars of the 51 and the 48 here. That is Wilder Sim Racing versus Torque Freak Racing, and Torque Freak is going to be the car behind, down the inside of the GT machine, and none of them are going to be really compromised by that. So Ronnie Nunez trying to chase down Iker Estefania in this particular battle in the front of the mid pack of your LMP2 class here, David.
Yeah, just 1 second. Meanwhile, just going back to that previous battle we had between the Positive Sim Racing Orange and Apex. The 45 just had a little bit of one-off into the entry of turn one. It went way outside and nearly got overtaken by the 60, but QT position. But a battle for this one, I think Torque Freak just had a better pace in terms of comparison to the World of Sim Racing team. I think Torque Freak just needs to settle down a few turns, just position themselves. I think if you can get a good run off into Spoon, got a good acceleration, work your traffic out. There's traffic up ahead. It will work out for him a little bit. I think he can be set up position move right before the 130R.
Will close up because Will the Sim Racing looking for the inside on the traffic, and that'll give the run to Torque Freak. They'll take the battle down the back straight. They will go 3 wide with the Ford GT here. They won't actually, because Estefania, he had room down the middle there but wasn't brave enough to take it, and that is the position lost to Torque Freak Racing there. And I understand not wanting to go for the risk, because instead Schubert Motorsports will make it 3 wide instead down in towards the Casio Triangle. But that is, the racer in you says, okay, we're gonna go down the middle 3 wide here. I don't want to be dealing with this GT traffic, but that was the race conservation strategy there from Will the Sim Racing team, David, because they didn't take the position down the inside, or at least take the battle down the inside of the 2 cars. They instead, okay, this battle's probably lost here. I'm just gonna back out and I'm gonna fight it another day, because we still got 4 hours and 45 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and my timing screen's being a little bit silly, I think, at the moment. But again, the LMP2 class is one of those ones where you can double stint tyres if you want. Now, I might be seeing this incorrectly, but I think World of Sim Racing had old tyres, and Torque Freak Racing, one of the few teams to take a brand new set of tyres at their first pit stop. I could be wrong, but that's one of the things that's playing out in the LMP2 field.
So the double stint, we just saw a car off. That was
Vano GT car, I think.
Yeah, their day goes from bad to worse, because they had an incident a little bit earlier on that they had to try to recover from, and they've had it once again into the second Degner here, and it's a self spin again for Ricardo Lorena. He's not too happy with how that Ford GT is handling right now. He has to hold on the outside of the track as well to let the traffic by up over the entry curve into the second Degner, and that's what I mentioned while we were doing the qualifying hot laps. If you get yourself over the curve there, Lorenzo, then these cars, especially the Ford GT, just simply do not like it, and it'll spit you out.
Yeah, the Ford GT is actually really, really infamous in not accepting curves. Like, keep away from the curves. I don't want to see curves. I don't want to see curves. No. But unfortunately, the thing that makes Lorena's race a little bit more difficult is the fact that he has damage on the back side of his car. It takes away the precision of his car. Not precision, but stability of his car. And unfortunately, going into Dagner just made it a little bit of a worse issue for him as he goes down into pits for service. I think he's going to repair his car.
Yeah. Looks like it's going to be the case there. This battle for P number 10 in LMP2 does continue, does rage on behind the Road Bastards car. Positive Sim Racing Orange, after getting that pass over Apex, they're looking for a little bit more here as they'll try to challenge the Road Bastards car coming through the S's section. And, you can't do much in terms of bringing yourself alongside coming through there. You just have to wait for another opportunity, because only on very rare occasion have I ever seen 2 wide coming through the S's, and usually it's on race starts, so seeing it later on in the race is a little bit more unlikely. But this battle will be disrupted a little bit by the Porsche prototype keep getting his way through. That's MSI Esports there on the right hand side of your frame. But as this battle continues, I think this is deserving of a RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Just be careful there, the prototype going through. But there we go, there's the move defended towards Spoon. We'll go RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange. As actually, I'll stay on the mic for now, because he's got the run and up in towards 130R and could set up the move for the Casio Triangle. So Glenn Key, what can he do in through this section? Not enough speed gain through 130R, and again, not able to bring it alongside through the triangle either. So we will continue on with RaceSpot TV fan immersion on board with Glenn Key as he tries to challenge, and he probably will, down into turn 1. We just saw a huge moment happen live on the RaceSpot TV fan immersion because we just had the 81 get itself involved in a huge incident right at the front of our onboard replay. Is going to be up on your screen for you now. They got tagged from behind by the Positive Sim Racing green prototype of Ricardo Orozco through towards the hairpin, trying to rejoin the normal racing line, but Talk Freak then get punted around by the Positive Sim Racing green machine right in front of the battle that we were just watching. So again, this is going to be the one that's going to have to be looked at by the stewards, and it's I don't know at this point with some of these instances. Talk Freak Racing trying to come across back onto the normal sort of exit line that you have coming through the hairpin, and they have to wait once again to try and let cars back through. But what do you make of that one, David? Or rather, Lorenzo, there we go, since he's the one that's actually back.
I'm looking at the replay. I'm going to be quite honest. I think they got caught off by the fact that they never thought that the Positive Sim Racing was actually going to stick to that line. They were probably going to go into the inside, but they caught up by surprise. I think that's a race incident. There's nothing else they can do, unfortunately. And Torque Freak was actually having a good race this far, you know, keeping in that mid-pack, but it's still engaged in a few battles. Now they're going to be quite damaged in terms of race pace. That back end looks ugly.
It does, and Williams Jim Jr. Black had themselves a slide that they had to correct into the gravel coming through Spoon Curve. We did see it up on your screen while Lorenzo was taking us through that other incident that happened. And again, these double stinted tires on the GTEs now are starting to show their age and starting to get a little bit troublesome in terms of loose into the corner, loose out of the corner, loose everywhere in the corner, I guess is the way I'll describe it. But having a look at the 60 and the 45 right now, Apex Racing UK and the Road Bastards Alpha machine. This was a battle a little bit earlier on, but they're still close together. But the Zenith Esports car will split them up currently. Positive Sim Racing Orange, though, again, Glenn Key behind the wheel, and he's looking for the position over the Apex car again. It feels like he has to get this pass done time and time again because he keeps losing it. But up and towards the hairpin they will go, and I don't think we'll see a hopeful dive here. So that is just going to remain the same through the wide, through the tight, left-hand turn. But Glenn McKee, he's got himself sort of, he has lost the position to Apex Racing UK here. So that one did happen off screen. So he has to get this one done again. But he's taken too much out of the entry to the Spoon Curve. Has to spin it onto the grass, take the escape road through, and then get himself back on. But that was a little bit unnecessary, you can argue, because he was more focused on those two cars going side by side ahead, completely forgot to even hit the braking point and spun his car right around Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think I'm talking about a thing of overconfident entry. I think he wanted to set as quick as possible, try to close up that gap, late braking into the Spoon, try to avoid the hit the GT. If not, that's the Odox GTE car. Unfortunately, that was too much speed he was carrying. The fan spun out and had to. Now he's gonna have to undo his damage because he lost just a lot of time to this battle.
Yeah, he has, as Apex again close through the first sector, but the first sector isn't, once we get to the acid, it isn't the place where you can pass, so there's not really much point in being fast through here if you can't get the pass done, and you have to yield to the LMP1 cars trying to make their way through. But while this one's going on, we'll give you a little bit of an update of what's happening at the front of the LMP1 field, because slowly but surely Movano 3 are edging themselves ever closer to the Sorg Rennsport esports car that's currently leading this race. You see on those last 2 laps, I'm completely wrong, but the overall trend is that these guys are closing. You can see almost 2 seconds on lap number 47. So the overall trend is up for Movano over the past 5 or 10 laps. So the thing, it's still racing from behind, and they probably didn't expect to be in this sort of position right now, but in this position they are, and you just have to deal with what has happened and what you've been given. But we have the second set of stops now starting to become a thing in LMP1, because we have ODOX, we have MSI Esports decide to head their way in. There's a big lockup there from one of the LMP2 drivers down into the Casio Triangle, so that's not exactly
Suzuka and
ideal either,
Esports
but
coming
there
in
we
for
go.
service.
There we go, Suzuka and Sport Esports, and also Busmaster Nirvana, they will decide to head their way in as well. And will there be any deviation on the strategy this time around between your race leaders, David?
I guess it remains to be seen, doesn't it? But overall, I think SimRC.de Emerald, who are also coming into the pits right now, they didn't lose much, didn't gain much out of that no tyre call. They come in, they were from third, being chased down by fourth. You know, the track is only heating up more and more. It's 20.6 degrees Celsius last time around the LMP1's pitted. Now it's 22.2. You can only imagine over the next 45 minutes of the stint as we see the beautiful beautiful sun falling on the pit lane there, that the track will continue to get hotter.
Land of the rising sun, perhaps literally, as it's almost fully risen at this point, as we're at 7:22 local time in Japan. We have driver changes to talk about though. Tommaso Cala behind the wheel of Movano. Florian Kruger is behind the wheel of the Sorgren Sport Esports car, as again, as Movano lost positions. No, that is actually Wyvern Racing getting themselves out ahead. A no tyre call from Wyvern, so he's trying to do their best SimRC.de Emerald impression, but it didn't quite work out for SimRC last time. But is that going to be different for Wyvern this time, Lorenzo?
It remains to be seen so far, because the strategies were, as I said, were actually really similar to what SimRC done. But I think in terms of strategy, the best idea was done from SimRC, and so far they have the upper hand in terms of strategy. In my point of view, they're gonna basically just set themselves into double cine every single time, but. Also, one thing, the Sorgren Esports, the LMP1 car just loses a little bit of time in terms of overall pace, because it got blocked out by traffic, and they are in danger of getting engaged in a battle between the Wyvern and the Sorgren Esports.
Yeah, the problem for Wyvern though is that they are on old tyres, whereas the Sorgren Sport car did take a fresh set, so this gap, even though it's looking like it's closing up because the ERS use being exploited by the Wyvern Racing car, brings it down to 0.8 of a second to your race leader. I don't think they'll quite have the pace in those old tyres to be able to challenge when it comes on to the next couple of laps. But Syandra behind the wheel, he has been since the start of this race against what is driver that's new in the car for Sorgren Sport Esports, Florian Kruger, taking over from Mike Nürnberg. So he's going to take a couple of laps here just to get himself used to how the car is behaving, how the car is interacting with the track as well, with the track conditions. So he'll be a little bit slow on these out laps, but once he gets into a rhythm, he'll be off and away. David.
Yeah, exactly. My eyes right now are on that gap. Porsche Basel Sorgren Sports to Thrustmaster Movano, who is just behind the car we're riding on board with. It was about 5 seconds when they came into the pits. It's now 3.7. But Tommaso Cala and Thrustmaster Movano Racing have this Wyvern Racing car between them, who might not be too difficult to pass, but is under no obligation to jump out of their way. The time has closed up, but the traffic in between and the track position as it gets very close to that might be Team 85 Porsche GTE. The track position is less favourable than it was before that round of pit stops.
Exactly, and Wyvern Racing, they can do Sorgren Sport Esports a favour potentially if they can't catch up to them and pass them on the old tyres. They can hold up Thrustmaster Movano somewhat, because exactly as you mentioned it, David, they are under no obligation to let anyone behind. It's battles for position, even though they're on a different strategy. And my words, Wyvern Racing on these old tyres, they are really making them work. They're actually catching, again, 2 laps in a row to your race leaders. So that is a slight concern for Sorgren Sport Esports. I'll have to see what the lap times for Movano are across the line, because it was 0.2 of a second, well, 1.5 tenths of a second gained by Wyvern last time. And they even extended their gap over Movano as well, because Movano had a horrible lap, 0.8 of a second slower than Wyvern. So they're going to fall even further behind as a result of hitting the traffic in the wrong way. As the gap at the front of the field will extend now as they come through what is a tyre and downforce dependent first sector. So obviously Wyvern Racing are going to drop back through this particular section. But wow, this is quite nice pace right now from Wyvern Racing on these old tyres. And there's an instant ahead of them, and Sorg has to go down the middle. Zenith Esports really slow on driver's right-hand side. There was a big puff of smoke before these guys came up on them, and they had a moment. Yeah, they had a moment coming out of the second deck and managed to recover, albeit going onto the grass to try and to recover it. But my words, that almost took out your race leader, Lorenzo.
And nearly took out the Sorgren Esports car. But fortunately, the number 18 actually just managed good use of the traffic, just puts a needle on the thread, goes into the middle basically of a hypothetical 3 wide, and just closes that in. He opens up the gap. Right now the gap is opening up around 1.5 seconds between him and the Wyvern Racing. There's traffic up ahead. But one of the things that Wyvern was doing really well is making the good use of the ERS. I think he used too much on this lap, just dropped back a little bit, and now has to pick up, save the more ERS for this lap. Let's see if he can launch himself into another good lap.
We'll have to see. Sorgren Sport Esports, though, managing to clear the LMP1 traffic that was coming off of the pit lane, and dealing with traffic of your own class is a slightly different beast here in racing like this, and Wyvern Racing will have to potentially deal with it in the form of Ava Vivatic, but they have to get past an LMP2 car first. That is going to be the iRacing Today Motorsports car, as they've dropped a decent amount of time right now. They're 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2-3 seconds behind your race leader right now. That's how much time that they have lost as a result of hitting the traffic in the wrong way. So falling foul to the same sort of thing that Movano fell foul to on the last lap, and as a result, Movano getting towards the back of that LMP2 car, passes them on the exit of the hairpin. So Tommaso Carla now, he's the driver that did the qualifying laps for Movano, but is his race pace going to be up to par to Marcus Hamilton and, of course, Florian Kruger in that Sorgren Sport Esports car? That is the bigger issue, and they even have one obstacle to get over before they even get to that point, in the form of Wyvern Racing, who've been running very well on the old tyres, David.
Yep, exactly. Think about this for an example, Connery and Lorenzo. Imagine that the LMP1 tyres are good for an hour. The first 45 minutes of the first stint, all good. And then pit, don't take new tyres, just fuel. The first 15 minutes of the next stint, which is where Wyvern Racing are right now, the tyres are still good, but maybe some part through the second stint is where they start really dropping away. That's a possibility. The other thing that could be working for Wyvern Racing is maybe as the tyres wear out, the balance shifts a little bit. And with their setup, on a set of slightly worn tyres, while the total amount of grip isn't as good as with the new set of tyres, maybe it's really working for the balance of their car, as they've got a lot of traffic to get through Dunlop Corner here.
Yep, they have lots and lots and lots of traffic to deal with, and that is basically a theme throughout this race. They'll pass the GTE second place position runner in Alta C Sports as they, on their last stop, did take tyres for their GT effort. So
Wyvern have gotten past that Ava Vivatic car through all that as well.
Yep, they have through all of the lapping procedure, and Wyvern Racing 1.5 second gap towards Movano. And I did just mention it briefly, that's the battle for the GTE race lead. That one's still a big question mark, because in the first set of starts we had Core Sim Racing, who is your current race leading GTE machine, take no tyres, whereas the 3 cars that are currently behind them all took tyres on their last stop. And it looks like right now Core Sim Racing are around about, I would argue, about half a second a lap slower every lap than the cars behind. They're still in the lead right now, but if they're still in the lead by the time the next pit stops come, then that would be arguably a job well done there, Lorenzo.
I think they're gonna lose. If I am to guess, I think they're gonna lose this P1 spot before the pit stops, to be quite honest, because Kimmo Suominen is not being able to put up a good pace. His best lap between this 4-lap gap that he has to the Gialto, the Logitech Gialto Z Sport car is basically a 154.7. Meanwhile, the 154, the number 83 car just did a 154 nearly flat. So he's just way quicker than the 88 car. So I really think if he loses position, it will be in about 5 to 6 laps roughly.
Looks like it'll be around about that point, which will be very late on in the second stint for these GT machines. So of course, in racing, they do have the chance to hold on to the race lead here when it comes to that point, although it will be very difficult on those very old tyres. As I noticed, the track has gotten very dark. We have a little bit of cloud cover to be concerned about here, so this will help with the lap times a little bit here, so we can expect some very quick ones to go up onto the board over the next couple of moments. But Wyvern Racing, they are on the defense from Tommaso Carla, because Carla, he has everything to gain here. There's been an incident ahead of these guys, though, involving some of the GT cars. That is Team Bushwick Racing Pink. That was very slow coming into the Cassia Triangle, very torn up rear spoiler as well. They'll dive immediately down towards the lane, but here comes Movano. ERS in effect. Wyvern Racing trying to squeeze him to the outside of the racing circuit, but the thing is, that is not going to work. Tommaso Carla has made his way through, but is he able to hold it because his GT's ahead? That is going to be a yes, an emphatic yes as well. But I'm wondering what caused all of that palaver into the triangle last time, because we had the what was going to be the Team Bushwick Racing Pink car had a major moment through 130R going up over the curb, slid it straight across the racing circuit, but thankfully for them, did not hit any of the barriers. You'll see the tail end of it right now, but as we cycle things further back, you'll get to see what the problem was, because that curb does not like to be hit in
steering is already not straight at this point here as he goes into 130R, goes a little bit out on that exit curb. There was probably already something wrong with the suspension or the steering a little bit before that, because he didn't make any contact with the wall there, and that rear wing was already rather bent in a few places. So several dramas then for that TBR car.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if anything had happened on the previous lap, and it doesn't seem to be the case. So they've had to deal with that for at least 2 or so laps, and they finally brought it down on the lane because they found the car to be very, very uncontrollable in that state, which is a good decision because you don't want to be risking the meatball flag from either iRacing or from the actual Neo Endurance stewards here. But we're watching the 74 and the 68 here, which is the drivers in question are the Sorgren Sports Esports number 68's machine against the number 74, so that's the SRN Motorsports car. So the 68, just looking at the lap time deltas going either way, but still within coming up to 0.6 of a second. We have a penalty come through. I just have to see who that one's going to be for, because you'll have to get to my protest sheet. But looking at this one, we have a penalty for the car 27. That's going to be a 15-second stop and hold penalty, and sometimes very tough to see these, but number 27 is going to be the UI1 Positive Sim Racing green car that has got themselves a penalty there for avoidable contact. That is with the 96 car, which was the Williamson Jr. black car. So that's the verdict coming through on that particular incident on lap number 24, turn number 5. Penalty has not been served just yet, as we'll stay with this Sorgren Sport Esports and SRN altercation. 7.5 of a second between them at this stage, but we're seeing yet more penalties be handed out here, David, and that is in a way what we want to see, because we don't want to have the behavior get too out of control.
Yeah, exactly. It's always difficult for race organizers because they don't want to have a reputation of you're not allowed to race. Even trying to race someone will attract some kind of penalty. But you also can't become a series with a reputation for allowing poor driving standards. So I think the balance is struck relatively well here in the Neo Endurance series. And obviously, no matter what the stewards end up deciding, not everyone is going to be happy, unfortunately. That's the nature of any kind of competition. But I think it is good that these incidents are reviewed, and I've got a moderate amount of faith in the stewards.
Let me just cue in really quick. There is a very famous saying by one of the most known boxing referees that I know, is that you must be fair, but you must be firm at the same time.
Only a moderate amount of faith, David?
I'm understating it.
We have full faith in the racing stage. What are you on about? Maybe the
Sorry, let me
don't,
retract what I said. I have full faith in the racing stewards, as should everyone.
That's more. But whether the drivers have full faith, that is, I guess, their personal
Depends
opinion.
whether the decisions go the way they wanted it to or not. Isn't that just
exactly.
how it is in any form of racing and any form of competition?
Yeah, exactly. You know, when you have, you know, just a standard traditional sports matches on, of course, one team is going to love the referee's decision and one of them is going to absolutely hate it. The same is the case here on the racing side of things, and SRN Motorsports, again, doing well to manage the gap to the car behind right now of Sorgrand Sport Esports, but as these guys cycle themselves around, we're still a good 20 or more minutes away from these GTE cars coming down towards the lane next time, and that is when you get concerned for Sim Racing GTE's well-being, because they are still hemorrhaging time back to Altus Esports, and Altus, at this rate, will be able to pass them, but by the time that 20 minutes is up, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you need just to hold on for the 20 minutes, as you said. I don't think those 20 minutes will be enough. I think everything will be in the next maybe 10 to 12 minutes. Which would be in the next 6 laps, as I said, 6-7 laps roughly. Well, wait, yeah. No, I'm not wrong. Actually, I'm not wrong. I had a quick math.
Believe in yourself.
Over here. I believe in myself. I nearly had a quick math failure over here. But yeah, in the next 5 laps roughly, they need to hold on just much. But I think the tire jump off is just too much for the quarter Sim Racing GTE car to handle off that pressure from the Logitech G Altus. I don't think they will be able to do it. I have hope because of their skill, but I think car-wise and setup-wise and tire-wise won't be able to.
I don't know about anyone else, but I have full faith in Lorenzo's commentating abilities there. So, I don't know. Maybe
I have some hope. I do hope.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be me. But Talk Freak Racing LMP2 down on towards the lane for your P2 class. And that is going to be one of the first stops. Team Hoisingveld have already made their way in, who's one of the race-leading LMP2 cars, deciding to come down towards lane and get their service done here with 4 hours and 18 minutes remaining. And Race Clutch once again going to go an extra lap or 2 more over the Team Hoisingveld car. So Johan Haaf has done a very good job at extending these stints for the lead of the LMP2 class, and it's getting him the advantage over Team Hoisingveld right now.
Yep. So I was looking somewhere else. Will you repeat that for me?
I was just going over the point that Racet's been doing very well at extending their stints over Team Hoisingveld, and that's really helping them in this battle.
Yep, exactly. So Race Clutch LMP2 and Johan Haaf definitely are stretching that fuel out, and the only way you can really do that in the LMP2 cars is, lifting out a little bit or rolling more speed through the corners, because there's not a whole lot of fuel maps you can do. There's none of that ERS stuff like you've got in the bigger prototypes. So it's just an efficient driving style, and what they might be trying to do is either shorten the length of final splash or cut out a pit stop entirely if they can go to a full hour every time, which I'm not quite sure they can do.
Battle between Altus and Euphoria, though. for P number 3 in GTE. And this one's a pretty interesting one because they're on the exact same strategy. Both took tires on the last stop and both pitted at exactly the same time as well. So nothing to separate these two cars and drivers on that topic. So Salva Talent has really made a good couple of inroads over the past 3 laps. You can see, apart from lap 52, that he's gained 0.6 of a second. Lap 51, you got lap 53 gaining 0.4 of a second. So they're really charging at this point, and both of them are at this point in the race catching your GTE race leader, who's currently on all tires. And you just see him slightly down the road as he disappears out of shot. But these guys might, by the time this GTE stint is done, Lorenzo, they might well make it a three-way battle for the race lead with Core Sim Racing, which it could be a sketchy situation, is a risky situation, but it's just the way that things have fallen.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, basically it's going to be by the end of the stint. Because even though they are, if they battle, they're gonna do slower laps than usual. Oh, there's LMP2. Oh boy, that was a close one between Odox and the Euphoria DriveX racing car. And nearly they touched at the 130R. Euphoria had to let go, loses a little bit of time. If they keep battling like this, just pace battle, and if they do a head-to-head battle, they're still gonna be faster than Core. So they're gonna be closing out tenths by seconds each lap. I think they can still make it out in the final 2 to 3 laps of the stint to make it a 3-way battle.
We'll have to wait a good couple of minutes to see if that is the case. Currently a second between Altus and Euphoria is, again, the battle will be disrupted by the LMP1s trying to make their way through, and through the S's section is one of the toughest points to try to do that. But looking at what is going to be Movano 3 right now, they get boxed in coming through Dunlop. That's just out of shot from where we were watching. But Tommaso Cala, had a bit of a moment, has to go 3 wide under the underpass there as the track crosses over itself. But again, a heart-in-mouth moment for Movano number 3, and they can't be risking too many of those because they're basically putting their race that they've been crafting up into this point in the hands of another team and another driver, which is exactly what you do not want to be doing when you're going for your 4th race win straight, David.
Yeah, exactly. So that Thrustmaster Movano racing car have worked their way past Wyvern Racing, but the gap between them and Porsche Basel by Saw Green Sport Esports has extended through all of that, like I thought it might, with a bit of a traffic between them. What was 3 seconds is now 8 seconds that the number 3 car is away from the lead.
It is. It's a very similar gap to what we had when the LMP1 cars came down on the lane for the first time. So it's still a lot of time for Thrustmaster Movano Racing to make up, but can Tommaso Cala do what Marcus Hamilton was not able to in terms of catching up a 6-second gap? As we'll get that up on your screen for you now. They did lose time over the past couple of laps because they were battling and getting involved in traffic, etc, etc, etc. But now, as they flash the lights, hopefully for them at some point they'll get into some clear air, but that's kind of hard to see at this point in the race because on the track map you can see pretty much everyone is all spread out all over the racing circuit. This is the point in the race where the traffic just comes at you constantly rather than in big clumps, so you can't really get a very representative lap time down all that often, David, because of that fact.
Yeah, precisely. With 55 cars all spread out over the 5.8 kilometers, a prototype 1 will catch some kind of traffic somewhere every lap as there's a Porsche off and the exit of the Spoon Curve there. Not the first time we've seen someone loop it through Spoon Curve.
That's Zenith Esports. Daniel Cueras Amador. Let's have a look at this one. I'll have to cycle a little bit back. That's the tail end of the incident. As it is down towards Spoon Curve, I think it's just a solo car moment on the entry oversteer for the Porsche, and that is, well, kind of what we're used to seeing now, surprisingly, in some of these endurance events. The Porsches, once they get to the end of their stints, they become super, super sketchy on entry to the corners, and it just makes life very difficult. What was spotted?
I spotted the LMP2 spun around at the 130 odd. I think that's the World of Sim Racing team. Yeah, it is them. The front is basically all gone.
World of Sim Racing. Let's have a quick look at that one. It's the number 51. They're still off the circuit. Replay up on screen. They've had a moment through 130R, and this is a big one. This is a huge one. You can just see them hit that barrier on the inside. We'll cycle it back again. They were concerned with a bit of that traffic trying to come through on them. That's involving a couple of your LMP1 race leaders, but then through 130R, car steps out, bam, into the wall. That is huge, absolutely huge. They'll bring it onto the lane under its own power. Didn't have to take the tow somehow, and they'll have a lengthy repair there. At least getting that front clip fixed. But the thing is, that suspension is going to be all messed up as well, Lorenzo.
Yes, that will be at least, if I'm not mistaken, around 30 minutes of repairs. And even though you do those repairs, you're still not going to have a full performance of the car. You're going to have some issues. You're going to underperform a little bit. And especially for a team that was battling around the top 10 of the class. So unfortunately, this kind of crash, the green area catches somebody off again. It unfortunately blows up their whole race.
Exactly, and miraculously, it didn't blow their engine, as of course the engine is in the more secure place, more towards the mid. I think it's the middle of the car for amplitudes, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe David can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but
yep, it's just behind the driver.
Yeah, mid-engine, but
it's a rear engine car,
but not hanging off the back like the Porsche 911. But Altus Esports then looking for the race lead up into GTEs, and this is going to be a struggle for Kimmo Soimanen, the car that we're riding on board with right now. He is on the old tyres late on in a second stint, so how much does he have to try to defend this move? Does he even defend it? That is the bigger issue. Maria Marciano is going to be having all of the advantages here with the grip, with the tyres, with the speed he can take all the way through the corners. He's got 12 laps to try to defend this one at least until the next pit stops. He will park it coming through the S's section. You just see how much grip that Altus Esports car has on the fresher rubber, even though they're coming to the end of the stint themselves. So Maria Marciano then through towards Dunlop, very close up towards the Degnas, but there's a Simatop prototype looking to make their way through. Might just delay this battle another day or give an advantage to one driver or the other. There we go. Simatop Esports by coming through the second Degna. Altus Esports then no opportunity up in towards the hairpin. We've got Luxim trying to make their way through in the prototype as well, and don't forget we have Euphoria on the back of this one for precision as well. So if anything goes wrong in this lapping procedure, then they're there ready to pounce, just a couple of tenths of a second back. But Altus Esports then through Spoon Curve. This is where they're going to have immense grip coming through the middle and exit the corner, but they can't do anything with it, with how Core Sim Racing are taking the racing line through there. But finally, off of Spoon Curve, they will have the draft. They won't have the straight line speed by default in the Porsche, so they have to stay behind in this one a little bit longer than they otherwise would. Down the inside at 130R, forcing the Ford to have to back out and push wide, and that is going to be Euphoria through as well. That is a firm move there for Marciano. He basically put his car in a position where the Ford basically had to back out to save their race, David.
Yeah, exactly. Those tyres for the Core Sim Racing GTE, been on that car since the very start of the race. They're approaching 2 hours of wear around this very technical circuit. You get the replay here, and just a nose towards the inside before the turn in, and you see that around the outside there, Core Sim Racing GTE and Kimmo Soimanen just did not have the grip to defend that one. And so Euphoria DriveX Racing, they have the perfect racing line available to them, so they follow right on through, and first to third in one corner for that Ford GT.
Also, but David, if you even had the grip, would you defend?
I think if you were on the same strategy with the same tyres, you very well could hold some speed around the outside, which would become the inside to the braking for the Casio triangle. But with more than an hour difference of tyre wear between the two of them, I think Kimmo Suominen knew the situation he was in and was thinking how far away they are from their next pit stop where they'll be able to fit a set of new tyres.
Yeah, and you know, they played the strategy card very early on with taking that very early double stint here in this one. Whether it's paid off, that still remains the big question. How much more time are they going to lose over the next 6 minutes or so? These GT cars can, if they so want, pit every hour on the hour. Some like to push it just a little bit further, but you know, once that time at the top left ticks down to 4 hours, you know that of course in racing the pit lane window is going to be open for them. We've got the MSI esports that's closing in as well, so that's another thing that Course Sim Racing has to be concerned about. And you know, I think at this stage they are going to wait for that 4 hour mark and immediately they'll dive in here, Blinder.
Yeah, they need to switch tires and then pick up the pace again. I think this double stint strategy, especially for the second hour, didn't work. It could have been a test, you know. Let's test it out. Let's see if the double timing works. This double stinting works. And it did if we are to look into a retrospective of the entire race. I think they set themselves within a good spot for the top 5. But if they wanted to win, I think they need to reset their strategy. Basically, set them on where do we put the tires properly. I think if we do a double stint thus far, let's do only 2 double stints, maybe going to the final hour, just put tires in and just let it go all out. I think for now wasn't the proper strategy.
I don't think it was, and you know, with the other battles that we have going on, we do have Altus versus Euphoria, and Euphoria have really come alive in this second stint with Salvatore behind the wheel. He has been in the car for the entirety of the race and he's had a relatively quiet first stint, but finally he's managing to find his rhythm and find his speed, and now he has a potential challenge for the race for the race lead, on the cards. Odox Motorsports going side by side though, through towards what is the S's section there. I have to wonder who that actually was. That was the S2V racing car that they went side by side with, an S2V. Well, 16 seconds on lap 58 now, which is a little bit of an anomaly for them. Maybe they've had an issue on that particular lap, but either way, they were side by side with Odox Motorsports, and Odox did manage to get through on them. So S2V is a horrible start to the lap. P1 battle. Let's go.
I think I have one of the GT cars spinning and hitting the barrier at the 130R. I'm trying to just see who's the car. It is
Red Torrent.
Yeah.
So we are watching that replay of Torrent Motorsports right now, Lorenzo.
Yeah, here we go. Unfortunately, the Positive Sim Racing car, the green car, unfortunately had a little bit of an issue and was too slow going into the 130R, caught up the GT off bar, and they had to go outside and catching that killer green area and the curb itself, and then just gone into the barrier.
Yeah, that was Positive Sim Racing Green slow on the inside of 130R, and that was because of an incident earlier on with F4H just completely running straight into the back of them. Had a full view of that all the way, and then this happened. Watch this, flashing lights, bam, into the Armco barrier, and then there's nothing the GT car can do behind. Tries to avoid it and successfully does, but loses traction on the exit off the corner. So that was a really, really weird incident there, and F4H, I'm not sure what they were doing. They must have just been caught napping, David.
That happens sometimes, particularly with what the closing speeds ended up being, is that F4H were closing in very quickly on the Positive Sim Racing car that was on the racing line. So at the same time that F4H have decided to move towards the inside, the other car has decided to move offline. And it's sort of like when you're walking towards someone in a hallway and you both step the same way to try and avoid each other, and it's a little bit awkward. It's like that, except a lot faster and with a lot more expensive damage.
Oh my god, I've never thought about it that way before. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I've had my fair share of those cringeworthy moments where we've stepped the same way to try and avoid. So, oh well, that's very, very relatable. But meanwhile, as well as this battle between TNT and Talk Freak that's on your screen right now, your battle for the overall race lead, that is within half a second, because Sorenspo Esports have had a terrible last couple of laps and it has drawn Movano back in, and finally they're right on the back of their competitors for the first time in what seems like a very, very long time since the opening couple of laps of this race. And now Tommaso Carla, he has the carrot on the stick in front of him. You can see him gaining, on the order of seconds over the past couple of laps, and now he's in a position to take this race lead back for Movano after starting in pole position, very close up towards the hairpin. And there's going to be no traffic ahead that's going to get involved just yet. There might be one couple coming down into 130R next time, but that is the only issue that these guys are going to have to deal with potentially. But this is now game on now for P number 1 in LMP1, Lorenzo.
Absolutely. One of the things we have to consider also is actually the last lap of Tommaso, if we are to compare both laps done by Florian Kruger and Tommaso Carla. Florian just did a 142.5, meanwhile Tommaso did a 147, nearly 2 seconds shaved out in the last lap. Of course, we have to blame traffic for this one. But either way, the overall pace of Tommaso Carla is just overpowers totally the Porsche Basel by Sorenspo Esports number 18 car. So I do believe if Florian doesn't put the floor down, that car, that Porsche, he's not going to be able to make it to the end of the stint in first place.
It would be the ideal situation that they'll be in P number 1 when they hit the lane, but looks rather unlikely when they get caught up in traffic like this, because SRN have to take avoiding action to avoid hitting the prototype on the inside. You can see how desperate Kruger is to try to keep this P number 1 with a fantastic run from Ivano up through Dunlop, very close up towards the first Degner, but it's not really an overtaking spot coming through here, as Carla will just have to stay behind as they head under the bridge and up and towards the hairpin for the 72nd time in this event. We're getting into the final 4 hours now, 30 seconds into that as it stands on the time. And Movano, again, the plan could just be get that run out of the spoon curve and use that overtake button if you have anything left in the batteries. But the thing is, Sorenspo Esports will be well aware of that and may have saved their own ERS for this exact moment as well. The run up towards 130R then, Movano closing massively up to here, but they're a bit too far back off of Spoon to challenge into 130R, but into the triangle they will not decide to go for it just yet. They'll go very deep regardless, trying to get as many tenths of a second gains as possible into there, and then look off of the final corner for the position in towards turn 1. Here comes the run from Ivano, but it's replied by Sorenspo Esports as Ivano again looks to the inside, but not brave enough to dive their way down in just yet. Go on, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and also just one thing, if Tommaso Carla doesn't make a move right now, just to keep on this battle, it's gonna open up for a three-way battle for the lead, because Wyvern's not far behind. He actually got cut off by one GTE car right now into the S's, but he was actually 1 second closer to both cars. So if he were engaged in a battle like this, it could have been troublesome for both Trustmaster Movano and the Sorenspo Esports cars.
Could well be. And Wyvern, this is a monster stint from Cyandra right now. Absolutely brilliant stuff, bringing things to 1.6 seconds behind your dueling race leaders right now. And because of the very fact that these guys are dueling, might just slow them down and bring Wyvern into this battle to make it the three-way battle that you described. Around the outside of the Luxim car they will go. And Ivano, they're not going to be as close as they were last time into towards the spoon curve, but if they can get a better exit, they can set themselves up a lot more favourably towards 130R. But the thing is, they don't get the run off the corner. They took a little bit too much out of entry, compromised their exit speed, and exit speed is all you need when you're coming down the back straight here into 130R. So maybe a bit of a change of strategy needed for Carla coming through that section, David.
Yeah, exactly. That final section of Spoon Corner, very, very difficult. A little bit off camber, long corner. You can not be sure quite which apex you want to take, when to pick up the power. But Tommaso Carla's still there, and definitely giving Florian Kruger something to think about as a Ford GT comes out of the pit lane right in front of them, one of the SRN Motorsports cars.
Yes, exactly, and that stacks up the battle a little bit. We've got Euphoria down on towards the lane for the P2 in GTE, so that's one to keep an eye on as well. But Suzuka Rennsport Esports definitely on the defense at this stage, as Tommaso Carla, he's had a couple of moments and a couple of opportunities already, but still is the car behind right now, and with more traffic ahead, this might spoil it one way or the other. Down towards the right-hand side of Team 85 they'll go, and the inside for Movano instead to try and get past that traffic, as the Suzuka Rennsport Esports car will come out on top in terms of that dealing with the traffic moment, but there's still yet more and more and more that they'll have to deal with, and they can't rely on it turning out in their favor every single time, because right now, for example, they're stuck in the thick of it, and Movano are right back onto the back of them up through the exit of Spoon Clear. So that is how traffic can do it, and traffic can take it away as well if you're Suzuka Rennsport Esports, as this battle continues to 130R.
Yeah, and a bit more of an LMP2 battle in front of them, bit more traffic. So that's the Apex Racing and I think World of Sim Racing. So two prototype battles happening all together on screen here. And Florian Kruger won't be the least bit interested though. He just wants to get through this, as he has to go left, has to go right, dives between. Tommaso Carla has to do the same. Now Torque Freak Racing Porsche GTE ahead of them. They clear that, and Tommaso Carla through all of this is right there, but cannot get past just yet.
And Wyvern Racing all the while are closing in. So just as I mentioned it, Wyvern Racing heavy into the wall with the lap traffic they were trying to get past, and that was Torque Freak Racing moving over, and Wyvern Racing were already committed to their line coming into the S's section. So the number 25 has had a massive moment there with the lap traffic, as we'll continue watching the battle, but still, oh my word, that is big in terms of your podium positions. Hopefully we'll be able to get the replay of the Wyvern Racing incident just very quickly up on screen, because that was a big one in terms of a potential battle for this race lead. I'll give the cue if the guys at the front go side by side, but Wyvern Racing, you can see the end of it there as they come down in towards turn number 1. It's going to be on the exit of turn number 2 is where this incident is going to happen with the lap traffic. You see Torque Freak and then GT effort just come across and then force the prototype off the track there. Both of them hit the barrier at quite a speed, but back to the live pictures, because Carla is on the back once again, and you know, it's the famous Murrayism here, Lorenzo. It's the whole, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass situation. It's a phrase that we like to abuse, and both of them on the lane at the same time as well. So this is now a battle of the pit crews instead of a battle between the drivers.
Absolutely, and now we're going to see the strategy for both Trustmaster Movano and the Suzuka Rennsport Esports car. I really am interested to see if both are going to take tires on this pit stop, or if there will be any driver swaps. I think there won't be any in terms of these cars, both fuel and tires for both cars, so let's see what they're going to do.
Exactly, both of them stationary in their boxes, both of them going to keep the drivers already in their cars behind the wheel. So the second stint for both Tommaso Carla and Florian Kruger here, as those times will take up and up and up. The stop times are already about 23 seconds for Carla. They'll both go up on the jacks and both take tires, so there's the whole potential of them coming out very close together, same as when they went in together as well. Movano Racing 4 gets himself off and away off the lane. MSI Esports looking to try to challenge in towards turn number 1 for their particular battle, but look at these guys off the lane together. Movano Racing, though, are going to be the car ahead and the car that gets the jump. That is very well done there from Movano, David.
Yep, 1.2 seconds less on the pit stop time, and that's all it took for Tommaso Carla to grab the class lead and the overall race lead. That could be anything from he just saved a little bit more fuel through the previous stint, or maybe he decided against a windshield tear-off, all manner of possibilities, or tiny short fuel, but that's all it takes, track position, and now look at all this space he's got to play with.
Yeah, exactly. It's a breath of fresh air for the front of the prototype field as they finally get themselves in a clear piece of track to work with without much traffic, although Ivana will eventually come up onto these GT cars, but the thing is he caught them in the right place so he can get themselves dealt with coming up on the run up to Spoon Curve. This must be an absolutely fantastic break from the frantic traffic lapping that they've been doing over the past couple of laps, but that is going to put a pause on the battle for the race lead just for this moment. It just gives us a little bit of time to sum up what else has happened while that battle has been going on, because in GTs, well, they're in the middle of a pit stop cycle right now, so there's not much to say about these guys. And Core Sim Racing, I believe, just checking my timing, they have come down towards the lane and they did take tires. Of course, they're not going to go for the triple stint strategy at this stage. That would be absolutely ridiculous, but Altus Esports now will inherit the race lead as Triton Racing are down on towards the lane. So as it stands, Altus Esports lead from Euphoria, but that gap is very close together indeed. So expect a battle potentially for the race lead in GTE in the not too distant future. Meanwhile, though, in LMP2, just having a look at this one, there has been some double stinting strategies going on in this field, but right now it's Inertia Sim Racing Corsac leading the way from TNT Racing and Torque Freak Racing LMP2 as well. So that is how things are looking like in your LMP2 class. We have Race Clutch, which have dropped down the order somewhat, down into P number 7 out there on circuit. They're currently involved in a battle with the likes of IRDK Endurance there in bottom end of your top 10 in LMP2. So what was a fantastic start for the race, for Race Clutch with their first stint going relatively well, coming down on towards the lane P number 2. This the second and third stint, that hasn't quite gone as well.
Unfortunately, it hasn't gone in the way of Johan Hart and the Race Clutch. If I do remember correctly, they had some big damage in the front end of their car and they had to repair because they were losing a lot of time compared to the other LMP2s. I think they were involved in the crash from maybe with a GTE car, if I do recall correctly, for Johan Hart. So now they're gonna have to scrap all the race all back together and try to get into a top 5 position maybe.
Oh, we've had an incident in turn 1. I'm just waiting for the number to come up because it's quite crowded on my track map, but the number 36 has had themselves a couple of issues. That's Diogo Melro behind the wheel of the Team Mad Machine that has had a crash down at turn number 2, and it's with the Movano Racing number 4 car, not your race leading Movano car, but their sister machine through turn number 1 and 2. There's no contact between these two guys, but you can just see how one mistake leads on to another. Movano down the inside, get themselves their own big moment, and then Team Mad do exactly the same. That's just that's one of those weird instances where you see a car go off ahead and you're just so tunnel vision, David, that you just join them.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to be in the cockpit of that LMP2 when you've got that car sweeps past you and then right in front of you, you see them doing a near 90-degree drift and you've got nowhere to go. So just in trying to react, they've also had a similar slide, and that's just how it is.
It is how it is, as we've had a 30-second stop and hold penalty for the number 35 car, which happened a decent while ago, so it has been served. But as for that number 45 turn 1, this is Team Huizenfeld, which was one of your race leading, one of your race leading LMP2 prototypes. So that is a bit of a concern. They were involved with the number 76 machine, which was the Team Bushwick Racing pink car, and it's not gone too well for Ronnie Fantini. We're actually still on the replay for this one, so maybe we'll just be able to catch it, as in fact we won't. We'll go back to the live pictures as the penalty has been saved by Ronnie Fantini, but a 30-second stop and hold, Lorenzo, that is a a lot of time to be waiting on the lane. It's equivalent to about 1/3 of a lap here at Suzuka, that you're just sitting on the pit lane waiting for that penalty to be served.
Yes, and if we are to look, not only you waste 30 seconds in the pits, if we are to count the pits itself, it's basically half a lap. So you're gonna be a lap down basically a lap down no matter what. If your gap is really close, really far, unless it's really close to somebody else into the leaders of something of the sort, maybe you're not going to be a lap down. But compared to the rest of the field, for a mid-pack or something of the sort, that's one lap down. That's really bad. That's something you really don't want to get at this point in the race.
Yeah, exactly. As we're watching the Odox Motorsports LMP1 car just work their way around right now, dealing with the traffic of Team 84 in quite admirable fashion. Is looking at elsewhere in the field, because in this LMP2 field especially has been chopping and changing while we've been talking about other battles out there on circuit, because Inertia Sim Racing got themselves to P1 as a result of issues befalling Race Clutch, and Team Heusingfeld as well dropping back through the order. So they've done really well there to get themselves up into that position. So the Finnish sim racing team, the Bloom Fox, is their logo, and we make this joke every time, David, but unfortunately for many people, there's no shout out to Megan Fox on that car anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but if she wasn't bringing them any joy, it was time to cut her out. And it's in the end, I think it's the best decision for both of them.
Yeah, it might just be. And maybe it's the new iRacing paint policy. They didn't get permission from Megan Fox to put her name on the car, so that's the reason why they had to remove it. Surely.
We can joke, but people will take that too seriously, unfortunately.
They will. But by the way, yes, we iRacing are enforcing their paint policy for races such as these on the iRacing Esports Network. So if you want to join an official race like we have for the Race Sport TV Friday primetime races, then you do.
And also the Daytona 24 coming up.
Oh yeah, that's a good reminder as well. If you have a chance of being in the top split for the Daytona 24 hour, then there is a link that you can go to and submit your paint for that. It's going to be, I know for a fact it's on the Race Sport TV Facebook page, but if someone can post that in the chat as well, that would be absolutely fantastic. It will be posted tomorrow in the special event forum, so if you do want to have your paint showed up on top split of the 24-hour Daytona broadcast, then that is going to be a place to have a look and try and get that sorted, because of course you want to be turning up in your full colors for a race as big as that. Please your sponsors on the car and get everything approved. Go on.
You gotta wear the special dress.
The special dress. Your Sunday best. There we go.
Yes.
That's what you have to wear.
Daytona prom, make sure to dress to impress.
Yeah, exactly.
Connery, will you go to Daytona with me?
I will.
Oh boy.
I will. It's fine.
That's beautiful.
No one else has asked me, so I guess this is the last resort, right?
That's the best compliment I've ever received. Well, no one else has asked me, so.
Oh, I mean, the people that haven't been asked, they all go together. But I don't even know what's going on anymore. But back to the racing out there. Team 85 trying to chase down Forge Basel by Silver Sport Esports, but this time in GT effort, as their LMP1 effort has been doing a lot better in terms of their race, but still a top 10 for their GT effort isn't too shabby at all. But the thing is, it is coming under threat from Team 85. Gregory Hansen behind the wheel of that particular car, gaining a good couple of tenths of a second on that last lap. So, if that trend does continue here, then this one might be dealt with in rather rapid fashion, Lorenzo.
Yes, it might be done in rapid fashion right now. Christopher Dimby is not being able to put up some good laps. His best lap around these three last was 156.3. Meanwhile, Team 85 is constantly doing 155s all around from 155s medium to high. So Gregory Hansen has all time needed, if anything but, of course, I don't want to do any commentators first, that I actually made that overtaking against the GTE car of the Basel by Silver Esports 68 car.
let's have a look at some of the action going down the pit straight right now, because there's a bit of lapping procedure going down there. But the one thing that's really piquing my interest right now is the battle for the GTE lead, because Euphoria, they didn't have a very representative qualifying, it has to be said. Started a good couple of rows back, but in these first couple of stints, they have really gotten the hard work out there on track. It's Juan Segura behind the wheel of that machine at this moment in time, but it has been Salvatore since the start of the race that put them in this position. So the job for Segura here is just to continue on, or attempt to continue on, the work of Salvatore, and he's doing a pretty good job of it so far. He's keeping that Altus Esports car very honest at the front of the field. Let's see what the lap times are like, because Altus did lose a lot of time on that last lap, a 155 flat compared to Euphoria, who lost even more time of a 155 too. So things end up equaling out in that respect, but this is getting pretty close now, and I'm optimistic to see where this battle might lead, David.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously a driver swap already for Euphoria Drive X Racing. Simona Maria Marcheno still behind the wheel of that Logitech G Altus Esports, but at some point he'll hand that Porsche over to Yannick Lapchin, and we'll see what I guess how the match then stacks up between Lapchin and Segura. I think both of those cars, both of those teams have got driver pairings that are pretty well equally matched. I think expect this battle to continue for quite some time.
Battle in LMP1 though, P number 4 in that particular class, because MSI Esports is going to get a little bit of trouble with the traffic through Spoon, allows SimRC to be able to challenge the MSI Esports LMP1 machine, not the GT machine. Hugo, let's get this switched. But it's fine. It's easily confused. But number 13 car versus the number 7 car is going to be the order of the day. And MSI, they've done a good job to get themselves up into P number 4 after starting 11th. But SimRC, they're looking to gain their qualifying position back. They started in 4th, running in 5th right now, and the ERS is going to be used out of the final corner, but it'll be replied with by MSI Esports, so the stalemate will continue down the pit straight here. 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second before they hit the brakes into the turns 1 and 2. And now SimRC.de Emeralds, they do look to have the overall pace over MSI Esports here, but we've seen some very good defensive driving so far already today. It's just a case of, can MSI continue on that particular trend, Lorenzo?
Yeah, MSI just needs to continue on that defensive trend. So far, their defensive drive has been very efficient if you are to compare against SimRC, as we have a car that's Inertia Sim Racing Corsac going off on Dagner, as he just rejoined the track safely, and both cars made it out alive, made it out no problem. And now SimRC, what Simon Grossman just needs to do is that traditional thing: set up the spoon, go down into the downhill, prepare yourself to the 130R, and then I don't believe he's gonna be able to do that kind of maneuver right now, as he goes way off into spoon right now. But if he is able to do it, if he uses the ERS properly, he's gonna set himself for another lap in the front straight for another pass, another overtake.
On the run through 130R, they'll go. SimRC looking for the outbreaking move, perhaps? Nope, just going to stick behind. We haven't seen all that many moves like that so far this race. I am very surprised, because it is one of the main other overtaking opportunities otherwise, but it seems like some of these LMP1s prefer to save their ERS for the pit straight run. But the thing is, MSI Esports going to have this one defended into turn 1 and keep SimRC Emerald behind, so it seems like it's pretty tough for some of these LMP1 cars to get themselves past their competitors, but that might be more due to the fact that these guys are so close in terms of pace anyway, if qualifying is anything to go by. Simon Grossman behind the wheel of the SimRC car, just trying to get anything over that MSI Esports car. And of course, Simon Grossman, of course, the one of the developers of ATVO, which is the graphics package and system that we use here on RaceSpot TV. So thank you very much to him for that. But the thing is, you have another job to do. That's get past MSI, David.
Yeah, exactly. It's amazing how the shoe can be on the other foot. Last stint, it was the Sim RCDE Emerald car with old tyres having to defend. Now, they've got a brand new set on, and it's MSI Esports Victor Lobato Lopez. The old tyres trying to place the car cleverly, trying to be patient and get good corner exit to defend that position. But you can tell in a few places, particularly I think the first sector, a lot of high-speed direction changes. That's where a new set of tyres for the SimRC.de Emerald car really helps them. And they thinks about a move on the brakes into Casio triangle, Casio chicane, but can't quite do it that time, but he definitely looked. MSI Esports number 13 had him covered, but pressure is on for fourth place in the LMP1 class.
Again, defensive use of the ERS for MSI Esports. They've been doing it so well over the past couple of laps that they have been challenged by SimRC.de, and they'll get impeded through the exit section by this GT car just parked in the middle of the road. That's the Williams Jim Jr. Esports car, who's under no obligation to just simply let these guys by. He can run his own racing line, no problems, but it's going to cause a little bit of an issue for some of the cars behind. But SimRC, again, they've got themselves into the same sort of situation as we've seen many of these LMP1 cars get into, as that is also an issue that some of them have been having coming through the first and second Degners. SMRC off the track, have to try to recover, and it's the curse of the entry curb to the second Degner there. You can argue there, Lorenzo. That's unsettled one too many cars so far this race already.
Yes, because that curve is a little bit tricky, because if you go slightly, your car is basically going to do the same thing as a skateboard would do, like when grinding to a rail. Basically going to be set, your car is going to be slightly offset, so the slightest amount of throttle and drive and steering input that you do is going to offset the car a little bit to the outside or to the inside, so you need to be very, very cautious attention for you to drive that car properly and just leave it out straight to the exit of the curve. Otherwise, your car is just going to have a little visit to the walls.
Comes to that point in the race where we start to think about taking a break, and that's the luxury that we get up here in the commentary booth, not so much for some of the drivers out there on circuit. Team Camara and Virtual Motorsports side will look to get very close up towards 30R, but still 4.5 tenths of a second between those guys right now, with Virtual Motorsports being the car behind. And I guess this lines up well to where we take our break, because we can go on board with that Virtual Motorsports car with the only Audi in the entire LMP1 field. It's Neo Endurance tradition at this point to go on board with them. RaceSpot TV fan immersion with Virtual Motorsports and the best name in sim racing, Michael Stoll. laps on board with the only Audi in the LMP1 field. That's Virtual Motorsports with Michael Storm piloting as we get ourselves towards the final 3 hours and 30 minutes of this, the Neo Endurance Series. 6 hours of Suzuka here, presented by Racesport TV, live on the iRacing eSports Network. We're getting into the point in the morning now where the track temperatures rising, ever rising. They started at around about 19 to 20 degrees Celsius. Now it's up to 26 degrees as that sun gets higher in the sky. Don't forget to subscribe to us here on the iRacing eSports Network if you want to see more races from us here at Racesport and our other broadcasting partners as well, the likes of GSRC. You've got SimSpeed TV, LSR TV, all getting themselves involved. Apex Racing TV as well. I'm probably missing someone out, but it's all here on the iRacing eSports Network. And let's have a little bit of a rundown of your top 8 in each class here. That'll be a good thing to go through. Right now in LMP1, it is Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing leading the way from Porsche Basel by Sorg Rennsport Esports. But the thing is, those two guys have been keeping each other honest throughout this race, so that battle definitely is not done yet. Wyvern Racing having a massive incident that, should have dropped them back through the field further down than third, but the thing is, the rest of the prototypes have had themselves various issues as well, so it's not a devastating moment for Wyvern Racing as they're back out there on the racing circuit, still in a podium position. MSI Esports P number 4 with SimRC in P5, Nirvana Racing the P number 6, and Team Chimera with Virtual Motorsports in P number 8. Then you look back to your LMP2 field. Inertia Sim Racing are leading the way by 1.1 seconds over TNT Racing. Torque Freak Racing 8 seconds behind in P3 with Race Clutch with early issues, as seems to be the case every single race. Running in P number 4. There's a car off ahead of them I just spotted there. We'll talk about that one in just a little bit. Ava Vavatic P5 with IRDK Endurance P6. Team Hoisingveld also earlier issues. They were a front-running LMP2 car, but they've been put all the way back into P number 7 with Road Bastards, rounding out your top 8 as Hoisingveld head their way onto the lane. Then you go to your GTE field because Altus Esports leading the way in that one with MSI Esports there, 3.5 seconds behind. Euphoria DriveX Racing have been inside the top 3 for a while. They'll round out the top 3 with Court Sim Racing after our optimistic double stint at the start of the race. Down in P number 4 is where they're at. Triton Racing P5 with Williams Gym Esports P6, Odox P7, and Team 85 will round out your top 8 positions. So, big stories in this race so far have been the leaders falling off the pace, and well, not falling off the pace, but having troubles early on in your race. For LMP2, Race Clutch, though, are the ones that are flying out there on circuit. Even though they had trouble earlier on, they are still on pace to get a fantastic finish out of this race, which is so desperately needed for that Race Clutch team with 0 points, David, coming into this.
Yeah, exactly. First 3 rounds of the series, all DNFs, all a big fat 0. They need to get something, and they are really hoping it's a solid haul of points. And in the LMP2s on their way to potentially a solid haul of points is Inertia Sim Racing and TNT Racing. Robert Tinsley's been closing up that lead a little bit on those sim racing foxes.
Yes, they are down to within half a second now on the relative time, and things starting to get a little bit worrying for the Flying Finns at the front of the field. Jonas Vastamaki behind the wheel of the 59, chased down by Robert Tinsley for TNT Racing, and this is where that TNT Racing car, they need a little bit more. They've been catching over the past couple of laps, but they need more of an edge to get themselves past the Blue Foxes through the Spoon Curve. And on the exit, that's where you want to gain all the time, because it sets you up for the run through 130R. But this is all down to the timing. They will close up, but will they be too close into 130R? They'll have to lift out the throttle and then look maybe into the triangle. Around the outside is teased with by Robert Tinsey, but decides not to commit as they both take different lines through the Cassia Triangle. As a result, TNT, that was a late decision there. Oh my word.
That was Hamilton mode.
Yeah.
And I hope it doesn't attract a penalty, because there are some circuits where diving too late to the pit entry road will get you a unsafe pit entry penalty. I think here at Suzuka that might just be okay, but no doubt we'll keep an eye on the pit stop times and this replay, that very, very late call to dive onto the pit road. Oh, fantastic little slow-mo. Is it all four wheels in the grass? Almost it is.
The only note about pit entry that I see in the driver's briefing is pit entry is after the turn 17 on driver's right. If you're in traffic and need to pit, make sure your intentions are clear when coming out of the chicane. And there's nothing about crossing the grass and crossing the white lines there, so they might just leave that up to the iRacing system to penalize. So again, a very, very interesting situation. Not sure if the Neo stewards are going to be looking at that one. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they look at just to say, you know, just to set a precedent. But again, that's you know, white lines, track limits. You know, they have to be abided by, and on the pit entry as well, since it is part of the racetrack. It's a questionable situation, and it was a late move, very late move, and as quite rightly pointed out, like Lewis Hamilton in the previous Formula 1 season. So we'll see what comes out of this one, David.
Yeah, precisely. Keeping a really quick eye on their pit stop time. They're back out there. We've got this battle going on. That's deep on the brakes towards the inside. Does get it turned. Does that, I believe that's a Positive Sim Racing car right behind Apex Sim Racing as well. So this is a battle for 11th place. Daniel Benefield, my fellow Queenslander, has just gotten his way past Sam Gunston, and now he's going to grab Alex Marshall and Apex Racing UK's HPD as well. Early in the morning for him, but he's out there with motivation.
Two passes in quick succession for Daniel Benefield as he'll work his way up through the field in his Positive Sim Racing HPD through the first sector. So fantastic stuff. Wasting no time getting stuck behind both the Apex car and the iRacing Day Motorsports car. Just came up on them like a rate of knots, and then didn't get stuck behind and able to deal with them very, very quickly, which leaves which is a huge benefit, because the last thing you want is just to get stuck in a battle like that, as we have seen a good couple of teams get themselves into over the course of this race. But we're looking at a potential P3 battle in GTE right now, because Core Sim Racing are really closing up on Euphoria DriveX Racing, and now is the case of Yannick Kiru and Core Sim Racing. They have fresh tyres now. They can actually try to actively go for these moves and actively defend as well, and they don't have to be worrying about those tyres surviving another stint if they decide to just pit for tyres every single time from this point forward, David.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously last pit stop was a driver change for Core Sim Racing GTE. Kimi Suominen out, Yannick Kiru in. Both very competent drivers, and now Yannick Kiru is showing what he's made of, closing up for third position. And through some of this, MSI Esports have got second place in that class, but you see the gap now for third place now under 1 second. Ford GT looking rather well balanced through the S's here. Doesn't like the curbs as much, but these sort of flowing corners, it's looking very well balanced, and he's closed up 2-3 tenths just through the first sector.
He very much has, and there's a battle further back in GTEs to be looking at as well. P number 7 So the battles are starting to happen in this particular class. Odox versus Team 85 is the battle that's further back, and Team 85 with Gregory Tansen is the car that's closing in on Odox and Christian Manzano there in 73. So a couple of battles in GTEs is what we like to see. And now looking to the one that's in the front, that is the P number 3 battle. That is getting closer by the minutes because Core Sim Racing are taking chunks of time out of Euphoria Sim Racing right now. A good couple of tenths of a second on that last lap, as they've done for the past couple of laps as well. So Euphoria are in trouble, and arguably Odox are in trouble as well from behind here. So it's going to be very interesting to see who comes out on top in these two battles out there on track. So Lorenzo, who's your pick for each of these battles, I guess?
If I'm to look over Core and Euphoria, I'm going to pick Core every single day of the week. And right now, every single day of the week, I'm going to pick Core because Yannick Kuru is just having a better pace, making much better use of the tires that he has than new fresh rubber that he has in the 4DT. He just make good use of it. And further back, I got my pick on Team 85. Gregory Tenson is doing such an amazing stint for that Porsche RSR 911 that I can see maybe a top 5, a potential hypothetical top 5 down the line for this team if they keep going like this.
Yeah, definitely on the cards, but the thing is, the Odox Motorsports car is a big obstacle for them at this moment in time, and again, they took time out on the last lap and have the draft down towards 130R this time. And will we see the setup move that I've been talking about oh so often, but no one's been able to pull off so far? The answer to that is obviously going to be no. It is a pretty high-risk move to do, so I understand why they're not going for it at this stage in the race, getting towards halfway through this event as they'll go down the pit straight. But stalemate in both of these battles at this moment in time. Team 85, making inroads, but not being too close to be able to have any opportunities at any of these braking zones. But meanwhile, Euphoria and Core Sim Racing, they are still pretty close as well out there on circuit. So it's just a matter of time now, David, before these guys decide to have a little bit of a scrap.
Yeah, precisely. Look at those differing lines through the first sector. There is so many of them through that bit here, and here they get all the way to the right-hand. What do you see, Lorenzo?
Big crash between Euphoria and Core Sim Racing. Big crash. Euphoria just gets the worst of it.
Oh, let's have a look. Euphoria and Core. What has happened between these two guys? They will get the replay up on screen for you now. It's a huge smash through 130R through the exit. We'll have a look at it on our screens. You'll see Euphoria have a little bit of a loose moment coming off the corner, and Core Sim Racing no time to react, straight into the back, and that is a huge smash for Juan Segara in that Euphoria Drive X Racing machine. And there's a decent amount of damage to that Core Sim Racing car as well that they'll have to deal with, but there's no way in the world you can react to something like that quickly, David. I'm not surprised that Kiru ran into the back.
Yeah, so obviously the Odox Motorsports car had to miss the apex just a little bit as the P2 car came through. That's given them offline a bit of a wiggle, and when the car in front is wiggling like that, when you're Core Sim Racing, you have no idea which direction they're going to go, so they just slowed down a little bit, held the racing line, and unfortunately Odox Motorsports car wiggled back in front of them, got lifted right off the ground. Bit of a wedge is the nose of that Ford GTE, and pretty significant contact with the barriers, but they are still going, and it looks like most of the damage is at that rear diffuser. The rear wing looks fine, most of the panels are okay. So for how violent that accident was, I think Core Sim Racing and Euphoria Drive X Racing both very lucky to get away with not too much damage, and definitely not race-ending damage.
Yeah, that's the important thing. You can come down and get some of that damage repaired and then get back out there and try and recover some points. Meanwhile, we have had Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sport Esports come down in, so Mike Nürnberg getting back behind the wheel of what was, for a stint or two the race leading LMP1 car. They'll get themselves stuck behind the Apex Racing UK car just momentarily before they finally manage to make their way by. But we've still got the 73 and the 85 battle to be concerned about as well, because Odox Motorsports versus Team 85. It is spread out just a little bit right now because of everyone trying to come through on them. Gets up to 8.5 tenths of a second, but these guys now are your only GT battle left for the foreseeable future here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, right now it's the only battle that we see, and Gregory Timpson is just making good use of every single turn possible. Every lap that he's doing is actually closing down that gap, but Odox, props to them because they're not letting the Team 85 car just be in a very good position to make an overtake. They are actually on pace, even though they are 2 laps ahead in terms of their stint. They're not giving Team 85 any edge to close down and engage in the proper battle. Use draft, go into turns, door to door. So right now, what Christian Manzano needs to do is just keep at it for a few more laps. Maybe if he can keep for 8 more laps, he's going to be in a comfortable position when heading to the pits.
Seems to be the case. Gap up to 1 1/3 seconds there on the relative timing. So that gap is just starting to get away from Gregory Tansen. So it's not the ideal situation. But looking back to LMP1s though, because we've just had Livano 3 come down in. That was your race leading LMP1 car, and they've come out behind Wyvern Racing here because Wyvern have not had their stop just yet. And again, it's going to be a similar situation of they don't have to let Livano bar easily here because it is a battle for position despite them being late on in the stint and Livano being early on in their stint. It's just a case of how much do you want to risk your race, trying to impede another car. But as things stand, just looking at the times, if my actual timing screen would comply with me, that would be absolutely fantastic. But the thing is, I'm just spotting this because it was a very, very, very slow stop from Porsche Basel by Sorgren Sport Esports. It was a 1 minute stationary on the lane, which isn't a pit stop time that we used to see.
Speeding on pit lane, potentially?
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. I'm just cycling myself back to see their pit lane entry here to see if they did go fast on towards the lane, and we'll get the answer in just a couple of moments time before I get myself sorted. It's 60 kilometers an hour is the speed down on towards the lane here, and does he manage to get it slowed down before the green cones? He does. So interesting, very, very interesting. I don't think they've been served a penalty either, so that was just a really, really slow stop from Sorgren Sport Esports. And of course they did have a driver change in amongst that. That could be some of it, but up towards a minute, I don't think it's going to cause it to go above a minute. So they must have had something slow somewhere else, David.
Yeah, I don't think they'd picked up any damage or anything that needed repairing. I'm not quite sure what happened to them, but thankfully that's still a shorter pit lane time than Wyvern Racing had to do last time to change their front clip.
Yeah, it is. So potential issues for Sorgren Sport Esports. Hopefully they've got them sorted because they are back out there on circuit after their extended stop. Speaking of stops though, we've got a couple of cars on the lane, SimRC Emerald and the Ivano 4 car, and we see that SimRC machine head its way out behind a bit of GTE traffic. Absolutely no problems for SimRC right now. They're just running their own race in a pretty admirable fashion. So we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle here for LMP1s, and this is the time in the race where we can ask for maybe some of the team members, some of your crew for every single team out there that our commentary booth is very much open for you guys to come in and come and have a couple of words, see how your race is going, and maybe promote your sponsors a little bit. That would be absolutely fantastic. But as things stand right now, Movano will re-inherit the overall race lead from Wyvern Racing as they have to dive themselves on the lane, and they'll get out behind Sorgren Sport Esports as well. if things are to go the way I think they are. Yeah, Borja Basel already come down in towards turn number 1. So Wyvern Racing, after earlier issues, they've done a good job to hold on to P number 3 so far, and it was a huge incident coming through the first sector with the lap traffic. Just I think it was coming up to an hour ago at this point, but they still didn't drop position because they were with Movano and Sorgren Sport Esports at the front of their field, just outclassing everyone else, that they were able to come down and repair that damage, David, and still not lose position.
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing about the way that these LMP1 cars are built. They're very, very modular. If you damage the rear clip, if you damage the front clip, they can replace them similar to like a front wing in Formula 1. Not quite that quick, but certainly they can put new bits on, and the car can almost be as good as new after a rather significant accident.
It can be. The pit crews do an absolutely fantastic job in the real life side of things when it comes to that. And let's have a look at the battle in LMP2s though, because Road Bastards are currently trying to defend from Ava Vavatic, and Ava, they've got championship leads implications here, so they need to get themselves by just for the point scoring. As Road Bastards, they'll just dive down towards the inside and just let them past. There we go. Can't really complain if you're able to Vatic in that sort of situation, and Road Bastards not at all fighting that one. And Virtual Motorsport, that's the only Audi coming off of the pit lane through turns number 1 and 2. So that it's not the most ideal place to do that sort of thing, just slow off of the final turn and to try and let someone behind by. But again, as I said, you can't complain if you're able to Vatic, Lorenzo.
Hey, you're not complaining if you're able to Vatic. You take a freebie. It's basically that. That is a freebie, and then you just set yourself to having good laps so far. Ava is actually in the standings. They are third in the standings for the LMP2 class, and they are gaining a little bit on Apex Racing because Apex just having sort of a bad race of sorts. They are back in the field, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
they're way back in the field. They're at 2 laps down. They're last place. They're second to last place in the GE in the LMP2 class. So they're going to get some points over there. So the battle for the P2 in the standings after this race, if it keeps going like this, if it finishes like this, it will turn out into a very interesting battle.
Yeah, because you've got P number 2 in the standings right now, which is Talk Freak Racing, and they are currently ahead of Ava Vavatic. So if things finish as they are, Talk Freak Racing will be your championship leader in LMP2 because they are only 2 points behind the Apex Racing UK car. And with the close run thing in the championship, having your star driver out for one race, that's that's for Apex Racing UK. It could be a championship losing moment if that happens, but they still have a couple of rounds to try and make some ground back. But in these broadcasted races, in these big series, there are no drop weeks to work with. So if you have a bad race, David, you just have to deal with it, just like in the real world. You just have to deal with it and try to recover things in later rounds. But when you only have when you only have 6 rounds, like in this series, that's going to be so much tougher.
Yeah, one bad round in a 6-race series is a lot of your race. And the LMP2 field, sometimes it's not as tight as this, but it's very tight right now. This battle is for second place we're watching. Jonas Vastamaki and Inertia Sim Racing leading that Talk Freak Racing car, Dirk Van Tolden. And as these guys battle, they're really only 4 seconds behind TNT Racing. No, even less. I take that back. So you can see TNT Racing not too far up the road from these guys. First to third is about 4 seconds.
It is, and all of them are on double stinted tires. So the pace is going to be equalized between them, so they're all having to deal with very, very similar issues with the rubber. I'm very surprised that they're doing these sort of double stint stops coming into the deeper parts of the morning here, because You know, that track temperature, as we've already mentioned, creeping up. It's creeped up 2 degrees since we last mentioned it, which was about an hour ago. So it's up from 26 to 28 as we have a car off through the first sector. Torrent Motorsports GTE have run into issues. You can see them right at the back of the shot. There is another car as well off onto the grass. So that is the Core Sim Racing GTE. This is one of your front runners in GTE has run into issues, and let's have a look as we'll have to cycle things back. Core Sim Racing have had to take the tow back to pit lane. Let's have a look on the replay. There's a GTE car stranded in the middle of the track, and Core Sim Racing just slam on the anchors there, and boop, there we go. Contact, damage to the front end of Core Sim Racing. Have to take it through the grass as well, and they just completely stop it and take the tow back to the lane. So that is absolutely huge in terms of their race and, of course, their championship fight in GTE, which is already pretty close as well. We'll get a couple more views of this, but this is just such a weird instant because you see that car parked in the middle of the road. There's going to be yellow flags going to be displayed on the screens here coming through this section. You can just see the white smoke. You can see the Core get themselves slowed down, but it's a little bit too late because he left it. It's like, oh, which way are you going to go? Which way are you going to go? Because I understand that sort of mindset, because you do sometimes have people that don't hold the brakes and roll themselves across the racing circuit. But the thing is, the car that was stranded did exactly what they needed to do there. They did move forward a little bit, but that was still not the direction that Core Sim Racing were going. I don't know how to explain this one. I'm just lost for words, but maybe you'll have a better job at it, David.
Yeah, how I saw it is that had all unfolded really just in front of the Core Sim Racing car, and they wanted to hold the tight line to the inside, sneak through the inside of Torrent Motorsports. Just half a car length, maybe less, that Torrent Motorsports rolled while they probably had the brakes on. Just confused them a little bit, and by the time they turned the other way, while it was a really slow speed little boop, as you mentioned, I think it was exactly the wrong point on the car. Looks like it might have damaged the suspension on the front right.
And is that even on the inside there, before the stranded car rolled forward, that was still a very slim part of the track to try and get yourself through. So either way, if they didn't roll forward and Core still went for the inside, there still would have been contact, and if they went to the outside, they still would have made contact. So I'm not sure how much blame you can pin on the car stranded in the middle of the racetrack there. It was just a bit of lapse of concentration, unless you have a counterpoint to that, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you cannot pin any blame at the Torrent Motorsports GTE car. They did it what exactly needs to be done. Just lock the brakes. Basically, it was bad luck. Wrong place at the wrong time for the Core GTE car. Unfortunately, they had that damage in the front end of their car already with the incident with Euphoria. Not that only makes it worse, and unfortunately they picked up with the suspension damage. They cannot bring it back to pits. That is race incident. You cannot put any blame on anyone.
The stewards will investigate it regardless, but I don't think anything will come of it in that case, because you can see it from both sides, and it's exactly what you said, Lorenzo. It's the wrong place at the wrong time, which unfortunately does happen in racing, just in general. It doesn't matter whether it's virtual or real. It's the same sort of deal. Sometimes your luck just runs out, and there's nothing that you can do to try and avoid something like that. But it has put a little bit of a damper on the battles inside of your GTE class, though, because we have Altus Esports leading with MSI in second. Euphoria are down on the lane, of course, with their very heavy rear-end damage that they had through the contact with Core Sim Racing through 130R just a good couple of laps ago. So looks like they'll be spending themselves quite a bit of time getting that one repaired, but we're getting ourselves up towards the halfway point. We've just crossed the halfway point here in the Neo Endurance Series, 6 hours of Suzuka, and it has been a sort of incident filled. The rate of attrition hasn't really been there inside of the first 3 hours, but things will look to improve inside of the last 3 hours, when all of these strategies come together, the split strategies in all 3 classes that we have here today, and then everything will come to a point once those final stops cycle themselves through. I'm Conry Maddock. I'm joined by David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda for this one, but just before we get ourselves a little bit too worn out here, shall we say, let's go on board with the Team 85 car that's currently challenging for P number 5 in GTE. On board with Gregory Tansen for Race Spot TV, Fan Emergency. Couple of issues there coming into the first sector for Team 85 as they have to catch the car, but the thing is there's been more issues, more severe issues in your LMP2 field, because just a couple of laps ago we had Inertia Sim Racing come together with Torque Freak Racing up into the hairpin, and that is going to be an incident that is not going to be look too favorably upon the Torque Freak Racing car. It was on lap 100 turn in towards the hairpin, and Torque Freak basically ran straight into the back of the Inertia Sim Racing car. I'll have to wonder if we'll get to see it this time, as we'll have to cycle things back to lap 100. We'll have to, there we go, there's the tail end of the incident. So if we'll get ourselves a good couple of seconds before that happens. There we go. We'll get it up on screen for you now. Inertia Sim Racing ahead, Talk Freak Racing further behind. This is battles for a battle inside your podium positions in LMP2, and you can just see running up towards that hairpin that Inertia Sim Racing are gonna get someone that's a little bit too close for comfort in the middle of the corner, and that's the Talk Freak Racing car spinning them right round, baby, right round at the hairpin, and it does result in Talk Freak actually gaining the position, but they did lose it to Race Clutch. So Race Clutch are a huge beneficiary as a result of that incident. They moved themselves up from what was basically P number 4, P number 5, up in towards P number 2, because they're two competitors having a bit of an altercation ahead, David.
Yeah, precisely. I can only think that Dirk Van Tulden thought that the Inertia Sim Racing car was going to go a little bit wider and they'd be able to sneak up the inside, but that was not the case. And I don't think that Jonas Vastamarki did anything wrong. He's just been spun around that 360 degrees by the car behind. And it's shaken up this battle for the top 4 in LMP2 that was really all closing up a little bit. And that's a class that in this second half of the race has really come alive.
It has, but it has had its own fair share of incidents throughout this race, because it seems like it's a bit of a curse to run inside the top 3 of this LMP2 field at this moment in time, because we had Race Clutch drop down a little bit earlier, same with Team Hoisingfeld, and now issues for Talk Freak and Inertia coming into this one. So, you know, it's the case of the cursed positions for P number 2 and 3 right now between these LMP2 cars, but Talk Freak, they'll be under investigation by the stewards now, Lorenzo, and I would not be surprised at all if they get themselves a penalty for that incident through the hairpin, because I don't see how you can blame Inertia at all for that incident. That was all on Talk Freak, just running into the back.
From my point of view, I gotta agree 100%. That crash is totally avoidable. You could have braked much earlier than usual and still made it out safely at the hairpin and try to get a good runoff at the curves right next to it. Unfortunately for the Talk Freak Racing car, they had a little bit of an oversteer. They snapped a little bit during braking, but and unfortunately had the contact, but totally avoidable conditions. Unfortunately, they might take a penalty down the line. Let's see what the stewards will have to say.
Exactly, and I can tell you right now that it is being investigated by the stewards. It's actually the first one on their queue, so hopefully we'll be getting a result of that one soon enough, but there is the counterpoint by David Barraclough in the chat that Inertia, we're pretty slow on the apex. Oh no, there's an instant ahead. That's Race Clutch LMP2. What have I been talking about with these cursed positions inside the top 3? Because as soon as Race Clutch get themselves inside it, they've had themselves a moment through the middle sector, through the middle of the first sector with a couple of bits of lap traffic. There's the tail end of it, but that was leaving it a little bit late to make the move over SRN. They get themselves the MSI car dealt with okay, but coming through here, a little too early on the outside, and it results in a bit of contact, and Race Clutch once again spun around and having to wait for the cars to make their way by, and they do have a little bit of damage as a result of that one as well. Car is looking like it's tracking straight, but there's still a decent amount of bodywork damage that they'll have to contend with. So, oh my words, how things keep on changing inside this LMP2 field. It's just absolutely insane, David.
Yeah, precisely. Couple big incidents at the top end of that class in just a couple of laps. And as all of that's going on, there's some GTE pit stops as well, because the leader has come in, number 83 Logitech G Altus Esports, and it's a driver change there. Simona Maria Marcheno out. I said it was going to be Yannick Lapchin, but it's not. Andrew Carl has gotten into that car, and that's a driver change for what was the race-leading GTE.
It is, and we do have a driver that's currently waiting to get themselves into the commentary booth and get themselves an interview. we're going to bring in Syandra from Wyvern Racing, who is currently running up in P number 3 in your LMP1 field at this current moment in time. And now, Lorenzo, of course, you had that huge incident for you guys a little bit earlier on, but thankfully you were so far ahead of P number 4 that you were able to maintain position in P number 3. So we've got Michel de Jong behind the wheel of the car right now, but how is the car feeling after that incident?
Well, obviously it was a bit of a pig to drive back to the pits. I think we lost 17 seconds or so just driving it back the last 3/4 of the lap. And pretty frustrating, especially with the pace we showed in the first 2 hours of the race. But, you know, stuff happens, and now we got our sights set on a podium, making sure that we stay out of trouble for the rest of the race and seeing if anything happens to the other 2 leaders.
Yeah, just take me through the sort of strategy that we've already seen from you guys, because you had a very short, I believe it was second stop for you guys, and you got yourself up and involved with your front leading LMP1 cars, and you were doing so well on that strategy as well. Did you, can we just get this confirmed, did you take tires or did you just forego them? Because the stop time suggested you didn't.
Yeah, for the second stop we actually decided to double stint the tires because we saw, based on the tire wear from the first stop and also the pace of Sorg, who didn't take tires on their first stop, we decided that double stinting the tires was optimal and was kind of an on-the-fly call. And I think we made the right call coming out with Sorg and Mivano and kind of taking the fight to them in that sort of sense.
Yeah, and you did very well on those old tires to take the fight to them who were on the fresher tires at that stage. So fantastic pace for you guys, but unfortunately the incident that you got yourselves into coming up, I believe it was up through Sector 1, has really put a damper on things, but you seem to have gotten away with not getting as much damage as you perhaps should have, in quote marks. So, you know, that car just looks, right now, it's running okay. You know, the good thing about these LMP1 cars is they can repair a good amount of it in the pit stop. So, what's the goal for you guys right now? Because I know that being about 40 to 50 seconds off of your leading pair right now is a pretty insurmountable gap. So I guess the plan for you guys right now is just hold station and get the podium finish?
Absolutely. I think, we only just crossed the halfway point of the race. And with all the stuff that happened in the first half, even though the racing tends to calm down for the second half of the race, stuff can still happen, especially what we saw at Interlagos on the last lap with Grossmaster Mivano kind of crawling to the line. Mm-hmm. I think something similar could happen here. So if we just have to be there in the last half hour, and that's our goal right now. Get to the last half-hour, stay on the last lap, stay on the lead lap, and then kind of position ourselves to pick up the pieces of anything that happens up ahead.
How much has the day-night transition sort of factored into your strategy or how you approach the race here? Because we started pretty much at dawn here in Suzuka, so the track temperature was coolest at the start of the race, but it's going to be progressively getting hotter and hotter as the race wears on. Now, we've been theorizing here in the commentary booth that would mean that this double stint is less and less likely to work out the deeper in this race you go. Is that what you guys are finding through your numbers?
That's actually exactly what we found, because we tested in a hot weather session just to cover all the bases. Because we figured if we can run in the hot, the cold weather would kind of sort itself out. And we found that double stinting in hot weather, say 35, 40 degree track temps, just wasn't feasible, because in the second half of the second stint, you just fall off a cliff. But in colder temperatures...
Oh my god. I nearly had a one-off with the red face racing clock.
Continue on with your point though, Sai, as you'll let your heart rate calm down.
Yeah. It's a good thing I wasn't live. I think I'll have to talk with Mikkel afterwards, I think. But yes, I think that's why we didn't double stint on the first stop, because we weren't 100% sure whether that same cliff existed on colder track temperatures. But as you saw, it works, and we just have to kind of play it loose and fast as the track heats up towards the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. So change of strategy perhaps needed when it gets to that point, but is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go, Gyotai?
Definitely a shout out to my teammates Nick and Mikkel, who did a huge amount of testing and practice prepping for the race, putting us in such a good spotting for me when I was doing my quad stint, and now racing after that. So I mean, they're great guys, and I'm happy to have them on the team.
Well, that was Syandra from Wyvern Racing, currently P number 3 in your LMP Run 1 class. After a couple of issues early on, they're still running very, very well indeed. So thank you very, very much for joining us here on the commentary side.
Thank you.
But as we'll continue on with the rest of the racing out there right now, we have a battle in LMP2s to be concerned about. That's Eva Vivatic versus the Race Clutch car, and David, the Race Clutch car has already run into a good couple of issues so far this race, and one of them in recent memory as well, with their incident with the lap traffic coming up through the S's section. So that one's still being investigated by the stewards, of course, but they're towing a fine line with some of these incidents here, because on previous rounds they've had their incidents early on as basically rendered them out of the event. But it's starting to look. Initially, it was starting to look okay for them in their first stint once they got themselves up into P number 2. But as soon as they start to make progress and get up to that point, something happens that sends them to the back or to the mid-pack once again. It must be so frustrating.
Yeah, Johan the Yo-Yo living up to his name a little bit there. That car going up and down the order. And so now it's closing in on a battle for third place in that class here. Ava Vivatic just ahead of this shot here with Inertia Sim Racing Corsac, who've had their share of fun as well. But despite all of the oh my goodness, another little tap on one of the GTE cars for the Race Clutch LMP2. But despite that and the earlier incident, they're setting very competitive lap times still, closing up to 4th place and 3rd place. So much to still happen, and all of these cars in fighting mode.
We have a result in that protest between Inertia Sim Racing and Torque Freak Racing. The stewards have deemed it a stop and hold penalty for 15 seconds for Torque Freak Racing, so they were considered at fault for that one by the race stewards. I know there's been some disagreement in the chat about if it was the fault of Dirk Van Tolden, but the stewards have found that he was the instigator in that particular instance. So he'll have to bring it onto the lane to get that 15-second stop and go penalty served, which will drop him back through the field a little bit. Will technically give the position back to Inertia Sim Racing, but I think Inertia have already been hit a little bit too much by that incident, because it has let Eva Vivatic all the way through, and they'll have to go chasing after them now. But to me, that is the correct decision to penalise Torque Freak Racing there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's, as I said, it's always controversial, that you really try to see your way, you try to see your team's way. You really don't want to see your team punished for something like that. But as I said, it is avoidable. It was avoidable. Unfortunately, the contact happened. Now you gotta pay the price. That's the things in racing that unfortunately happen. You just gotta learn through the mistakes and try to improve from that kind of racing. Race Clutch is really for the emotions.
Yeah, they, a little bit of a moment off of the Cassidy Triangle and through the final corner, but Race Clutch trying to chase down Inertia Sim Racing Corsac at this stage, and will bring it very close coming through turn 1 and 2. So Johan Haas positioning himself to be able to challenge and try to climb back inside that top 5, inside that top 3, and hopefully this time around something untoward won't happen to them. But Race Clutch right now, Johan Haas, as fast as you like in these LMP2 cars, but it's not worth anything if you're having instants here left, right and center. But through the first segment they will go, and the second one will follow up shortly. Race Clutch very much having the pace here over Jonas Vastamaki in that Inertia Sim Racing car. Race Clutch will look for the inside, but have to back out of it as that door will be shut. But it'll reopen on the exit of the corner, but Race Clutch don't have enough traction off the corner to be able to capitalize on that moment. Positive Sim Racing Black then will perhaps pries a door open for Race Clutch as they have to take the inside, but Race Clutch not able to follow the LMP1 through, which is a strategy that you can employ here, using the traffic to your advantage as Johan Hart gets a bit of a wiggle off of the spoon curve. That'll compromise his run all the way down towards 130R and the Cassia Triangle, and he might just get impeded by the GTE machine here as he'll finally get it dealt with through the apex of the corner, but he has lost a decent chunk of time here. Tries to regain it back on the brakes and will regain it back on the brakes. That's a fantastic chicane for Johan Hart, and now he's in a position to bring it alongside, coming down the pit straight. He has the overspeed on the left-hand side of the frame, and Race Clutch will have the inside line into turn 1, and Hart will get the position before they even hit the brakes. He has to get the car slowed down though, and he does manage to do it, but Vastamaki perhaps having a bit of a moment and just letting the Race Clutch car through on entry to the corner. He was very, very slow coming up to that section, so that is Race Clutch back up into P number 4 here, David.
Yeah, and just to say something about the speed but poor fortune of the Race Clutch car, they have had 5 pit stops compared to the 3 pit stops of everyone around them. 2 more trips down the pit lane than every other car in class, and they're still about to hunt down 3rd place.
Yes, they are. RC.DE Emerald is the car that's on the chase right now, and so there, Wyvern Racing playing with fire with the GTE car ahead of them. That's the Sorgren Sport Esports GT effort that they're trying to make their way through on, and SimRC now looking to pounce up in towards the hairpin, but again, not brave enough to go down the inside and instead follow very closely through the middle of the corner instead. Now Claudius Weird behind the wheel with Michel de Jong is the car behind the wheel of the car that is trying to defend up into Spoon now, and this is also an element of the strategy in terms of the ERS that these drivers can use, or rather not use, and try to save in terms of their battery coming through these next couple of laps. But SimRC right now, they've lost a good amount of time after dealing with the lap traffic, so they'll have to wait to fight another day, or rather wait to fight for another couple of corners, because Wyvern Racing get impeded once again through the triangle, and now this is the opportunity that SimRC needs, and they're going to get the run, they're going to get the boost, and they're going to get the draft, and it's an easy pass coming down the pit straight for SimRC. Put them up onto the final step of the podium in LMP1, David.
Yeah, fantastic move, timed it to perfection, saved up that power, and a great move into the first turn, but it was set up as far back as Spoon or the hairpin.
Exactly, and finally someone like going with the strategy that I've been talking about through 130R, trying to line up that move and trying to go deep on the brakes into the Cassia Triangle. Wasn't completed in the triangle, but was set up through that sequence of moves. But right now the objective for SimRC is just to try to get away, but the GT car isn't exactly going to help them in terms of that one as they'll power off the corner. But the thing is, it does seem that they have the overall pace over Wyvern Racing at this stage. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they start to pull away. Having a look back at other battles though, there isn't really many things to note in the other classes here, as we're getting to that point in the race where everything has calmed down and everything has spread out, although I'm very much aware of the curse of the commentator at this point, because it's already reared its ugly head so far this race. But
your head's not that bad. It could be worse to look at.
It could be.
Yeah.
You know, you can say that with pretty much every situation. You can say, it could be worse, right? It could be worse, guys. As we have
and you shrug it off.
Yeah, you just have to shrug it off in that way. Daniel Piazza, though, down on the lane for Positive Sim Racing Black in number 28, which has been hit by a good couple of penalties, good couple of warnings so far, which is why they're so far down the order, but still running relatively well in P number 10 as they come down in. So it hasn't, obviously those penalties haven't really affected them all that much, as P number 1 should be pitting soon. That's going to be the Fussmaster Nirvana Racing number 3 car. Frederick Evers currently is piloting that machine around the Suzuka track. So he's been having a quiet one so far, just working and easing that gap back to Suzuka Esports, who actually decided to pit this time. So that's still, I don't think this is enough right now, arguably, for Suzuka Esports, Lorenzo, because again, they lost time on that stint, and if they want to have a chance at this race win, they've got to continue to keep Navano honest, but it seems like they're running out of steam.
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. I agree, actually not 100%, I'm going to agree 90%. I think they're going to say for the last 2 hours, maybe, if I am to guess. I think the stint they need to do really well right now, Connery, I think has to be this one. I think if they put new tires, yeah, I'm correct. In putting new tires, I think right now Mike Nürnberg is just gonna go all the way, no matter what. He's gonna pour this car down and try to cut that gap, because 28 seconds, even though you have old tires, it's not good. It's not good if you're racing for the win. You need to do more.
Suzuka Esports off of the lane, 40-second stop there, so that is going to be tires taken for Mike Nürnberg, and we might see that for the rest of the stops now until the end of the race, because the track temperature is simply getting too high for those double stint strategies to work. It's exactly what we had in our discussion with the driver from Wyvern Racing, Sai Ander, where they found out as the track temp gets hotter that the time gained from doing the double stints gets less and less and less as the tyre wear is increased with the track temperature. But right now, Wyvern Racing, they almost get themselves, oh no, it's the race clutch LMP2, that's fun. Well, it has to go across the grass, coming up towards the hairpin. Johan Hall cannot catch a break in this race right now. Replay up on screen for you now. Wyvern Racing trying to squeeze themselves by through the kink, but they weren't clear, and Johan Hall thought he was before that little tap coming through the apex of that little king just sent him into the grass. It's, when are race clubs going to stop getting themselves involved in things like this, David?
Potentially when hell freezes over. Once again, though, at least the car looks relatively clean all round. It will have cost him several seconds and crucially added 1x to his list of off-tracks that they're all trying to avoid. It could have been a bigger catastrophe as he comes down onto the pit lane right now.
Yeah, and perhaps maybe going for the driver change at this stage. I wouldn't be surprised, because he's been behind the wheel since the start of the race. He has to get a driver change done, or he's going to be falling foul to the driver Fashel rule, but he misses it pit box. Oh, how many things can go wrong for one team during one race here? That's the question you have to be asking.
They're going to want us to stop asking, because eventually they'll find out. And the driver swap is taking place, as you mentioned, Connery.
Yeah, Robin Bondon getting behind the wheel, giving Johan Hart a little bit of a break after 3.5 hours straight behind the wheel of that LMP2. Go on, Lorenzo.
Johan just needs to take a bath in salt and holy water.
He does, and he hands things over to his teammate to be able to do that. So what can Robin Bondon do once he gets himself off of the lane? Not usually a driver that we are used to seeing, but he'll have the last couple of stints here to be able to work with. He's taking tyres in that LMP2 car as well, which just gives him a little bit more confidence once he gets back out there and able to get up to speed in a bit of a quicker fashion. Because, of course, this racetrack has very much changed since the start. It's changed probably since, changed depending, or changed, it's completely different to what Bondon would have practiced in. So he does need a lap or so to get himself acclimatized to how the track is at this moment in time. So wouldn't be surprised if these are a couple of slow outlaps just to find his footing. But Johan Hart, at what point does something become a meme in terms of them always just getting up to a position where things are going well, oh wait. Things are going well, oh wait.
It becomes a meme when it stops being sad and starts being funny.
At what point does it start being funny, though? Like,
For them, probably not yet, probably not ever.
exactly.
I'm gonna have to talk to Eric Andre, his teammate, and try to pick his brains.
Exactly. At some point, you know, it's going to be fantastic. Oh no! Oh god, no! Oh no! Don't, not like this! Not like this, Race Clutch. Please. We can't be having a meme in the making here, but they managed to get themselves going after almost stopping, coming out of the hairpin there. Guys, come on! You gotta score a point. This is not even about a good finish anymore. This is about getting to the end of the race with at least a point. Come on, guys. I know you can do it. You know, everyone is probably rooting for you at this stage to try and get that car to the end without any further calamity happening, but oh my god. I don't even know what else to say, Lorenzo. I don't even know.
You want me to say something? Say something.
Well, we got pit stops through the LMP1s, Lorenzo. We can talk about that.
Thank God.
We can. Sim RC, they've come down in. Claudia Speed behind the wheel. Come on, Riz.
Does anyone have a user manual for a Connery Matic? I think ours needs to be rebooted. It's got some faulty circuits. So from third place, SimRC.de Emerald bring it onto lane. Claudius Veed looks like will stay behind the wheel of that. And they were one of the first teams to decide on double stinting tyres, but I think they'll be taking a set this time. In fact, almost everyone is, and we see Inertia come onto the pit lane there. Was that just for a stop and go penalty or something behind there?
Inertia? I'm not very sure. Inertia Sim Racing might be the one that's, yeah, because Yunus Faster Marki has come down in. And they had a
stop and go, yes.
They had a stop and go. That's very, very interesting, because I did not quite spot that on my spreadsheet.
They're in a battle in the P2s that was very, very close, so any penalty is going to cost those Finnish Foxes quite very dearly. They were benefiting a little bit from the penalty that was going to be applied to Talk Freak Racing and also Race Clutch's mishaps. So they were potentially on for a top 3, but whatever's gone on there has just cost them.
It has, and I can explain this because it was to do with the same incident that they had with Talk Freak Racing, because Talk Freak Racing got themselves the penalty for running into the back of them in the hairpin on lap 100. That was a 15-second stop and go, but then Inertia Sim Racing, they had an unsafe rejoin, which netted them a stop and go penalty. So both parties being penalised in the same incident, but for completely different reasons there, David. So I didn't quite catch that one on my screen. So that's that's maybe a little bit of, I don't know. Talk Freak Racing could still be back in this battle with Inertia, which will be very, very interesting because now there's a little bit of a grudge.
Yeah, exactly. And then the leader in class, Ava Vivat at number 39, coming down onto the pit lane as well. And then Inertia going to owe us a proper pit stop as well. I think they're just coming in for that again. So into the lane 2 laps in a row. First one to serve the penalty, second one for proper pit service. And TNT Racing soon will regain that lead. But so much going on for the P2s. It's like a magic 8-ball. Give it a shuffle and signs point to someone getting a penalty.
Yeah, exactly. Eva Vatic off of the jacks then and off of the pit lane in just a couple of moments' time, and they must be laughing all the way to the bank at this stage because they've just cashed in on so many incidents that have happened to their championship competitors here, because they will be, if the race finishes as it is, they will be your championship leaders at the end of this race. But I'm not going to say anything more than that because I've been quizzing teams and drivers left, right and centre so far this race, so I don't want to do it again. So maybe David can take the lead commentary off of me so I get to talk less. Maybe that's what we're going to go with here.
More pit stops as well in the LMP1s. I'm seeing MSI Esports, F4H, and Virtual Motorsports. So a very close battle there between MSI and F4H, what I think will be 8th place. So both just come off the lane. David Perez for MSI Esports and Romeo Grinnell for F4H. You see on the screen right now that MSI Esports car trying to close the gap down, reading as 3 seconds, and I think there's a Simitok car between them, Lorenzo.
Yes. And
Or just in front of the MSI.
Alright. At the same time, I was actually watching a battle down in the back at the LMP2 class between the 54 and 51 between iRacing Today Motorsports and World Sim Racing Team. I honestly thought because they were late in their season, we were going to go into the pit box, but no, apparently Andres Quintana and Sam Gunston just saved the battle for another day and for one more lap and just have one more duel at the track before the pit lane.
That is looking to be the case. Well, the sim racing team is the car that we're on board with right now. Andres Quintana is the pilot and trying to chase down Sam Gunstone, then the iRacing Today Motorsports car, who's getting a little bit impeded by the GT traffic, but the World of the Team is going to happen to the World of the Sim Racing team as they pry the door open on the inside line of that hairpin. We've had Team Mad come down on towards the lane, and what has happened?
Race clutch, black flag.
Oh no. Oh no. Guys, I'm pleading with you here. Please don't do this. Oh, black flag causing a collision. Lap 104, turn number 6.
With that back marker.
Yeah, it was with the back marker. With the SRN car, I believe it was, coming through the first sector. And this is... You know, all you can do is basically sigh at this point and, you know, just hope things get better for Race Clutch at some point. Not even in this race, but in this entire series. Oh, my words. They have to come down towards lane. Another stop-and-go penalty for them, which will set them back even further back in the mid-pack here in this LMP2 field, which is not where they should be at all, arguably, with the pace that they have shown throughout this race, but it's where they're going to be because of all the things that have befallen them in this one. But speaking of things having befallen teams so far, Team Hoisingveld still on their recovery drive after having their moment, leading a little bit earlier on in the race, and the first target, and well, the first defense, that they'll have to pull up is to Positive Sim Racing, Daniel Benefield behind, because Positive have been going pretty well over the last couple of laps, so as long as the traffic falls their way, which it don't, I should just stop talking. Like, as soon as I say something, the opposite of it happens, and I think for the benefit of all the teams out here, I should just retire at this point, but no, I won't do so. 1.3 seconds between these guys. Yeah, I should just stop. No, there we go.
I can say something about this though, because last lap around, Daniel Benefield was the only car in the LMP2s in the 1 minute 46s. He's closed this gap up. Obviously, the traffic didn't completely fall his way recently, but before he got in, that UI1 Positive Sim Racing car was a bit further down the order. And we haven't talked too much about that car, but it's been gaining positions, working up the order just a little bit by stealth.
They've been doing it pretty quietly, it has to be said. 36 and 51 are going to be pretty close together, coming down pit straight, but I believe the World of Sim Racing team right now did come down on towards the lane, so that gap is not representative on your screen right now, as it will quickly switch over. So that's going to spoil that battle a little bit. Another battle that's going to get spoiled is the IRDK TNT one that was getting close, but that was only because that IRDK were off-cycled, so they come down towards the lane this time, they get themselves a driver change. Marcelo Mayo getting back behind the wheel of that IRDK machine right now. But since we do have a little bit of a lull in the racing here right now, it'll be a good time to go RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion on board with an LMP2 car, because I don't think we've done that so far in this race. And I just had the most cruel idea.
Race clutch.
This might be the death of them, but on board, Robin Von Don, Race Clutch, RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion. Let's hope it's not Death Immersion. Race Clutch LMP2 survive the Race Sport TV fan immersion, but the thing is their sister car is involved in a pretty close battle right now, and it's directly behind them. Race Clutch trying to defend from Thrustmaster Nirvana. You see the two Race Clutch prototypes all stacked up together as they get themselves through the hairpin turn, and we've got Nirvana Racing, Gabor Metz, then that sister Nirvana car trying to chase them down right now, and the LMP2 machine could potentially help out their bigger brother here in terms of this battle, but not going to be in a position to be able to do so since they're caught at the wrong time to be able to try to make Nirvana's life a little bit more difficult in this particular battle. So they'll get themselves sorted, they'll get themselves through okay. But the stop this, Race Clutch, please stop this, as they'll clip the grass on towards the entry to the Casio Triangle, trying to get that GTE car dealt with in a faster fashion, taking those risks. But you know, we were joking before we went live again, David, that this LMP1 Race Clutch car was the uncursed Race Clutch car, but maybe not for much longer with driving like that.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, I think the traffic is difficult for everyone through all of the classes, and sometimes it's just out of your hands what the driver you're side-by-side, door-to-door with is going to do, and sometimes you make your own luck. And I think both cases, Race Clutch haven't had the best of it. Thankfully, I mean, both of their cars are still out there, still running. It could always be worse. But surely their nerves, that none of them can have any fingernails left at this point, surely.
Points are still on the cards. Let's just think about that. Go on, Lorenzo.
Looking to their luck, actually they managed to gain at least a second with this traffic, because just the number 4 car just got held up by all LMP2s and GTs.
Yeah, they did, but they'll attempt to try and close that gap back down quite a bit more. But there was also the case of Grand Sport Esports, your P number 2 in class, just putting a lap onto these guys as well, so we've got that to be concerned about. And so it'll be a little bit of a break in terms of this battle here, coming very close to within the final 2 hours of this race. And I guess I'll describe this race as an intriguing race so far, I guess is the word I will use. We see Positive Sim Racing come down on the lane though for LMP2, so that's one of their final stops going to be done here, coming into the late stages of this race. Daniel Benefield still behind the wheel of that car, and let's see if he gets himself a driver change. He does. Is it going to be Glenn Key? It is going to be Glenn Key back behind the wheel of the UI1 Positive Sim Racing orange car that has been running okay in that LMP2 field. So it's just the home stretch now in a way. Just a couple more stops to go for LMP2s, and then they'll be done. They'll be at the checkered flag, and then they can look forward to next month and the next race as well, David.
Yeah, exactly. A real estate agent might describe a small rundown apartment as cozy and with a lot of potential. They would probably describe this race as intriguing and entertaining.
I mean, you can use those sorts of words to describe this. Glenn Key gets himself off and away off of his pit stall, and will rejoin the track in not the distant future. But, you know, looking at the track right now, as I'm just trying to actually cycle myself through to see what else is going on out there, and it doesn't seem to be all that much, if I am being completely honest, after that Nirvana and Race Clutch battle all spread out. We do have the 59 and the 48 though, that might just give us a show, because it's Inertia Sim Racing Corsac trying to defend. Round two gonna be on here. Inertia Sim Racing and Torque Freak Racing. They both got penalised for the incident that they had a little bit earlier on, but you know, what will happen this time? There's the Race Clutch LMP1 car trying to make their way through on these guys right now, and they have their own battle to be concerned about with the Nirvana machine, as the Grand Sport Esports car is embroiled in the thick of this one as well, being a lap ahead. So around the outside, they will attempt of the Talk Freak Racing car. Gives Inertia Sim Racing a little bit of a break. Oh, they go off, and there's another car off that was completely unrelated ahead of them. That was the Road Bastards car having major issues. Their entirety of the front clip has disappeared, and through Dunlop, they had a massive shunt with the inside Armco barrier up into there. But here comes Talk Freak around the outside of Inertia. Oh, is it going to happen again? No, it isn't going to happen again. So Ronnie Nunez had a look, had an attempt around the outside, but it was unsuccessful this time around. But this time, there was no contact made. They live to fight another day, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they live to fight another day, but unfortunately for that 40 car of the Road Bastards, man, they were doing so good. I think that was their best result thus far. Oh, no, not again. I think Talk Freak just got another black. Oh, never mind. It's not
positive.
It's not, no. It's not that car. It's not that car. It's not the LMP2.
Yeah, Positive Sim Racing Orange. 5 seconds stop and hold for an unjustifiable risk. Lap 106, turn 8. That was a good while ago, so it's taken a while for that protest to come through. But the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Orange car does have to come back in and get that penalty saved, which will just drop them all the way pretty much to the back of the LMP2 field at this stage. But this battle continues between Inertia and Talk Freak, and that is S2V Racing that they're having to negotiate coming through the S's section, and it impedes Talk Freak Racing a little bit more than it impedes the Inertia Sim Racing Corsac car right now. But how much love is lost between these two guys right now because of that incident a little bit earlier on. Ronnie Nunez is a changed factor in this particular battle, David, because it was Dirk Van Tulden behind the wheel when that incident happened, so there'll be less hot-headedness on the part of Talk Freak this time, you would have thought.
I guess you could think about it that way. A new head, new driver behind the wheel. I'm sure Ronnie Nunez is very aware of what happened before, though. I think that's not a surprise to him. So I think the grudge between the drivers no longer exists, but between the teams, I'm sure it's still. I'm sure Ronnie Nunez still has strong feelings one way.
It does. The feelings are shared amongst the team, like Talk Freak Racing, and they really desperately want this position, even just for showing that they are faster than Inertia Sim Racing right now. And even though that incident happened, they can still challenge, and they can still show the pace here. Out of the final corner, they might just have a chance here down into turn 1. If they can get closer under the draft, down towards the inside, they will decide to go for this one. Hit the brakes at exactly the same time, but Talk Freak took a huge amount of curve there on the inside, and as a result are not able to challenge their Finnish counterparts in the Inertia Sim Racing car. So that was a look, that was somewhat of a statement there from Talk Freak, is that they're really, really eager, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think that was an eager move. Even though the backdraft was actually really working in the favor of Ronnie Nunez, I think it wouldn't be a move that would work out at the end of the day. Even if you didn't have the curbing at the inside of turn 1, nearly contact with the LMP1 that had just overlapped them. Now 3 wide heading into the hairpin, makes it out of line in Inertia Sim Racing car. Well, Talk Freak just needs to put that mindset up. Did not be aggressive, otherwise you're going to get a penalty again. Just stay focused, and you're going to find yourself an opening eventually.
Yep, you are, and battle for P number 5 overall, because Race Clutch, they're coming under threat from Milano once again. They were very close through 130R, but it's not an overtaking opportunity through there on normal occasions, so Galvomex just has to bide his time for now and maybe look for the run. Coming down the pit straight, he has all of the ERS to use. Easy pass down the pit straight for Galvomex, gets himself up into P number 5 for Thrustmaster Milano Racing number 4. So these Milano cars have been doing so well in your LMP1 class They've got the race lead. They've got themselves in their second car up into P number 5 as well. Things are going very, very swimmingly indeed, and I don't think Race Clutch will have much to try to reply with in this sort of situation either. So they might just have to settle for falling back into P number 6, but we still have the battle for 7th up in LMP2, excuse me, as I try to find this one. It's going to be IRDK, I believe, involved in this one with the Race Clutch LMP2 car, and say no more, David.
I'll say a little more. Look at that move by IRDK Endurance around outside of the first of the S's. You put a lot of faith in the GTE car that you're lapping when you go around the outside, because if they make a mistake, if they run out of grip, they're going to slide straight into you. And I'll tell you, once again, as a Positive Sim Racing LMP1 making their way through there costs IRDK Endurance a lot, and there was 2 cars between them, but now there's nothing between Marcelo Mayo and Robin Bondon, who's, I'm sure, he weaves back and forth a little bit just to check that the mirrors are working on that IRDK Endurance, and I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they're full of red, which is what the driver underneath the helmet might also look like.
Battle for the lead in LMP2 is also closing up within a second. This is between TNT and Ava, so all of a sudden, LMP2 decides that they want to have a little bit of fun coming into the final 2 hours of this race. So Ava looking to get themselves up into P number 1 and score absolutely fantastic points over the rest of their competitors who have fallen foul to so many incidents so far this race. They have to duck down the outside of TNT, and that was the pass done. I thought TNT were going so slow that I thought they were a bit of lap traffic, but Ava Vavatic made it look so simple there up into the hairpin. That is one of just the simplest passes that I've ever seen, and it was completely unexpected. And Paul Darling behind the wheel of that TNT racing car, what happened here up in towards the hairpin? You can see that GTE car, he has to lift way out of the throttle, gives the easy opportunity to the Ava Vavatic car around the outside, gets the pass complete. Fantastic stuff there from the team in the bright lime green/yellow, very fluorescent color is that Ava Vavatic car, but they are the current race leaders regardless of their livery choice, David.
Yeah, great move by Pascal Stix, playing the patient game, and something will always happen with the traffic, particularly an opportunity like that where you get all 3 classes mixed together. Paul Darling just wrong-footed by the GTE cars. Now Pascal Stix and Ava Vavatic 39 grab the race lead. I would expect them to pull that gap out, draw a little bit clear over the next few laps.
Certainly the objective. Meanwhile, an update in the battle between Race Clutch and IRDK. Race Clutch have managed to get themselves through on this one over Marcelo Mayo, so the pass was complete for those guys, and again it's another period of recovery for Race Clutch. And further down the road you do have the likes of Team Huisingveld, who are catchable. Talk Freak Racing and Inertia technically are also catchable at this stage as well, with 2 hours remaining, so it isn't over quite yet for Race Clutch, as I think we're just overstating the point at this case with how many troubles that these guys have had. But meanwhile, Talk Freak Racing LMP2 down on the lane, so Ronnie Nunez decides that now is a pretty good time to pit in LMP2s. He's the only one on the lane right now taking a pit stop service, so all on his lonesome. No driver change going to be coming out just yet for that Talk Freak Racing LMP2 car. We're just about to take over. 2 hours to go here in the 6 hours of Suzuka for Neo Endurance Series, and we do have to keep an eye on the car of Inertia here and to see when they decide to come in as well, because they are in a direct battle with Talk Freak Racing LMP2. So they'll be looking to get themselves a quick in-lap and a quick stop here as well. Just as fast as these battles have appeared in LMP2, Lorenzo, they have also disappeared due to the pit stop phase and, of course, the passes being done. We've got a black flag. Oh no. we've got a black flag for Race Clutch LMP2.
Yeah, but what was your question?
I was going to say that these battles have disappeared as fast as they've appeared in LMP2, but I think the bigger headline here is Race Clutch. They've got another penalty, 20-second penalty for causing a collision.
About the battles itself.
When was that?
I'm not going to go over the battles because we know what the LMP2 status is. As I said, bath solid and holy water. About the battles itself, it's because there is a big difference between the stints of each car. There is gaps between 6 laps to 4 laps between each car. So when we're thinking we're going to see a battle right now going on, the car goes into the pits because they are around the 28 laps into their stint, and the other one's actually at 22. So this strategy game they're having right now, it's really interesting, but I really don't see drivers. By the way, Torque Freak is actually in the pits as well for their service. It needs to have a proper mindset into the final 2 hours. Who has the upside into the strategy game? There is none. I think if we were to pick one, I think Gabe Vervatic has the upside.
Yeah, exactly. Race Clutch serving their penalty. They've gone up on the jacks as well, so I think this is... Oh no, they've just completely abandoned it. There's no driver behind the wheel of that Race Clutch LMP2 machine. It's all been way too much for the drivers in red as part of that Race Clutch team. Penalties after penalty, incidents after incidents, and they've been trying to fight back every single time, but this time enough is enough. No points for this race either.
Wondering, I think Torque Freak is out of the race too.
They are. Very good point. There's no driver in that Torque Freak car either, just directly ahead. You can just see the seat is completely unoccupied. Okay. This
And if
is
you'd
a
like
bit
to
of
drive for Torque Freak or Race Clutch, please send your CV through to... I don't know what's going on with either of these right now.
Torque Freak. Okay, Ronnie Nunez brought that car onto the lane, but there's no one in the server to be able to take over, and that is a little bit no, there are people connected to the server that can jump in that Torque Freak LMP2 car, but the seat is still vacant. So we still have Dirk Van Tolden that's connected. Same with David Barraclough as well, if he so decides to jump in. But it seems like none of them are here unless they have some sort of technical issue, David.
Now, I'm not seeing like a 2-minute stop and hold penalty for anything, the kind of thing where you'd get out of the car and just leave it there. So have you seen anything come through for Torque Freak Racing that would suggest a penalty or some other reason why they would just abandon that car?
Nothing since their incident with Race Clutch, that's for sure. So concerning times for both Race Clutch and the Torque Freak Racing car. There we get Ronnie Nunez. He's jumping in and out of the car. I think they do have a technical issue with the driver change system, because it seems like no one else but Ronnie Nunez can get behind the wheel of that.
There's some
Torque
damage
Freak
to the
Racing
front
car.
right. There's some damage on the front right of that Torque Freak Racing car, though.
There is some damage, but I'm not sure if that will be a factor, because I know it does take a while for these front clip changes sometimes on some of these prototypes, but not
damage is
that long.
behind the front clip. It's sort of the start of the right-hand side pod, near where the number board is there, and over the top of the wheel. You can see a little bit more of the contact patch of that front right tire than you typically would. So it's possible they're having that repaired right now, but it's a slow repair.
I'm looking at the lap they actually went into the pit stop. There is some heavy damage into the steering wheel, so they probably had a suspension damage and something else. Also, speed is affected.
Alright, we'll have to have a look, because lap 130 is their last logged lap here. Oh, I've just spotted it. Big incident in towards turn number 1 with Inertia Sim Racing. They were challenging around the outside. And let's see what happens down into the corner. There we go. There's
Need
the
a
incident that
helicopter
we've
view
been
of that.
talking about. We do need a helicopter view of that particular incident to try and make sense of exactly what happened. It was a close run thin down into the corner, but might be an unlucky situation with the way sim racing works sometimes with some of the actions at a distance. So they have been punted towards the outside as a result of that one, and it might have just damaged the suspension on that car somewhat, as the tracking just seems to be all over the place. So that is the reason why they're taking a good long while on the pit lane. They're side by side out there on track right now, the 45 and the 35, so almost side by side up towards 130R. This is Positive Sim Racing Orange versus Schubot Motorsports car, and that is the Positive Sim Racing car that is managed to get themselves through on Lennart Fricke as part of that Schubot car. So
Who won last time out in what was also a very turbulent race in LMP2.
yeah, I mean, the less said about Interlagos, the better. I feel I wasn't there for it. That was the 1 week that I was. I believe that's the week I was at Positive Sim Racing Summit, right? That everything just fell apart in terms of the racing there, and you had that massive incident coming down out of Curva del Sol, and multiple car pile up, and thankfully we haven't seen anything like that here today. But you know, with the rate that the Curse of the Commentators has been going so far, and I'm towing a fine line with trying to suggest such things. But back to the racing out there. Positive Sim Racing, 1 second gap over Schubot already. Meanwhile, I'm just having a little look at what LMP2 leaders are doing, because TNT Racing has fallen back a very decent chunk off of Ava Vivatic here. It doesn't seem that they're able to hold any sort of pace compared to the Ava Vivatic car. You can just see the amount of time that they're losing lap on lap on lap. So that's a little bit troubling if you're TNT, and hope fulfilling, for Ava Vivatic. You know you're at the front of the field, and you're comfortably so as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, right now, TNT Racing is roughly losing 1 second per lap. Old earnings the last few laps were a 148.3, 147.3, 148.8. And if we look at Pascal Stakes laps, is a 146.9, 146.6, and 147.6. So basically 1 second faster per lap compared to the 34 car. So really drop a performance to the 34. If it is part of the game plan, not to get involved into battles or anything of the sort, it's working. But I don't know how that compares to race-wise, if that actually put them in a podium position.
TNT Racing through Spoon Curve, they're dodging a GTE. They have to go all the way off track. That again is going to cost them quite a bit of time that they were already losing to Ava Vivatic. And behind them, quite some gap behind, but SRN Motorsports also putting in some good laps. So Inertia Sim Racing. Second place, not a certainty for TNT Racing right now.
Not at all. Those lap delta graphics are not their friend, and I can see that might just go negative once again, or positive, excuse me, once again in terms of lap deltas. There we go. Still a decent chunk of time lost there, and meanwhile we have visitors on the lane. We have Sorg Rennsport Esports with their LMP1 efforts running in P number 2, was only 10 seconds behind Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing that last time, so they're definitely not out in terms of trying to get themselves the race win at the end of things. But they've put Mike Nürnberg in the car here, just having a look back to when that one was negotiated out. He's been in the car for a decent chunk of time here, so definitely one of the drivers that you do want behind the wheel if you want to go and chase the race. He had fantastic pace earlier on in the race, but he has to try to find it again if he's going to challenge that Movano car at the front of the field in any way. But speaking of LMP1s though, FRH Motorsports and Virtual Motorsports, you can see on those green times on those lap deltas that Virtual Motorsports has been catching in that one, the only, the Audi of Neo Endurance, and they might even look to get themselves the position here because they do have the pace over F4H Motorsports, and F4H have to be a little bit scared here because they might just be risking losing the position, and they'll get very close coming through the hairpin. Fast slot behind the wheel of the Virtual Motorsports Audi at this moment in time. Down towards the spoon they will go, and this is where the Porsche is just a tad bit better coming down on the straight lines, but the Audi can go so much quicker up through these corners, and you know, good run out of spoon could be required, but Virtual Motorsports just going to back out of that one actually, because they saw the danger ahead of the Red Face Racing Ferrari, so they didn't want to get into an altercation, just backing off, and you know, just drove it passively instead of just chasing the car ahead all the way, Lorenzo.
Yes, and also I think they're saving the ERS down over here to the pit straight. Let's see if they're going to actually activate it. Yeah, they do activate it. They're going to close that gap, I think, a little bit more. Like, they didn't activate too much, didn't have left. So, but thus far, actually, Virtual Sport having a really good race with the RT compared to the other teams. He started way in the back of the LMP1 field, and right now they're in 7th place. A really good result for that lonesome Audi off the grid.
Race Clutch LMP1 are behind this battle and are catching this battle as well. So F4H and Virtual Motorsports have to be a little bit concerned about that one. They can see that on the relative timings that they have in their F3 black box. You can see that Richard Arnault is closing in. So if you're Virtual Motorsports, you want to get this battle over and done with in a pretty quick fashion, but F4H Motorsports simply isn't allowing it right now, and with the GT car ahead, they're just getting well out of the way. That's what we like to see. Virtual Motorsports looking for the run in towards Spoon, but how much of that ERS can they use in the Audi, where it's a little bit sort of down on the pace compared to the Porsche? Still no opportunity coming off the Spoon curve, and that bright red race clutch car is getting ever closer to this battle as well. So three-way fight incoming. It might be done in just a couple of moments time, because look at the speed from Richard Arnault down the inside at the triangle. Move easily done there. And now the strategy must be from Virtual Motorsports to follow race clutch through on the F4H Motorsports car, ideally, David.
I'm sure that's what they're thinking about. They were right on the back of the F4H Motorsports and then drop back a little bit. You've seen the pace from race clutch in this LMP1. They're now right with F4H as well. The F4H car gets held up a little bit, and all three LMP1 cars will get through on the GTE together. And this could be, within the space of one lap, 2 positions gained for Richard Arnault in that race clutch LMP1, having slightly better fortune than their stable mates. It's all 3 cars right together within 1 second in one shot. I love it.
It's what we like to see, but oh no, that was F4H Motorsports getting a little sketchy off of the second Dickner, but through the hairpin, they'll have to push pretty wide. It'll give a slight advantage the way of race clutch, but here comes the ERS boost being used from Virtual Motorsports. They'll try and have a look back on the race clutch car that has been so much faster over the past couple of laps, and the GT car won't exactly help things in this situation, as race clutch have to slide the exit of the Spoon curve there. Just struggling to try to get the traction down after going down the inside of the GT machine. So that's going to spread out this battle by quite a considerable margin here. But I have no doubts that this will close up soon enough, Lorenzo.
Yeah, this will close up soon enough, if I'm not mistaken. If I think they're going to even make that right now at the front straight. Let's see if Richard Arnault is going to have the speed. I think he's not going to have the speed top the F4H Motorsports car. Now he's gonna have to work the entire lap again and make use of the traffic. Oh boy, here he goes. F4H having a little bit of a one-off at the exit of the turn. Now into the S's.
Exactly, side by side with the GT machine of S2V Racing, and we'll give you an update on the battle with the race lead, because that one has closed up by quite a bit, because Mike Nürnberg is taking chunks of time out of Milano. That's down to about 3 seconds behind your race leader now, so the battle for the overall race lead is not over coming into the final hours here, but Race Clutch still stuck behind the FRH Motorsports car, and Virtual Motorsports aren't giving them a break from behind either. They're just in the worst possible sandwich right now, David.
Yeah, I think Race Clutch are losing a bit of time right now because they're off pit cycle with these other teams, with F4H and Virtual Motorsports, who are both going to have to pit pretty soon. Nearly combined two words into one there. So right now what's happening is that the Race Clutch car is just being held up by a car that in a couple of laps time will have to come down on the pit lane.
Exactly. This might be the chance though for Race Clutch, looking for the move into 130R, but that's very, very unlikely indeed. To the triangle, that's not going to happen either. With TNT Racing ahead in that, LMP2 has to get out of the way off the final corner and will do so. So once again, it's a stalemate in this LMP1 battle, and Virtual Motorsports is just watching this one behind, just watching and waiting to see if they can make their way through at any point if these two guys come together. But right now, it's just that Race Clutch seemingly faster in all of the wrong places here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the number 12 is actually getting the wrong place at the wrong time. I think one of the things is not helping.
Oh, look at the move! Look at the move! Oh no, around the outside coming through the S's. What a stellar move there from the Race Clutch driver. FRH will try to close back by use of the boost, but not able to challenge down into the first Degner. But we were talking all through this race that, okay, the SS section isn't the most ideal place to try to make a pass, but Richard Arnaud proving us wrong. Around the outside he goes, right in the middle of the SS section as well, which is one of the toughest parts to try and make a pass, and he'll start to pull himself away now. And I wonder if we can get a replay of that pass, because that was absolutely fantastic stuff. Just a bunch of traction on that outside line, even in the marbles as well, that do lie offline coming through there. So around the outside becomes the inside for the next turn. Simple does it there, David.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastically well done, and sure Baz Slob for Virtual Motorsports watching behind, taking some notes.
Yeah, putting on a very good show ahead as Richard Arnaud makes his way by that F4H Motorsports car. Absolutely brilliant move there.
Also,
and
both F4H and Virtual Motorsport are in the pits.
Yep, side by side in the pits. Hello. Number 12 and the number 17. They will, of course, not have an incident here, because that's how the pit lane works here in iRacing. If you're in the pit stalls, as Virtual Motorsports, they missed their box. They have to stick it in reverse. They'll have to do a driver change as well. Dennis Gruisen getting behind the wheel of the Virtual Motorsports car, but we have a driver change for F4H as well, as Elliot Skier will make an appearance in this race as well. Has already done so far, got 50 laps under his belt, looking to go another stint here. As did Virtual Motorsports just creep forward? No, they were just going up down on the track, so both cars taking tyres in this situation. Audi, it's important to know, it does have the fuel advantage here, so we can expect a better stop here from the Audi, which is exactly what we've seen. So Virtual Motorsports are able to get themselves out ahead, whereas the Porsche of the F4H Motorsports has to stay on the lane for so much longer, and the Audi is already out into turn number 1 at Lorenzo.
And the Audi is out at turn number 1, having used that fuel advantage, as you said, and good on Virtual Motorsport. Even though they had a wrong moment over there, pinning their car into the pits, and right now we have a battle for a P4, and actually P5 overall as a Race Clutch car managed to reach the number 4 of the Trustmaster Movano car.
Yeah, Movano, and just having a look at them in their number 4 machine that's currently being chased down by Richard Arnaud of the Race Clutch team. 0.3 of a second, going near 0.4 of a second, being taken out on the last lap, and it's going to be another impeded lap here for Ashley Owen as he tries to negotiate the blue Porsche of the Triton Racing machine. This gives yet more of an advantage to that race clutch car, that LMP1 machine that is definitely on a roll. They're looking for a top 5, which happens to be exactly where they started.
Yes, and after actually the race clutch had a few incidents early in the race with an HPD car, had to repair, and then lost a lot of time, dropped back a few positions. So good on the 15 to make up the LMP1 grid and cash back possibly a P5 to go back, as you said, where they started.
So what, Ashley Owen, he has to be thinking now at some point over these next couple of laps, if he can't keep up the pace, he's going to have to try to defend from Richard Arnault. And, if obviously he wouldn't be aware of this at this stage, but the thing is, Arnault has already pulled out a fantastic pass over the past couple of laps and can do so again over Ashley Owen, possibly. But there's been an incident through the Casio Triangle there. That's involving iRacing Today Motorsports and Torrent Motorsports, who've gotten themselves into an altercation there. And it's the rare case of the GTE running into the back of a HPD into a braking zone. And of course, the benefits of the that is the GTE car running into the back of the prototype there, as that's a particularly weird incident there. It's not something that you're used to seeing. You're used to seeing prototypes run into the back of GT cars, not so much the other way around. And I think Torrent are definitely going to get the ire of the stewards for this one, David.
Yeah, it's not the first time that Torrent Motorsports have had contact with a HPD. I think they were involved but innocent in one of the race clutch LMP2 issues, but judging by that headlight flash, I'm not sure that Torrent Motorsports driver thinks that he was guilty of that particular incident, but it's certainly hurt that LMP2.
It has, very much so. Getting into the last hour and a half of this one here, so we're going to just take a little bit of a short break here on RaceSpot TV and on the iRacing Esports Network. And the issue that I'm having right now is I'm struggling to pick who to go on board with here. Do you have any ideas? Either David or Lorenzo, doesn't matter.
I'm thinking SimRC DE Emerald in the LMP1s. They're not engaged in an especially close battle with anyone, but we've just been in and around the top 5 lately. And I think it's always interesting to ride on board with an LMP1 because we get to watch them closing up on both of the other classes.
Since we have a bit of a lull in the racing here, we're going to go RaceSpot TV fan immersion with SimRC.de Emerald on board with Simon Grossman. behind Sim RC go with a couple of laps on board with them. But we are inside, well, getting close to getting inside the final 1.5 hours here for the 6 hours of the Neo Endurance Series at Suzuka. It's myself, David Haynes, and Lorenzo Bonda in the commentary booth for this one. We've stuck it out ever since qualifying here. We had a short feature from Fraser Williamson in qualifying. We've got Hugo Luis behind the camera, and we have the driver that we were on board with just a couple of moments ago, providing us the technology to be able to use our very fancy overlays here on iRacing. Let's have a little bit of a rundown of your top 8, in each class then, since we do have a little bit of time to kill to do that. Thrustmaster Mivano Racing then leading in LMP1 from Porsche Basel by Saw Principal Esports. That latter car has been working their way in and looks to challenge for the race lead coming into these final set of stops. But Porsche Sim RC, oh, we have a car off there. That's Euphoria DriveX Racing. That's P3 in GTE having a bit of an issue getting themselves around. And what has happened to Sal Talent here? He's had contact with the Wyvern Racing car. That's the LMP1 Wyvern Racing car. And that is up into the hairpin. Well, side-to-side contact, since of course the side-by-side contact up in towards the hairpin turn. You'll see it up on your screen for you right now as the Wyvern Racing tries to make their way by, but not a lot of room given on the inside, and Euphoria as a result end up spinning right in the middle of the racing circuit. So that is pretty unfortunate for them, and now they're going to get a little bit harassed from behind from Zenith Esports, who is a lap down, but still that is the case. But we'll go back through your top 8 in LMP1. We've got Mivano Racing, that's in P1, also in P5 as well. Race Clutch LMP1 in P6 with Team Camera, P7, who've been so quiet that I completely forgot they were a team in this race, with Virtual Motorsports in P number 8 in LMP1. Then in your LMP2 field, it's a case of Ava Vavatic getting themselves back to the front of the field there in that one. So Sven Neumann behind the wheel of the Ava Vavatic car, currently working its way around. We'll get the graphics changed up on your screen for you right now in just a couple of moments time so you can see this one. But IRDK Endurance have got themselves up into P number 2 here, but I think it's by virtue of Team Mad coming down the pit lane, so they'll drop down the order as well. But the order as it stands: Ava, IRDK, TNT, Team Mad, SRN, Team Hoisingveld, Inertia Sim Racing, and UI1 Positive Sim Racing, rounding out the top 8 in your LMP2 class. Then in GTEs, Altus Esports still leading the way, 1.5 hours away from the end of the race. MSI Esports 16 seconds adrift in P number 2, with Euphoria Racing after that spin. Well, they've dropped a lot of time. They're back to 53 seconds behind your race leader in P number 3. Williams Gym Esports have 4th right now, with Odox 5th. Team 85, the first car a lap down in your GTE class, and Porsche Basel by Soul Racing Esports P7. Triton Racing will finish out your top 8. But we do have drivers to get ourselves an interview with here coming into the later stages of this race. There's a close battle that you can keep an eye on between the Mivano and the Race Clutch LMP1 cars. That's the 4 and the 15. But while this one is going on, we can get our drivers up for an interview. We've got first we've got Yunus Vastamaki into the commentary booth, and David, you're going to take the interview with one of the drivers of the number 59 Inertia Sim Racing Corsac car.
Yeah, well, hello Jonas. A good race overall, I think, so far for you guys. Are you finding more luck now that you've gotten rid of Megan Fox?
Well, we had more luck at the Sports Car Open last weekend, but not today, to be honest. Kind of a poor performance from myself, so we had a win on offer here, and now we are fighting for a podium, so that's disappointing, but I hope Ilka can carry my ass and save us something from this race.
You guys are in a little battle actually right now, not far behind that Team Hoisingfeld 35. Is there anything you think your team can do on strategy to get that position, or is the Kettle Rapids going to have to get up there and make the pass? So you don't think anything on strategy? It's just going to have to be an on-track battle?
Yeah, our strategy is set in stone right now, so we are just going to execute it. We think it's the best possible we have remaining, but we assume that they are going to just match what we are going to do, so that shouldn't make any difference.
So is it 1 or 2 stops still to go for your car?
It's 1 stop to go for us.
Right, well, I guess your thoughts so far on the Neo Endurance series. I mean, we're now getting towards what will be the end of the first 2/3 of the season. What's an ambition for you guys in this championship? How well can you do, not just in this race, but overall?
Definitely better than we are doing right now. The minimum is to score a top 8, which earns you an invite to the next season, but obviously we'd hope to make it to top 5 for those prize monies to help cover the cost of the season. So definitely want to score podiums in about the remaining 2 races and see how far we can go. Maybe possibly go for a race win if we get lucky like we did earlier today and just not mess it up.
And any thoughts about any other Fox's lucky charms to bring on board now that you're no longer carrying Megan Fox?
No, really. And, well, before the interview ends, I'd like to apologize for my teammate for my poor performance today. And it was pathetic and unacceptable, so I hope I can bounce back next race. But what I did today is not up to our standards. I could give a lot of excuses why it happened, but as we say in Finland, voit teette ja selitä ja selittää ettei voita, which translates to winners don't make excuses and those who make excuses don't win.
Very humble of you. And so just wrapping it up, anyone you need to thank on behalf of yourself and your team?
I'd like to thank Ilkka. He's done all of the race preparation from setup to practice and strategy today, so I really left him in a tough spot and hope he can show the effort he's put into this race and salvage us a good result.
Thanks so much. Throw it back to Connery as that team is involved even more closely in this battle with Team Boysenfeld for what's now 4th place in that class.
Yeah, they're trying to get past the GTE race leader right now of Altus Esports, and they managed to squeak their way through. A closer battle is the Race Clutch and Movano battle in LMP1s though, and Arnaud is just locked onto the back of that car as things stand, as they too decide to get themselves by the Altus car. That's a dive and a half from Arnaud. You have to get a view from this from behind the inertia car because they're directly in front of this one, side by side between Race Clutch and Movano further back through the field there, and Movano have just managed to get away with it there. They were caught napping up in towards the hairpin. Both of them outbreak themselves, so these are the 2 battles that we've been watching over the past couple of moments, all coming together here as the LMP1 battle will pass the LMP2 battle on the run down towards 130R. That was almost a huge moment between Movano and the LMP1 Race Clutch car this time, but since we do have a little bit of a break in this one as a result of them having their particular moments, I'm just going to delay this for a little bit to see what Race Clutch do out of the final corner, but otherwise we'll go to Josh Chin and another interview, this time with Team Chimera, but Arnaud not going to have the speed coming down the pit straight here to be able to challenge, so I think it's pretty safe to get ourselves Joshua Chin up into the commentary booth right now. So Joshua Chin, representative of Team Chimera, currently running in P number 7 in your LMP1 field behind this Race Clutch and Movano battle. How are things going for your team, Josh? Because you've been, the whole team has been seemingly very quiet in this one and has slowly made themselves positions up. Is that what you guys been finding as well?
Yeah, it started out a little bit of a mess. Running about 9th place on the start and got caught up in the triangle shenanigans. But got the car fixed, and we've been good ever since. It seems like the middle stints really came to us. When I got in the car, it felt like a rocket, and I was pretty close to leader's pace. But Right now, just trying to survive. We had one close call with an HPD who didn't have spatial awareness, but that sorted itself out. And hopefully, I don't want to wish bad luck on the two ahead of us, but if one of them drops out, that would be nice to pick up a spot or two.
It would be, and it will get you inside of the top 5. Penum 7 is where you're running right now. As I mentioned, it's been a bit of a quiet race. You mentioned the issue was one of the HPDs, but I think that some of these teams out here today would rather one issue with the HPD than the many other problems that they've had so far. The attrition rate has been, for a word, interesting in this one, with how many problems there have been out there on circuit, but it seems like you guys have avoided most of them.
Yeah, ultimately it comes down to, do you want to be right or do you want to still be on the track? And I think for the most part we've sided with the latter one after how our season's gone. Finishing a race this season would be a nice thing, because we haven't really done that this season in Neo.
Yeah, only 9 points picked up at Circuit of the Americas. The other 2 races, Sebring and Slagos, scored 0 points for you guys. So if you can get a decent finish here, that will propel you up the leaderboard somewhat, because everyone is pretty close there at the back of the LMP1 standings. And as I said, there comes a point where you want to get to a place inside the standings where you get to automatically qualify for next season. So is that the overall goal for you guys in the final 3 races here?
I think our goal is just get finishes and have fun racing. We haven't really had that so far this season, and just be able to finish a race and have things go the way we expect them to, instead of wrecked and popping for wrecks and getting run over. This kind of race, I think, has been a lot better for us mentally.
And we've got Simon Trendell behind the wheel of the car right now. Have you heard from him with how the car's feeling, how the track is feeling? Is he feeling confident?
Yeah, he's happy with where he's at. We're not really in position to chase down Movano or Race Clutch. They're on another level as far as pace right now, but I think we're solidly for 7th. I think the only worry we have is Virtual Motorsport might jump us on strategy. But otherwise, we're pretty confident on 7th place right now.
Yeah, just Audi problems. When you have them behind you, they can just make those fuel tanks just last, despite the short fuel fill times that they have. But in this race, do you have anyone working behind the scenes that you want to thank? Because we have to go through that entire spiel.
Yeah, I got to give thanks to Ben. He actually did a lot of the work on the setup this week and wasn't able to make it. Had to take care of some family issues. But Simon as well, he did a great job in the car. I was kind of a last minute. I wasn't intending on racing today, but with Ben's absence, I had to step in. And Simon's done a great job with the car as well as Ben. And it feels nice to take this car to where it's at right now.
Yeah, you guys are doing a very, very good job. And that was Joshua Chin, a representative of the Team Chimera machine in LMP1, which we're riding on board with right now. Also, because we have to mention it, Josh, 2018 Indianapolis 500 winner. It's basically like the sort of Nico Hülkenberg Le Mans 24-hour winner sort of thing that he got going on there. But speaking of, though, May is getting ever closer for you guys. So defending the title for what is going to be the first time that anyone has ever defended an Indy 500?
I hope so. Hopefully the car is as good this year as it was last year, and the luck works out right. And I actually remember how to qualify the car this time and don't have to start from the back like last year.
Yeah, I wish you all the best in that particular race. It is a couple of months away, but it's worth keeping in mind for some of the drivers out there. So thank you very much for joining us, Josh.
Thank you as well. Have a great rest of your race, guys, and thank you for putting it on the broadcast.
And thank you for racing as well. So that was the interview done with Indianapolis 500 winner Joshua Chin of Team Chimera, and not all that much has changed out there on circuit. We have the number 15 come down on towards the lane. That's the Race Clutch LMP1 car that has done a 24-second stop. We're watching the battle between the 35 and the 59 as well. That's Team Heusingfeld versus Inertia Sim Racing Corsac, and Inertia still trying to recover after their earlier incident and their earlier penalties involving Torque Freak Racing, but getting back inside the top 5 here, top 4, excuse me, here, David, would still be an absolutely brilliant result for the Finns.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We had just been speaking to Ilkka Kadlakowski's teammate, and we were riding on board with that Inertia Sim Racing car as they closed up on Team Huisingveld. And, well, they haven't managed to find a way through, and you see just approaching the hairpin there, Marcel Tai just keeps the car a little bit to the inside just to dissuade Ilkka Kadlakowski from considering a late move. I think all things considered, at Inertia Sim Racing, it sounds like they want that 4th position, but they're not going to risk too much to get it. This is a race for them where they're just looking for a solid result, and then the next 2 races, they'll see if they can put together the pace, the setup, all of that to maybe grab a win.
Yeah, Inertia Sim Racing so close to Team Huisingveld coming into the triangle, but there is Odobox Motorsports in their LMP1 effort. Then they make contact with the Inertia Sim Racing car coming through the triangle, and that is Jose Langer there. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that middle name of the Odobox Motorsports driver there, and that again was an unnecessary incident between 2 bits of lap traffic there. Odox down the inside, what is a very tight and twisty section anyway down into the triangle. You can, of course, make side-by-side work through there, but not like that, as the 2 cars make contact in the middle of it. But the battle will still continue between Huisingveld and Inertia Sim Racing. Through the S's they'll go, and around the outside of the Team 84 car, they will have to go as well up through Dunlop, as Team Huisingveld will have the advantage off the corner to try to stem the bleeding somewhat. And it's also an issue of perhaps how much damage that Inertia Sim Racing car has, but from visually speaking, there only seems to be driver's right-hand side pod damage on that Blue Fox car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the damage will not affect too much the performance of the car. Actually, if it affects, it's just the balance between some of the faster turns, but since we don't have like faster chicanes or something of the sort, the only fast turns we have is the 130R. And possibly turn 1.
There's an incident through the spoon curve, and Inertia Sim Racing not exactly happy about what happened to them, and very deep in towards the spoon curve, running into the back of Marcel Tai of Team Huisingveld. So that's a very, very interesting one, and I have to wonder exactly how slow Team Huisingveld were on entry, or how fast that, or how deep Inertia Sim Racing went there, because I think they just went a little bit too deep and directly into the back of the Team Huisingveld car they'll go. We'll get the replay up on screen, David.
Yep, riding on board with Inertia Sim Racing, and they were maybe just a little bit too hot in there, but if you imagine that the Huisingveld car wasn't there, they might have still made the corner. I don't know. That's going to be a difficult one for the stewards to look at, which I'm sure they will. The Inertia Sim Racing has carried on and held that position rather than give it back. So I assume Ilkka Kadlakowski has decided that he is not to blame for that, because he's willing to hold on to that position. But Team Huisingveld have lost 2 because the Team Mad car has also snuck through.
Yeah, it has, completely out of nowhere. Team Mad really making a statement in this race. We're not used to seeing them this far up, but they're making a fantastic effort here in this LMP2 field after pretty much everyone else around them, has run into a good couple of issues. And Lorenzo, you have an opinion on that incident as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the replay over here. It sounds like a really odd in the race incident, because even though the Huisingveld car had an early break and tried to go into a flow-in, fast-out entry into the spoon curve, basically it caught the Inertia car off guard. For me, it would be a race incident because there is nothing to blame. They were basically very set apart. They had quite a gap between each other. So I don't think the coming up hard was really a big difference. I think that's the proper braking line, and inertia just cut off guard.
They get caught out. Battle for P8 in GTEs though. SRN Motorsports versus Triton Racing, and SRN's been trying to edge out this gap over the past couple of laps, but on the last one they were unsuccessful as Triton gained about 200 of a second in that situation, as SRN had made this pass done over Triton anyway, so this is more Triton trying to come back on them after that pass was completed. We have a spinner out of the last turn, I believe. That's the turn, no, that's the number 12, Virtual Motorsports. Oh, your only Audi in the field has run into a couple of problems down pit straight. Let's have a look, because he spun it pretty much out of the last turn, which is a place where you can very much loop the car around, but it's not the issue that you expect. He just tracked out way wide trying to get by one of the GT cars, and that was well avoided by the Audax Motorsports as the Audi comes back across the track and spins right across the start-finish line. And of course, in that situation, they do have to wait to spin their car back around, and they find a big enough gap to be able to do it, as they
haven't managed to successfully flick spin it, of course, because it's a four-wheel drive car. You can rev it up, dump the clutch, but then the automatic systems will start putting electric power to the front axle, and you can see he tried to spin it around in one movement, couldn't get it done. And here behind them is the Chimera Motorsports car, so Team Chimera car, who has closed right up and might want to grab that one.
Yeah, Team Chimera through Joshua Chin did mention they wanted to, they were hoping that something would happen with the Virtual Motorsports and the Race Clutch car ahead, and something has happened to at least one of them here, as they will get the speed down the back straight here. Will Team Chimera, will they move to the inside? They will not. They will bide their time and wait for the chicane instead. Where is Virtual Motorsports going to defend? They're going to stick to the outside line, and Team Chimera are just going to wait once again, coming through the triangle as that Audi launches itself off the corner. The acceleration in these LMP1 cars is just absolutely insane, and here comes the overspeed in the Porsche for Team Chimera. They will gain the position. They won't be finishing 7th here. They will get themselves another position as they almost run into the Audax car. That Audax car has seen so much over the past lap. I think they're going to be needing a break here in that situation, but that was well done there from Simon Trendell to get that pass done in not too many issues, Lorenzo.
Yeah, not many issues, as you said, and the only issue you could have had is with the Audax car. And the Audax car was actually right near the... Oh boy, that was actually a little bit of an incident with Chimera and the positive. The
Ava Vivatic car, which is currently leading the LMP2 class, so a scary moment for them, Lorenzo.
Scary moment for Ava. But as you said, the only issue they could have had was the GT car, which was going right at the apex of turn 1, but I had to back away to let the LMP1 to go through, so good on the GT to let the LMP1 go through. So when we said that Team Chimera was quiet for a second, now they're on the spotlight and doing some action.
Yes, they are, and let's hope they don't have any suspension damage after that little tap with the car trying to make its way through up towards 130 yard. A couple of cars though. That was these are the battles involving that's going to be the Eva Vivati car is in and amongst these cars, and they get themselves down the inside of the iRacing Today Motorsports, just trying to deal with this traffic in the final stages of this race, and having a look at maybe some of the other battles that are going on. We've got Inertia Sim Racing versus Team Mad, which might just become a thing, because Team Mad very much have been closing in over the past couple of laps, thanks to the instance that Inertia Sim Racing have gotten themselves into. But they're getting into a pretty congested part of the circuit right now with the GT cars, with the LMP1 machines as well that they'll have to deal with. You can see both times on the past two laps that Team Mad has gained around about 0.2 of a second, and they're even trying to challenge the Viati e-racing car there, but I don't think that one's quite going to work there. You're in two separate classes, but Diogo Merrill behind the wheel of the Team Mad car really putting in some hard work at the end of the race. And this is the point in the race where it counts the most, arguably, coming up into these final stops. If you have a good run or a good stint, but in your second to last stop, that can really, really boost your confidence, David, when it comes to that final run.
Yeah, precisely. In an endurance race, you'll typically want to put your strongest driver in for the last stint, especially if it's a series with safety cars or anything where it's just what you put in the last stint can matter so very much. It's where you can just solidify your position or lose it all. So it's a great run so far late in the race from Team Mad.
Fantastic run indeed. Getting themselves up inside that top 5 is not too bad of a finish at all. Just having a little bit of a look at where they are in the point standings though, because Team Mad, if I tried to find them, they are currently 13th in the point standings right now, only collecting 5 points in race 1, 7 points in race 2, and 1 point in the last race at Interlagos. They're going to get a decent chunk more for finishing in P number 5 this time, so that will propel them ahead of the likes of not SRN Motorsport, because they're ahead of them out there on track right now, but might be able to challenge Luxim 24 and Will the Sim Racing team as well to get themselves a little bit nearer that top 10 in the standings for Team Mad. You can see the roster up on screen for you now. We did have Pete Harrod behind the wheel at the start, so nearish the start of the race, so Merrill's done a very, very good job here late on to keep that car competitive. But, looking at some of the other situations that we might just have, just checking my timing screens, there's not much going on. I'll be completely honest, there's not much going on, but this is all the setup right now for that final stint, Lorenzo, where everything is going to come together, all the strategies are going to play out, and there comes the period inside the last 20, 30, 40 minutes where everyone's done with their final stops and it's all there to be done on track instead.
Yeah. For the P2s, I believe their pit stops are going to be around the 15-minute. No, not the 15-minute mark. I'm actually over-exaggerating. It's going to be around the 45. Maybe P1s are going to pit around the same time as well. Bar a few cases like SimRC Emerald, they're about to pit stop really shortly. They're on 22 laps after their stint. And the GTs, I think they're about to reach their final pit stop really shortly in about 4 to 5 laps. So they're going to be on around the hour.
Yes, they are. And just having a look at Suzuka Sport Esports in their LMP1 effort though, because if my calculations are correct, they're quite a bit more behind your race leader than they otherwise would be. They have come down on towards the lane over the past couple of laps though, but the thing is, so has Movano, so that doesn't make a ton of sense, as they actually have come down one more time than them. They actually had to serve a drive-through penalty, I believe, a little bit earlier on, that has basically ruined their race for the race win at this stage, and has given, of course, SimRC.de Emeralds, giving them a position up into P number 2, but right now SimRC haven't pitted yet, so Suzuka Sport Esports might just still have P number 2 here, but any chance that they have for the race win now, David, is pretty much in the gutter.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. They did, of course, lead earlier in the race and then just not managed to hold on to it with the fantastic pace that Thrustmaster Movano Racing's number 3 car been managed to put in. A slightly less of a troubled run than some of the other teams out there. And I think I agree with you that SimRC.de Emerald, while currently in second place, not going to be able to hold on to that through the pit cycle. We see that the pace that Florian Kruger is putting in right now as well, closing that gap up.
Yeah, but he still has to go and chase all of the time out there on circuit, even though he probably knows that SimRC are going to come down in for a stop soon enough, but you still can't leave this to chance, because we had, at the last race at Interlagos, we saw that Movano had an instant basically was through the final turn, and they had to crawl themselves across the line, and there's still a chance that something like that could happen again, and then Suzuka Esports need to be in the position close enough behind to try and capitalize. But 46 seconds right now isn't quite the gap that you're going to need if something like that happens in the final lap.
.de do come onto the pit lane right now, and with an hour to go, it's not going to be their final stop. They can fill that car all the way up, and they'd still need to make a pit stop with about 15 minutes to go.
Yes, they will. So splash and dash still required.
And a driver change. Simon Grossman now getting behind the wheel, I think. Is that a driver change?
I think he's in the car regardless, so I think he's going to go one more.
Disregard what I said just then.
Okay, we'll do that then. Simon Grossman going to stay behind the wheel here. 74 laps he has done so far this race, and with 100 done by Claudius Feed, I don't think that he'll be wanting to jump back in the car anytime soon with that amount of laps logged. So tyre's going to be taken here from simrc.de Emerald as they go up onto the jacks. Meanwhile, behind them, Thrustmaster of iRacing number 4 decide to head their way in. So off and away Simon Grossman goes for yet another stint in that SimRC car, but it won't be the last one for reasons that we have already described. Out into some clear air as well, which is absolutely fantastic. Full fuel taken from simrc.de. They will take the very short, what looks to be about 10 minutes worth of fuel next time they come down in to get themselves to the end of the race there, Lorenzo. So it's going to be a very short stop next time, but let's see how that will make them file out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very short stop. As you just mentioned, it is full fuel for their car, so they're going to have around maybe some 50 minutes, 45 minutes, depending how they're pushing, how they use the ERS of their car. But if I am SimRC, I was just cruise around. You don't have too much to fight for. You basically are within the gap of top 3. As we got a battle for the number between Triton and Zenith Esports for P9. P9. Yeah, P7, P9 off the GTE field.
Yeah, exactly. And Triton going to be trying to defend. Gets Zenith gets very close through the hairpin that time, but again, it's another thing to try and get past at a circuit such as this. We have Wyvern Racing come down towards the lane for LMP1 as well, so they won't have enough fuel to get themselves to the end of the race. So a splash and dash required for them as well. Zenith Esports still locked onto the back of Triton though, and this is probably one of their best opportunities to get themselves by, because they've got a fantastic run out of Spoon, kept themselves close, and they're able to challenge around the outside at 130R. Who's going to back out first, if anyone? Zenith has to, and follows in line, coming through the corner, and I guess it is possible for them to go around the outside 130R. It's such a dangerous thing to do though, and you're really playing with fire in terms of the track limits, but I think they didn't want to make that move because they knew they were going to come down on towards the lane this time, David.
Yeah, we're almost at just within the last hour to go, so absolutely every GTE that comes down the pit lane now will be able to fill up, make it to the end. Maybe at Zenith they've decided that they were being held up a bit too much. They might try for an undercut as they're within the window to fuel it, put new tyres on, and get to the end with a driver change. I'm correct this time.
You are. Daniel Cuevas Amador getting behind the wheel, piloting that Zenith Esports car to the end of the race. Since these GTE machines, they can go on an hour on the fuel stint pretty easy. So no more stops required for any GTE that picks from this point forwards. So that's the strategy starting to come together inside of your GTE class. Having a look back at that GTE machine, those GTE machines though, we've got Zenith Esports down onto the lane, of course. We've already mentioned that. SRN have also decided to come in as well, so they are also good to the end of the race as well. And the rest of your GTE cars are getting towards the end of their second to last stints here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we had a little bit of a pit party full of GTE machines in the not too distant future, Lorenzo.
Sorry, I spaced out a little bit. Can you repeat the question again?
I was just talking about these GTE machines. They might just have to come down on towards the lane altogether because they're pretty much all reaching the end of their stint right now.
Yeah, they're about the end of their season right now, and probably going to come all together. And I think in terms of strategy won't make a difference, and also pace won't make a difference. So far, we see Logitech GLTZ Sports basically having the upper hand in this field right now. Their pace has just been rather superior compared to the other teams, and they're on par for a victory if all goes right. And please, I don't want to curse somebody at this late in the race.
We've done enough cursing.
We've done our fair share for today.
Yeah, we have. We very much have. But the thing is, the Race Clutch LMP2 car is out, so the likelihood of us cursing a car at this point is much lower. Sorry, Race Clutch. I'm really, really sorry. I'm not. But SRN Motorsports, they are back out and away. They're coming up through towards the spoon curve right now. Meanwhile, the rest of the GTEs are starting to think about coming in. Euphoria Racing have decided to hit the lane. Same with Williams Jim Yellow and Triton Racing. So these cars, these GTE cars, are coming in for their final stops right now. Salva Talon's behind the wheel of the Euphoria Racing machine. And it's just a case now of maybe waiting for that Altus Esports car to decide to head their way in. They're out there on track right now. Andrew Carl has been doing a fantastic job in these late stints of just keeping that car out of trouble, and he has to do it just for one more hour, and the Australian team of Altus Esports can get themselves a race win, David.
Yeah, Australian team certainly, but it's the Italian, Sicilian Simona Maria Marcheno who did the bulk of the heavy lifting. And look at Triton side by side coming out of the pit lane. They'll just hold on to that one.
Yep, they will. They weren't even racing for position with Euphoria Racing there, so I'm not exactly sure why they were so insistent on keeping themselves ahead in that situation, but, you know, we've got Victor Smolajic there behind the wheel of the Triton car as Salva Talent will trying to get the pass back on him that Triton were able to pull off coming through towards the exit of the pit lane. It's blue flags are being shown, of course, but they're only going to be advisory here in iRacing and in the Neo Endurance Series as well. So, inside the final hour then, we're going to take our last portion of Race Sport TV fan immersion, and who are we going to do it with? That is the bigger question. I'm just having a bit of a look down towards maybe your LMP1 field and having a look at Team Chimera, because, you know, they had their interview, but that's pretty much all they've done in this race so far, and they've got themselves P number 7. So, Race Sport TV fan immersion with Simon Trundell of Team Chimera. welcome back to the final hour here of the Neo Endurance Series. 6 hours of Suzuka here on Race Spot TV and on the iRacing eSports Network. If you're having a little bit of a ponder and a little bit of a wonder why that Team Chimera is running in a black livery, it is for a very sad reason, unfortunately. You see the memorial right on front of that nose once the trees get themselves out of the way. Team Chimera on Twitter posting that 10 years to get today, we lost a very good friend and teammate, Chris Noble, aged just 26. While his time with us was brief, his infectious personality remains fresh in our memories, and he is deeply missed. As in 2009, we will be running black liveries this month in his memory, and that's, I feel, is a very heartfelt message there from Team Chimera to one of their former teammates back when sim racing was starting to grow, starting to come to the forefront, and we can never forget people that have raced with us before, you know, even on iRacing, on other simulators as well, and to keep their memory living on in a race such as this is only an admirable act that you just have to really appreciate, David.
Yeah, beautiful little tribute, and not tearing up. Yeah, that's as I say, I'll just say a beautiful little tribute, and we might be. Here we go. We've got a fantastical photo of it. Give you a hopefully better, less interrupted view of that car.
Yeah, exactly. Rest in peace, Chris Noble, 1982 to 2009, 10-year anniversary of his death. And Team Chimera, they're going to be probably pretty emotional at the end of this race, the people that knew him, but getting themselves a fantastic good top 10 result here is absolutely brilliant as well. No matter where they finish, arguably they'll want to get themselves to the end of the race just to pay their respects. But getting back to the racing here today, inside the final hour, the final pit stops are still underway for Altus Esports, as they have recently come down towards the lane to get themselves their fuel to the end of the race. So that is the stops done for Logitech G Altus Esports, your race leader in your GTE class, and they look fairly comfortable right at the front of the field with Andrew Carl piloting that car all the way to the end of this event. Meanwhile, though, at the front of the other two classes, it's been, I guess, plain sailing for the past hour or so for Thrustmaster Nirvana in LMP1 car. They did have, in the LMP1 class, excuse me, they did have a little bit of a sketchy moment with Saw Grensport Esports closing in on them a little bit earlier on, but unfortunately for Saw, they did get themselves a slowdown penalty, we believe, for the excessive off-track incidents that they've had that has put them back 45 seconds off of your race leader. But the closest battle, one of the closest battles, has been Avavatic versus TNT Racing. They did have a little bit of a jostle a little bit early on, but as of right now, Avavatic have all of the advantages. 27 seconds in hand, and there's not much TNT Racing can do about that because their strategy is not favorable to doing any sort of fuel undercut here to try and make that gap look any less. So right now, the battle for the race leads in each year 3 classes are for now are done, but of course we never know what can happen before the end of this race, Lorenzo. Just look at the Interlagos race last time out with Mivano taking a little bit too much out of the Yunchao corner.
Yeah, that race was something else, right? And that shows that you cannot take one moment of relaxation and always have focus in sim racing. Meanwhile, talking about Team Chimera, a little bit of bad news is that they got a black flag done in Simon Trindelston. Actually, he's driving the car. He's gonna have to go to the pits. That will not endanger their place in 7th place because they're still a good lengths back ahead of the Positive Sim Racing black car, but it could endanger them down the line.
Wouldn't be too sure of that one because 28 seconds is the gap to Positive Sim Racing black, and what is going to be a drive-through penalty might him under threat from Positive Sim Racing Black. So battle might just be on for P number 7 and P number 8 once Team Chimera managed to get their penalty served. So it was for unjustifiable risk on lap 169, turn number 8 there for them. So they'll just have to take that one on the chin, on I guess the Joshua chin, as that is. Sorry, that's just a terrible
Get
joke, but,
out.
Jesus Christ.
Did you wait like 5 hours and 15 minutes for that?
Connery, how much thought did you put into this one?
About half a second of thought.
Alright.
Can we put you in timeout to think about what you've done?
Yeah, sure. Take it away for the next 5 minutes.
Well,
David?
the battle between SRN Motorsports and Team Mad for 5th place in P2 continues as we just saw the Chimera car coming down onto the pit lane to serve that penalty. In Greek mythology, a Chimera is a fire-breathing hybrid, and I'm not sure that the 919 breathes fire, but a hybrid it certainly is. 1.2 seconds is now how clear Mike Young is of Diogo Melro.
It's gonna be
in
close.
the Team Mad car. It's now calculated again down to 0.3. Yes, very close. You can see them there on the circuit coming down the pit straight, Lorenzo.
And coming down on pit straight, the gap right now, I'm just gonna see how close is that gap between Chimera and Black. It's around 1.7 seconds, so Simon Trindle gotta stay strong, gotta hold strong for this next 44 minutes. Don't forget he has to pit stop as well. He was about 11 laps into his stint. So what was the best spot? Actually, they were going to repeat their best place compared to the previous race, I think in Coda. I think in the Coda race so far, their 7+ overall spot is now in danger.
Yeah, certainly. So we're reaching now 44 minutes to go, and that means we're about at the point where P1s could pit and get to the end. Lock up there from SRN Motorsports, but they still managed to park it on the apex, and Team Mad stay behind and compromise their exit a little bit, but that is racing as they come towards Spoon Corner. And I like your analysis on the P1s, Lorenzo.
Right now the P1s, as I said, they gotta go for a pit stop. All of them, they're gonna pit stop around either between the 30 to 15 race mark to get that splash in action. If they put fuel as basically a race overkill, they're gonna kill the entire race of theirs. Unless you got like a 200-minute second gap to somebody else, but so far. Right now, the only one in the position of losing a spot into this top 10 is Team Chimera, because if I'm Sim Racing Black right now, if I'm Ricardo Schiavon, I would forward the car all out and don't care about fuel. You're gonna have to refuel either way, so just go and grab that spot from the car ahead of you.
Yep. And Connery, have you had a little bit of time to think about what you've done?
Yeah.
I have.
Do you regret it?
There is a little bit of regret involved, but I think it's worth it.
It's like eating a good burger then.
Yeah, that's exactly the feeling. As Team Mad, they're getting very close to the back of SRN here, which is an interesting predicament to be in if you're Mike Young and piloting that SRN Motorsports car, because you want to defend your top 5 finish here ideally, but Team Mad, they've been running so well over the past couple of laps that they're looking so aggressive as well up and towards the hairpin. But we've got Wyvern Racing in the LMP1 car looking to make its way by. You'll see that on the driver's left hand side as they'll go that way. But SRN, this is crunch time now in terms of this race. Just having a little bit of a look at what the stint lengths are for these guys. They pitted, Team Mad pitted 2.5 laps ago, SRN pitted 4.5 laps ago. Both of them are well within the window to get to the end of the race. So ideally, both of these guys, David, don't have to get fuel for the end now. They don't have to come back in again. So this is a flat-out race to the end.
Yep, exactly. They're both in their last stint, fueled to get to the end. And if Diogo Melro wants that 5th position, he's going to have to do it on track. And this is a great camera angle to watch because we've seen from several of these places how hard Mike Young is defending and how hard he's pushing that car to stay ahead. We saw it previous lap through the hairpin. We saw it this time around in the second Degner. Once again, just getting the tail out on that P2 class car. And no huge weakness in the defense, but no doubt the pace advantage. The Team Mad car is just looking a little bit quicker right now. 40 minutes would be an incredibly long time for Mike Young to put up a defense.
It's a marathon, not a sprint in endurance racing like this, but you do have to start treating it more like a sprint race when you get yourself inside of the final hour. P number 6 has been Team Mad's best finish so far, but can they one-up it coming to the end of this one? SRN looking very, very vulnerable indeed, but they're holding position for now on the nose of that Team Mad car. So Diogo Melro looking for big points for Team Mad here, a record number of points in one race for them, but it's still a pretty tough hurdle to try and get past Mike Young here, especially when he's been defending as well as he has done so over the past couple of laps. We have your LMP2 race leader in though, 29 laps on the stint, only 40 minutes of fuel having to be put in here by Ava Vavatic, so they are pretty comfortable to get themselves to the end here. They'll come and get themselves stopped in their box. Sven Neumann, I think, is just going to stay behind the wheel of this one. No point in taking the driver change at this stage. TNT Racing also come in from P number 2. IRDK will have to wait a little while before they decide to come down in. About 40 kilograms of fuel is going to go into that Ava Vavatic car right now. So they'll be out and away in just a couple of moments' time. 27 seconds on their stop. 28 seconds is going to be their final stop time. Mornian 29. And finally, they'll get themselves back out there on track. Between the green cones they will go, and it's going to be a decent chunk of clear air that they'll have to contend with as well. So that is the ideal situation there for Ava Vavatic to try and take the race win right in the end here. 39 minutes remaining. SRN versus Team Mad is still very much a battle that's going on, but SRN have managed to put 2 cars in between themselves and Team Mad here, so that is a frustrating moment for Diego Merrill as he has to deal with the LMP1 car trying to come through as well. So if the traffic keeps falling like this for SRN, they might just have a chance, Lorenzo, at holding position.
Yeah, they might have a slight chance, if I'm to be quite honest, because Team Mad is being caught in the wrong places, basically in the turns where you lose most speed and you need to actually have a good entry, like the hairpin, spoon, dagger of sorts. They're getting, as I said, caught off in the wrong places, and they lose precious time. Right now, their gap is around 1.3 seconds between the 47 to 36. So if they keep going like this for a few more laps, they're going to be in a safe spot as the F-Race just dive bombs into the Castle Triangle. But does it safely. Didn't lose a lot of time, both cars, but Team has now 1 more second lost.
Yep, and that 1 second may just be important in the final lap of this race. As David, we haven't mentioned something here at this race that we usually mention when it comes to the likes of Suzuka, Motegi, Tsukba as well. What may that be?
Sushi?
No, although sushi is good, but it's not the thing I'm looking for. It's the construction of the Japanese asphalt.
I do not recall ever talking about that.
Oh wow, you haven't been on a race spot broadcast where we have mentioned the fact that the Japanese asphalt is actually lower grip than standard Western asphalt?
No, I had no clue.
Well,
yeah, that is
the more you know. It's all a learning experience here.
To that though is that it's been a little bit since we've touched on the track temperatures, which, started as low as 20 degrees, and I've seen them rise up to currently now 34 degrees. So in the last hour or so, the sun is starting to properly get high in the sky, and it's becoming a rather warm day, especially out on the track surface here at Suzuka.
Yeah, it is, and as a result of SRN being a little bit slow and holding up these guys involving Team Mads, it's brought IRDK Endurance into this. As actually they have made their stop and they've dropped in between this battle, which I guess is not the best position to be in. Let's see if they're able to try to get to the back of and overtake SRN Motorsports here. It's something that Team Mad wasn't able to do, so we might potentially have a three-car battle for P number 3 in LMP2 on the cards here if IRDK can't get this move done in a quick and orderly fashion, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that will be a very interesting three-way battle. But the thing is, Team IRDK is just having... Let me just put there one second. They just came out of the pits, if I'm not mistaken. They did not take tires. They didn't take tires, so they're probably going to have... Even though they have a heavier car right now, they're going to be on pace with them, and they're going to set into their car. The tires are a little bit more colder because you pitted. So you're going to have a little bit more grip. I think if I could calculate about 5% more grip you would have compared to the car ahead of you and behind you. So you could try to make more use of your car and try to make an overtake right now in this lap or the next 2 laps.
Looking for the middle of 3 wides, but IRDK are not going to go for that one. SRN able to hold position, able to stretch out just a slight gap coming into the spoon curve. They were slightly impeded by the Porsche on the outside. Team Man are going to be even more impeded by that as they come off the corner. So it is a 3-car fight in LMP2s for the final step of the podium. IRDK fresh out of the pits, but the tyres are not so fresh as they skipped them last time around just to get the splash and dash in.
I saw it the other way around. I saw Ava Vivatic and TNT Racing not taking tyres, but IRDK Endurance taking tyres. But my timing screen hasn't been completely reliable, but IRDK Endurance certainly look like they're not short on grip because SRN have to go to the inside to defend.
They do, but they'll be able to gain the gap back when turn number 1 arrives. As they'll push out wide coming through turn 2. IRDK looking for the position. They almost shove each other on the exit of the corner there. IRDK is through, and Team Mad suddenly they found this is their chance to try and pounce coming through the first sector, but it's so tricky to make a pass through here unless your name is Richard Arnault, as he did so a good hour or so ago. But Team Mad not able to do the same right now, and they're smelling blood in the water because SRN are bleeding after that pass was made, after their mistake coming through turn 1 and 2. Team Mad looking to exploit that. Torrent Motorsports is just going to stick behind this one. They know this is a battle for position late on in the race that they do not want to disrupt. So it's very admirable what they're doing there at the back, just waiting for this point where they can get themselves past without messing up the battle. Great sportsmanship there from Norbert Leitner behind the wheel of that Torrent Motorsports car, getting themselves clear and not disrupting everything here. But Team Mad would have hoped that they would have got in the way of SRN Motorsports, David.
Yeah, exactly. So now IRDK Endurance are skipping away, and we're right back to how it was before. Mike Young having to defend from Melrose, and we're not short on battles everywhere else in the LMP2 field either, because we were having a little look at 7th place Inertia Sim Racing Corsac defending against UO1 Positive Sim Racing. So we had a little bit of a break earlier on as Inertia get pushed wide by an LMP1 coming through. Now's the best opportunity Glenn Key has had for a little while.
Meanwhile, your overall race lead comes down on towards the lane, or has done, and Tommaso Carla gets back behind the wheel in that one. So they'll drop to P number 2 for now, but the thing is, Sorgren Sport Esports do need to make another stop, which will allow Movano to re-inherit the overall race lead. Unfortunately, I don't think there will be a battle for the overall race lead like we were trying to hype up a little bit earlier on as a result of a drive-through penalty for Sorg Rennsport Esports that has put them about 40 seconds back when they're on cycle. But the battles still rage on in LMP2 though. SRN still have a absolute madman behind him as part of Team Mad. Oh, sorry, I just need to not do this anymore.
No, you're good this time.
We're good this time as deep into the hairpin SRN go as Team Mad will look for the exit, but it seems to be a theme throughout this entire race where the driver behind has a big opportunity because the one ahead has made a mistake but can't sling themselves along the inside or outside as they're able to at some other circuits, say David. It's a weird phenomenon, but it's what we're having to deal with.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a banking as well to the hairpin. You can go a little bit wide of the apex and still get away with it. So you now move sort of up a class. See Virtual Motorsports having to defend from F4H Motorsports. And this is a battle between these two cars that we've seen before.
It is F4H Motorsports and Virtual Motorsports. They are close together on track once again. This time it's going to be the Audi that has to defend from the Porsche. And, you know, in sort of clear air pace, you would think, okay, the Porsche might just have the edge in this situation, but the strategy has put Virtual Motorsports into this position that they're in now. Starting 16th on the starting grid, up into P number 8 as it stands, which will be an absolutely fantastic finish for the Virtual Motorsport team, but they're not done yet. They have to keep an eye on their rear view mirrors and that Romeo Grinnell piloted F4H Motorsports number 17 machine. Just, you know, now we've got a couple of battles to watch here for the end. SRN versus Team Mad is still going on and still trying to scrap, and Team Mad taking a little bit too much out of the second deck. That just kind of ruins his run up towards the hairpin turn this time. And, you know, he still has plenty of time to work with here. We've got about half an hour left in this event, which for the LMP2s is looking about 17 and a half laps right now. So still plenty of time to plan and make this move for Diego Mero, David.
Yeah, exactly. He can be a little bit patient. There is a problem somewhere along for Ilka Katalakowski. His last lap, 10 seconds off the pace. He's lost that position he was fighting for with Positive Sim Racing. SRN Motorsports, though, still, you know, this is, I said 10 minutes ago, gee, I'm not sure if Mike Young can defend this for 40 minutes. Well, he stuck out 10 minutes, so what's another 30 more to try and put up a defense against a slightly quicker looking Team Mad?
They're coming up on your GTE race leader, Andrew Carl, on the pit straights, and Melro. It just seems like there's actually a slightly lower downforce on that SRN Motorsports car, which is really helping them coming down the back straight and coming down the pit straight as well, which is basically just cancelling out any sort of run that Team Mad here. So we could be seeing a difference in terms of the setup here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, because the heat takes a fat on the performance of the cars, nearly a touch between SRN and Team Mad. You need to adjust properly the tire for you to build up the heat and keep that heat and make sure you don't go overheat the tires just doing normal turns, because it's easy to overheat the tires with curves like this and the high, not the high, but the variation of high. Yeah, the high variation between turns, and he makes a mistake.
Deep into the hairpin once again for SRN. They've done it a couple of times already, side by side through 200R they will go, but Team Mad on the outside simply can't hold it, and with the higher downforce that we predict that they're having, it's not going to exactly help them in a straight out drag race down into one of these braking zones. They need the help of the slingshot, they need the help of the draft to try and make any pass sorted here. Up towards 130R they will go, and you can just see even in the draft SRN is starting to pull away, and SimRC.de Emerald isn't exactly going to help Team Mad here by not going down the inside of SRN through 130R. They'll just conserve their race and look to fight off the exit of the corner instead, but Team Mad would have been wishing they put a little bit of a lower wing setting on that car right now with how things are looking, David.
Yeah, but also a bit taily was the SRN Motorsports car, so if they took any more downforce out of the Team Mad, sure, it might help them pass, but I think for their overall race, they needed a certain amount of grip.
What do you want to say about Mike Young, Lorenzo?
Basically, what Mike Young must be going through is kind of like, Mike, you cannot defend for 40 minutes. You're not going to be able to. Oh, I'm not going to be able to. Hold my beer.
We don't endorse drinking and driving, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't endorse drink and drive, but in this case, it is the perfect, hypothetical scenario. We're just going to say it this way.
Exactly. Up towards the hairpin once again. This time, no mistakes for SRN Motorsports coming through that particular section, as that is the trouble point that they've been having over the past couple of laps, trying to get that hairpin negotiated. It is the deceivingly simple corner. It's not really all that simple in reality, even though you think, oh, it's just a 180-degree hairpin. No, you've got the camber to be concerned about. You've got a very short braking zone as well. In some cars, especially getting into these GT cars, you do have to brake just as you finish turning through the right-hand kink, and in some even lower downforce cars, it's an even bigger issue trying to get yourself onto the brakes up into there. But we have had an incident involving what is going to be the inertia sim racing car in your LMP2 class, and David, you're in a much better position to say what happens here.
Yeah, I've only briefly had a look at it, but the UI1 positive sim racing car of Glenn Key got past, and I think we're going to see the replay of this lap towards the end of the S's, and it sort of comes about as how Ilka Kadlakowski has tried to get past this GTE car. And then there's contact there from the positive sim racing car behind. It's tough to say, was it too much ambition from Glenn Key, or did the inertia racing car close back to the inside a bit too much? Hard to say from these angles, but the positive sim racing car has gained the position, carried on, and it was about 10 seconds lost for those Finnish sim racing foxes.
I'd argue it was a bit too ambitious from positive sim racing. I don't think inertia deviated from their line all that much. That was, in my view, all on the positive sim racing car. So a late race instance that the stewards do have to investigate here in the 6 hours of Suzuka. Team Mad and SRM will continue to get close, but no cigars being given out if you're Team Mad right now, and you'll be absolutely desperate for that nicotine out of the spoon curve there, down the back straight towards 130R. They once again, Team Mad, Diego Melro. He needs something else here. He needs to change strategies, arguably, to try and find and size up where SRN are weak. But it seems like where they are weak right now is in all the wrong places for an overtaker engine.
Yeah, I think one of the things I'm seeing as a pattern in these last laps is that Diogo Mero is basically being much faster in the turns, in the faster turns, not faster turn, but in the medium speed turns like the S's, Dunlop. He's being much more effective than the SRN Motorsports car, but the SRN just in straights just has to top that top speed, that like back end speed. He just goes out like a bullet. So I think it might be a difference of downforce. I think the one part is set to medium high and the other one is maybe set to medium low.
It could be the difference that we're seeing between these two teams right now, but through the Degners is where Team Mad are going to be strong. You just see how strong they are. They want to go so deep on the brakes, but the SRN car has to get themselves through the corner, and Team Mad has to not run into the back of them up into the hairpin they will go. And of course, thanks to the higher downforce that Team Mad are probably running right now, they are going to have a little bit of a better time on the brakes, as that downforce also helps with the braking performance of these prototypes. So they can go a little bit deeper on the brakes than SRN can when it does come to a dive down the inside that they'll have to do, but they just have to get to that point right now.
Yeah, exactly, and just when they've had to pass traffic and when traffic has caught them, it just all seems like it's gone in the favour of SRN Motorsports. I don't know what they've done, what gods they're praying to, but luck just working a teeny bit better for Mike Young up until this point, as well as what you're hypothesizing about the downforce that the SRN Motorsports car might be rare and the Team Mad medium rare.
You do have battles elsewhere though, the 45 and the 33. Positive Sim Racing Orange versus Schubert Motorsports. That is a battle that's that's going to be between, Schubert Motorsports and New on Positive Sim Racing Orange. I was a little bit duped by the fact they are actually a lap apart on the lap time right now, but it does seem that these guys are in a battle. If maybe we can get the relative timings up, maybe that'll just show a little bit more of a true story for these guys. But Schubert Motorsports though still very, very close to the back of the Positive Sim Racing car as they head their way down into the triangle. Glenn Key being a little bit sketchy coming through that particular section. This is a battle for position. This is a battle for what is the number 8 in the class, and look at that. Schubert Motorsports have all the speed, all of the draft down towards turn number 1. There's a car coming off of the lane, but that won't be a factor since these guys will get into the corner before that does become an issue, and Schubert Motorsports have to back out there on that inside line, and Glenn Key lives to fight another day, lives to fight again for P number 8 out there on circuit, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Glenn Key leaves another day to fight out, and good awareness on Moritz Fricka to not actually commit to the first turn dive bomb. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to make it, just brakes slightly a little bit, tries to avoid braking too much because he would lose time. Now he gets blocked by the MSI car at the exit of Dagner. Now he's going to make up a little bit of time and try to recover that lost gap he had to the positive car.
So I'll just jump in here that the UI1 Positive Sim Racing car has just taken their final pit stop. No tyres, they put the fuel in. That's what's put them back in 8th in this battle with Schubert Motorsports. But looking at them, they aren't going to make it to the end. So Schubert Motorsport are going to need another pit stop as well. So no, I haven't heard anything yet on a potential penalty for this Positive Sim Racing car, but now the Inertia Sim Racing Corsac car is on the pit lane.
And we've had a good couple of drive-throughs come in very, very recently. We've had one for the 14, which is the Odox Motorsports car, which has been served. Same with the 82 and the 91. Those are S2V and Triton. We're still waiting for a drive-through to be served by the number 15, though, and that is going to be the Race Clutch LMP1 car. Things go from bad to worse to worse to worse to worse to worse to worse for Race Clutch, and this time it's happened to their LMP1 car. They'll have to take a drive-through penalty before this race is done, ideally in the next 3 laps, to try and make the stewards happy in that respect. But, you know, what else can we say about Race Clutch right now? They just haven't had the race at all. They were looking so optimistic, at least for their LMP2 class, in the end of their first stint. But from that point forward, David, memes were made.
Yeah, they've not just broken a mirror, they must have broken a whole mirror factory. Or you know, a cute second-hand antique shop or something to have so many small pieces of bad luck.
Yeah, and it's not like one big incident, is it? It's just been these little things that have been piling up, and it's just
death by 100 paper cuts.
Yeah, death by 100 paper cuts is a good way to describe it. As looking at battle in LMP2, this is going to be between, if we can get
iRacing Today Motorsports and Luxem 24 MOATF podcast. So Sam Gunston goes to the inside of Spoon to defend from Alex Trainer, and have a quick look at their pit stops. Both of these guys fueled to get to the end. So this is a battle for 11th place, and it's gloves off because it's almost 15 minutes left in the race, and both of these guys will make it to the end without another pit stop.
Drive-through penalty has just come through for Inertia Sim Racing Corsac. They were doing so well earlier on, running inside of that top 3, but they're one of those teams that have just collected penalties, collected incidents over the course of the 6 hours here, and they're starting to pay for it now with the drive-through penalty. Luxem, though, they have no such issues. They'll look to try and get the pass over iRacing Today Motorsports here into turn 1. Has a look, but decides to cancel out the move instead and maybe look to fight another day. Maybe off of turn number 2 is the option as he gets a bit of a run, but still not going to happen for Luxem. You can see how much faster they are through this SS section than the iRacing Today Motorsports guys, as through the next apex they will go. Taking a much better line, you could argue. Go on.
Talking about black flags, Positive Sim Racing actually got the LMP2, got a black flag.
Yeah, that's the incident that we did see. That's going to be the number 45 car. That is of course, the Positive Sim Racing orange car that has gotten a penalty involving an incident with the number 59. That was the Inertia Sim Racing course. That car took a while for that.
Without that penalty, they've come out behind the Inertia Sim Racing car after they've both taken their final pit stops anyway. So not only did Glenn Key not manage to hold on to that position through the pit strategy, it's unfortunately now been slugged with that 15-second stop and hold penalty, which will presumably drop that car down potentially another position behind Schubert Motorsports.
They just might. They won't serve it this time, though. It has been logged on the iRacing system, so he has another 2 laps to try and serve this one, does Glenn Key, but that's a rather disappointing end to the race there for Positive Sim Racing Orange. So again, another team that was running so well, but they've been forced back through a couple of issues that they've been having during the race, and it looks like the race is going to end on a rather disappointing note. Thing is, Team Mad will be hoping that their race doesn't end on a disappointing note, because they are involved in the battle with SRN Motorsports once again. These are the battles that are kind of hard to commentate here, Lorenzo, because you have to hope for the show to the spectators, to the viewers on the stream, and to the drivers that they want to have this fight, they want to go side by side, but you just see it getting close and then it's taken away, close and then it's taken away because of the low downforce setup of that SRN car. It's frustrating for us that we don't get to commentate on the battle, but never say never, because Diogo Melro, he might decide to go very aggressive here in these last couple of laps.
Absolutely. It's kind of like that teasing. You really want to know what the tease is. The world of sim race actually sending one GT car off to the grass, and if I am Diogo Melro right now, I would take this opportunity to have an LMP2 car right ahead of you. If you have the slightest opening, the slightest safe opening, you can do it. I would try to take that chance to make the overtake right now. Even though you're okay with pace, you're equal with pace with SRN, I think the time's now.
Time might be now, as it might require an absolute send down the inside for Melro, and there's contact on the apex of the corner, and we've got Schubert Motorsports also collected in that one behind as well. It was a desperate move. We were talking about Diogo Melro having to go aggressive here in these late stages, but that's what sometimes aggression can do to your race. That move was defended on the inside, and it was a hopeful move regardless, coming down onto the apex of the corner. Team Mad do manage to gain the position, but I don't think the stewards will be having any of that, as they're side by side further back, involving the number 44 machine. This is the Luxem podcast versus the iRacing Today Motorsports car as well. So now the fireworks are going to be starting to set off here in this LMP2 field, David.
Yeah, that counter, that time ticking ever downwards. 12 minutes left. I've already said both of these guys fueled to get to the end. Alex Trainer looking here, looking there, looked through turn 1 and couldn't get it done. Now through the Degners towards the hairpin, maybe not close enough this time. He's got Simitok LMP1 who wants to get through sometime. Again, 2P2s getting very, very close through the hairpin. The concertina effect there, positively massive.
It is absolutely huge. We're getting to within the final 10 minutes of this race. And this iRacing Today Motorsports and the Luxim Motor Podcast battle is one of the only ones out there on circuit. iRacing Today Motorsports, though, is so loose off of the spoon curve, gives the run and a half to the Luxim car on that outside. Have to try to deal with the GT car. They both get stacked up behind it, coming through 130R, but well behaved by both of the prototype machines coming through there. That could have been a potential opportunity maybe for iRacing Today Motorsports to go and hope for an inside move into 130R, but it wasn't on. It was such a risky move, a low percentage move. They lose that position, but more importantly, they stay on the grey stuff, David.
Yeah, exactly. That one's worked itself out a little bit more nicely than the other LMP2 battle we were keeping our eye on. Both of these guys staying on the grey stuff for the majority, and a reasonable move by the Luxim 24 Moet podcast car in the further down positions of our LMP2 class.
Yeah, exactly, and I believe that will spell the end, at least for now, of any on-track battles that we have out there on circuit. So at this point in the race, Lorenzo, who has really stood out to you in how they've run the entire 6 hours here?
All right, a few teams actually stand out for me. The first one is TNT Racing. Paul Darling and crew doing really good work, actually staying safe, avoiding the crashes. Started back in the field for their cars. Actually started 10th in their own class, and then made all the way to the field. They're not going to win, they're going to be second spot, but it's really good points for TNT Racing. Will put them really good into the standings. Then also the dominant drive for Logitech G Altus Esports. We cannot commentate. We cannot forget commentate their dominant racing. They had no issues whatsoever from start to finish, and they've just done really well up into this 5 hours of racing.
They have a whole minute stop and hold penalty for Odox Motorsports. They've accumulated so many penalties over the course of this race that the penalties are getting absolutely ridiculous for them at the moment. They have to hold a full 60 seconds on the lane because of the accumulation of penalties. A battle is happening though. SRN have to try to defend from Team Huizenfeld here. So Team Huizenfeld has really benefited as a result of that crash coming up through towards the hairpin between SRN and Team Mad, and has put SRN into a position where they have to defend once again, this time to the driver of Marcel Tai. And let's see how the setups equalize themselves here, because Team Huizenfeld might not be running the same high downforce setup that Team Mad were running. They might be more equal coming down the straights. We'll just have to see, as you'll sit within the slipstream here where Marcel Tai equalized runs coming down the pit straight here, only starting to catch by the time the third of the straight arrives. So Team Huizenfeld might just have the same issues that the Team Mad car has here, as he was trying to go around the outside at turn 3. That's an overly optimistic move there from Marcel Tai, but it is a statement that he's going to put out there that, Mike Young, if you step a foot out of line, I am instantly there, ready and waiting, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and if I am actually the number 18 from Porsche from Sorg Grand Esport, I really am not. I should be a little bit scared. Just kind of nearly touched with the Huizenfeld 35 car, but got out of there safely. Florian Kruger. That could have been very, very bad to the second place overall car.
Could have been very, very bad indeed for the Sorg Grand Esport machine, as we do have a driver or the team organizer waiting for us in the wings right now, as this battle will just continue on between SRN and Team Huizenfeld. We'll have a very, very quick word here with Egil Sandveld, because there is battling out there on circuit inside the final 10 minutes of this event. Egil, you're part of IRDK Endurance. Very quickly, how's your race been?
Hey guys, it's been really interesting because we did an alternative strategy quite soon in the race because I screwed up basically, and so far it's worked out well. We still have 6 more minutes to go, but we're P3 so far, which is our best result in like 4 or 5 years, so that's pretty good.
All pretty good so far. A podium position definitely on the cards as long as you can get yourself to the checkered flag here. And how much does that mean to your championship run?
Well, we're looking at in terms of the championship, which is, it gives us some very good points. We also have that Le Mans end with the double points, which is like a joker in a way, so you never know what's going to happen. But we would really like to finish high for this year, and so far it's going well, because we've matured as a team, and it's just nice to see.
And of course, very quickly, because this battle is heating up, is there anything you want to say before we let you go, Egil?
Thanks for a nice broadcast so far, and also I really hope that SRN keeps that position, because it's kind of unfortunate that they are having to battle with Marcel Tai now instead of Team Mad, but hopefully that's rectified at some point.
Thank you very, very much for joining us. Egil Seinfeld there from IRDK Endurance.
Well, Connery, into the hairpin that time, you saw SRN just go towards the inside, absolutely cover it, make sure there's no miscommunication like happened with Team Mad. Make sure that Marcel Tai knows that he is not getting through on the inside of that corner this time. Mike Young putting up an even more spirited, determined defense now than he did earlier.
Yeah, he has to. He doesn't. He can't rely on any penalties that may or may not be given out to Team Mad here. He has to race as it is in front of him right now, or rather behind him, as that is where Team Huizinga is. He manages to put a GT car in between himself as a bit of a buffer, but that only lasts for a corner as Marcel Tai has made his way through. This is going to be the battle for P number 5 at the end of the race in class in LMP2s. Everyone else in every single other field, they are pretty spread out. So this is the battle that will take us to the checkered flag here in the 6 Hours of Suzuka in the Neo Endurance Series. So close coming through Dunlop is that Team Huizinga car, but can't find the inside for the first Degner because it's not an overtaking opportunity. Neither is the second Degner, but the next corner very, very much is if Huizinga do decide to go for it. 3.5 laps to go by my calculations for these guys to try and work out their differences. Looking for the traction off the corner is SRN Motorsports. They finally get themselves going, but Team Huizinga was so much better coming out of the corner. They're trying to make up their mind which way do they want to go when it comes to the Spoon Curve. Staying in line is the way they want to go when Spoon Curve arrives, and then look maybe for the run up towards 130R instead. 3.5 minutes remaining here in this one. You'll see those two prototypes stream themselves by there. The Virtual Motorsports and the Race Clutch LMP1 car settling their differences. Lapping procedure underway between those two guys. But here comes Team Huizinga. Inside line is open. No commitment down the inside though for Marcel Tai. And that is gotten away with there for SRN. Looking for the alternate line off the corner. Marcel Tai looking for the final corner as well. Inside line will be gained for turn number 1. But is SRN going to pull some distance back? Coming down into 1. They are just ahead down into there, but there is the commitment that was needed from Team Huizinga, but they've taken too much out of it. He saved the car through turn 2. You'll live to fight another day, but only 3 laps left to sort this battle out, David. That was incredible.
Yep, here's the replay. He had to hold that inside to make it work from half a car length back. He had to be so committed through that first bit of the corner and then just couldn't get it slowed down for turn 2. And Mike Young's done a great job to not slam into the side of him and to grab that position back.
Absolutely fantastic racing here in the late stages of this race, and now you can be concerned about maybe those tyres being a little bit overheated in that Team Hoisingfeld car after that little bit of a slide as the UI1 Positive Sim Racing Green tries to make their way through, and they will do so by the time they're going through 200R. But Team Hoisingfeld now, they are a good couple of tenths of a second behind. SRN will try to fight the LMP1 car into the spoon curve, not trying to lose as little time as possible, letting that car through. But the thing is, Team Hoisingfeld are back, and they could be back with a vengeance here, or has all the draft that they need coming down the back straight through towards 130R for one of the final times here in this 6-hour event into the Cassia Triangle. Hoisingfeld close up once again down through that particular section out of the final corner. Have to be careful with the throttle because of how sketchy it can be coming off of the final corner, because the track drops away so much and makes the car very, very light indeed. Hoisingfeld won't have an opportunity into turn 1 this time, but they're running out of time. 2 laps to go for LMP2, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's running out of time, and if Hoisingfeld really want to do something, they gotta do it at least before they come into the spoon curve, so they can open up the gap and be safe about it. Otherwise, you're gonna open. If you try to duel before the 130R, it's not gonna be good for you. If you try to duel at turn 1, you can do the turn 1 move, but you gotta avoid that mistake. Oh my God.
There's an incident ahead. SRN has completely plowed the Triton racing car, and Hoisingfeld's made their way through, but here comes SRN back. After that incident, they are not done fighting just yet. Up towards the hairpin, they will go. Up and under attempt for Mike Young, trying to find the line off the corner, but Team Hoisingfeld have made their way through with a little bit of a help with an instant with the GT car, but SRN, they don't have much damage. They are still able to fight with the low downforce down towards the spoon curve, perhaps scaring Team Hoisingfeld a little bit in the middle of the corner. As for Team Hoisingfeld now, it is just a case of running for the hills. White flag is out there on circuit. Time has expired. These guys will get themselves one more lap when they head their way across the line, but for Thrustmaster Vivano, they are heading their way through 200R right now. They'll come across the line in just about a third of a minute's time here. But SRN and Team Hoisingfeld are through, and Hoisingfeld are looking to be done as they extend the gap over their competitors of SRN Motorsports. But you look back to the front of your LMP1 field, it has been a fantastic run for Tommaso Calla, a fantastic run for Thrustmaster Mirvano as a whole. 3 from 3 races coming into this race, and Mirvano out to the final corner will make it 4 from 4 in this season of the Neo Endurance Series. They will take the race win in LMP1. Sorg Rennsport Esports will head their way across the line in just a couple of moments' time to take P number 2. But looking at the next car in class, which is going to come across the line, we're waiting for Ava Vavatic to head their way through. They were challenged early on by the likes of Race Clutch, by the likes of Talk Freak Racing, by the likes of TNT Racing, as well as Team Hoisingfeld. But there's only one team left standing. That is Ava Vavatic in your LMP2 field. Looking at things, though, it's the car of Altus Esports that's going to come across the line first to win your GTE class, and in comfortable fashion they will do it as well. A good chunk of time ahead of MSI Esports, on the order of about 20 seconds at this point. Andrew Cowell will get it stopped for the chicane right at the end of the lap, and it's only one corner to go, and the best looking car in sim racing heads their way across the line to take the race win in the Neo Endurance Series 6 hours of Suzuka. Andrew Cowell flashes the lights in glee as he gets the race win for his particular team. But then you look back in the shot, Ava Vavatic, fantastic qualifying under pressure, did manage to get the pole position, but the thing is, the race pace is all that matters as well. They will get themselves the race win here in LMP2 after all of their competitors that were very close to them fell off a cliff. They'll do the donuts on the outside of turn number 2, and we're waiting for Movano to do the same as well, flashing of the lights. I wonder if he'll get themselves lined up with his teammates as well to try and give us a show here right at the end. Very well done to all of your race winners, but we're going to go over the final race results. Thrustmaster Movano Racing 3 win in LMP1 once again. They seem to be absolutely unstoppable at the front of the field. They were challenged the best they could by Sorg Rennsport Esports, but after a late race penalty, Sorg Rennsport Esports weren't able to challenge in the dying moments where it counts, finishing 30 seconds behind your overall race leader. SimRC have a very good run, finishing with Wyvern Racing recovering from an earlier incident. First car a lap down in P number 4. Thrustmaster Movano Racing's second effort, the number 4 machine finishes inside the top 5. Race Clutch LMP1, the only car finishing for Race Clutch here today in P number 6. Positive Sim Racing Black have a decent run up from P14 up into P7, with Team Chimera finishing 8th. FRH Motorsports and Virtual Motorsports, they're right at the back of the field, get themselves inside the top 10. Fantastic result for your only Audi in this entire LMP1 field. And then you've got Civitalk Esports, Odox Motorsports, VRT Racing, Positive Sim Racing Green, and Torrent Motorsports rounding out your LMP1 field, with MSI and Ava Vivatic unfortunately retiring from the event. Then in LMP2, Ava Vivatic win by a decent margin, shall we say, over TNT Racing. I know it says 1 lap, but that's a bit of a quirk with the timing. It wasn't exactly 1 lap, but still, TNT Racing with a good finish for them up into P number 2, and a record finish for IRDK Endurance, getting themselves a podium here in the 6 hours of Suzuka. Team Mad, pending post-race penalty, is P number 4, with Heisingveld having gotten through up into P number 5 after ill fate had befallen SRN Motorsports being pushed down to P number 6. Inertia Sim Racing was also a car that had the pace all day, but they'll have to settle for P number 7 after many early issues. Positive Sim Racing Orange, similar with them as well. So quick, but the thing is, you need to have tabs on the penalties and on the incidents as well. World of Sim Racing team finished 9th with Schubert Motorsports inside the top 10. Lux Sim 24 Motor Podcast will get themselves up into P number 11. iRacing Today Motorsports P12, the championship leader, or at least championship leader coming into this one. It will change, but Apex Racing UK P13, Talk Freak Racing P14, also a very good early challenger that has befallen some issues, but none as much as that Race Clutch LMP2 car P15. After it looked so promising, top 3 finish on the cards. Not so, with 67 laps down. Road Bastards will finish 16th, with Racing Centre Biosports 17th. Then in GTEs, it looks a little bit like this. Altus Esports winning, with Andrew Carl behind the wheel. Simone Maria Marceno also putting in an absolutely fantastic effort for that team in the early stages. MSI Esports, though, they get themselves a P number 2 with Euphoria DriveX Racing. A podium finish for those guys is not too shabby at all. Williams Jim Jr. Esports, their P number 4 with Odox Motorsports P5. Team 85 get themselves P6 with Sorg Rennsport Esports P7. SRN Motorsports good enough for 8th, with Zenith 9th and Team 84 finishing inside your top 10. Triton Racing, P number 11, Redface Racing, P12, S2V Racing, 13th, Torrent Motorsports, 14th, Core Sim Racing, another early challenger running into issues in P15, Williams Jim Esports, P16, Talk Freak Racing, 17th, Team Bushfink, 18th, Thrustmaster Movano Racing, 19th, and SimRC will round out the top 20, with Civitalk Esports there also falling foul of early issues, ending up last place on your finishing results. We'll take a short break here on Racesport TV and on the iRacing Esports Network, but don't go away because it's the post-race show just after this.
Is $10,500 richer. Two-time NASCAR pilot is your 2013 NASCAR iRacing. It's going to be Humpy winning the race, and it's going to be Conti taking away his first NASCAR 2017 NASCAR Beginner Free Series Championship to Ryan Loser. Federer is a four-time champion of the NASCAR Beginner Free iRacing Series.
Growing up as a kid in Oklahoma, where I'm from, the Chili Bowl is the biggest race that we have. The Chili Bowl has kind of been my favorite race of the year. Growing up a dirt racer in Oklahoma, that's kind of the holy grail.
Welcome back to the post-race show of what was a very interesting and intriguing and overall pretty exciting 6 hours of Suzuka here in the Neo Endurance Series. But it's three teams, that have come out on top in each of 3 classes. Thrustmaster Nirvana Racing in LMP1, Ava Vatic in LMP2, and Altus Esports in GTE. Speaking of the latter effort, though, we do have one of the race-winning pilots to interview here. It's going to be Andrew Cowell, standing by with fellow countryman David Haynes.
Well, Andrew, a win for your team, and I believe Logitech G Altus Esports' second win in the Neo Endurance Championship. Traffic out there looked pretty heavy, and race control gave out a lot of penalties. How did your team manage to survive it?
First of all, it was very difficult. There was a lot of prototypes who were a little bit risky towards the end, but it was just all about maintaining the pace and trying not to take any unnecessary risks. But during this week, we put in a lot of effort with the setup to get it to a level where we thought it should be, because with the new build, the setups have changed a little bit. So that was a very good reward to have the win today.
And you put in a lot of really good stints, and so did your teammate Simone. How do you guys work together as a team?
Yeah, Simone did an awesome job today. Pole position and 2 incredible stints. I think we've got a really good gel within the team at the moment. Even Yannick at Kota, we were working really well together. Really good camaraderie. We're always spurring each other on and always making sure that we are getting the best performance out of each other.
And so, with 2 rounds left in the Neo Endurance Series, what are your expectations for them? And is the Porsche still the car to have for those rounds?
I think Spa will be a little bit tough for the Porsche with the long straights, but we know Simone is very, very quick at Spa. So hopefully he can do the job. Le Mans is a little bit of a question mark because the Porsche was a little bit slower at the 24 last year. But I'm sure we can sort of work out the setup to a level where we think it can be competitive.
With more than one race win in the bag for your team, are you thinking potentially about taking the championship in GT class? Is that possible for you guys?
For sure, the championship is goal, but you do need a little bit of luck in this series with the traffic. But at the same time, I think with our pace that we showed today, we were able to really capitalize on our hard work.
Well, congratulations to you, to Simone, and to your team, and look forward to seeing you in the next rounds here of the Neo Endurance Series. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank our sponsors, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, and Motum Simulations, as well as everyone else in the team. Simon for his incredible work in organizing everything within the team.
Awesome. Well, great to hear from our GT race winner there, Connery. And we're not short of other people who would like to have a word with us as well.
Yeah, exactly. We can even grab a word with some of the TNT racing guys. We'll get both of them up into the channel right now because it's going to be... Well, we'll get 2 of the prototypes because it's TNT Racing first. We'll have a little bit of a word with them. Lorenzo Bonda, just take it away with Robert Tinsley.
All right, Robert, driver of the TNT 34 car, second place in the LMP2 class. So, first of all, Robert, congratulations on your second place. You guys stayed really quiet. You know, you guys had a lot of movements through this race. Started a little bit in the back, if I'm not mistaken, was 10th in the field, but you climbed all the way up. And what do you think from this race, the second place? Do you think it's bittersweet, or do you wanted the first place?
Oh no, it's definitely more than we could ask for. So, you know, we didn't get a lot of practice in, and our other driver, Benjamin Lindsay, had to bail out a couple days beforehand because he just moved and he hadn't had internet connected yet. So Paul Darling, he filled in, and he did a great job finishing out the race for us. But you know, we're just usually shooting for a top 5 if we're lucky. So we're not expecting second place at all.
Right, and that basically kind of puts you into a good place in the standings right now. You're fifth in the standings. You got 29 points, and that second place might kind of put you to 4th place. And maybe try to sneak into 3rd. Maybe you're not going to be into 3rd, but you're going to try to sneak in the battle into 3rd place. Is that the goal of the championship, being in the top 5, or you guys aiming for something higher now that you guys think, all right, we have the pace, I think we can do something better in coming to Spa and Le Mans?
Yeah, definitely. It started off the season with, you know, let's just try to make sure we don't have to do the requalifying sessions again, and just try, you know, be invited for next season. But the season's been doing great. We haven't had any DNFs. We just really concentrate the whole time on keeping the car clean. I don't think we've really gotten damage all season on our car. So we just try to limit all the damage, let all the really fast guys try to take each other out, and just kind of, you know, sneak in for a top 5. So that's kind of what we're shooting for, is a top 5 for the overall season.
Right, and before we move forward with the other team, do you want to give a few final words to your sponsors?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to thank Allenberg Racing School, GTR Simulator, and ARD Tuning for supporting us. It's been a long road, and we keep on trucking.
Right, thank you, Robert. Again, congratulations on P2 on the LMP2 class. That was Robert Tinsey from TNT Racing. Back to you, Connery.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. We also have a representative of the Team Mad car that finished inside the top 4 in your LMP2 field. Maciek Sakovic here, a representative of the 38 teamers. That was a pretty sketchy, pretty involved battle that you got yourself involved in late on in the race. Just take us through exactly what happened there, Maciek.
Yeah, the last hour of the race got a bit hectic for us. We were on the edge whether to take tyres or not for the last stop. We opted to go for the tyres for the safety of it, which backfired spectacularly, as you saw. It put us right behind Mike, and as we found out, he had just that tiny straight line advantage that around Suzuka is incredibly difficult to overcome. Every single time we were getting close, there was a straight after that. And then there was another twisty bit that would close us down, and another straight, and no real overtaking spot. So in the end, the only place that we thought was possible for us to overtake in was the hairpin after the 2 Degners. And with another LMP2 car ahead of the 2 of us, we thought, okay, that's our chance. We went for it. And turns out 2 into 1 doesn't go really. But up until then, it was a beautiful fight with Mike, and it's just a shame that it ended that way. But true respect to him for holding out to tremendous pressure for 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Credit where credit is due. And I don't know if you've been told, but the stewards have been looking at giving you guys a post-race penalty for the contact that did eventually end up happening between you 2 guys. So I'm guessing you guys are going to be protesting that, trying to get that particular penalty reversed.
That's a very loaded question. You journalists are definitely something else. Well, currently, as it is right after the race, both SRN and ourselves are going, it's the other guy's fault. That's your natural go-to response, really, in motorsport when you get into contact. As it stands now, we believe it was a racing incident. We went into from quite deep, but we did have the performance on the braking. We did stop pretty much on the entry curb. Diego was trying to make his car as narrow as possible, but it wasn't quite narrow enough. There was a touch, and I understand that would piss off the guys from SRN. We'll review this incident further on. We'll see what the stewards think, and it's very difficult to say what's going to happen, really.
So yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that one when it comes to the post-race penalties, because you guys are not the only one that has have to have a little bit of a talk with the stewards, because we have the 47 car that also has gotten themselves a couple of post-race penalties. That is actually SRN Motorsports, so you guys might still end up finishing ahead of them depending on how those turn out. But is there anything you want to say before you go? Anyone you want to thank as well?
Yeah, thank you to both our drivers, Pete and Diego. They did a fantastic job today with probably not as much training as we would have wanted. And thank you also to all our partners. Thank you to Phoenix Racing, thank you to Fanatec, and thank you to... I forgot the name. But yeah, thank you to every single sponsor that we've got. And thank you to Dave, who's put this team together. Calder Rescue. Yes, thank you to Calder Rescue as well.
And thank you very much for giving us a good show out there on circuits. That was Maciek Sakovic from that number 36 Team Mad Machine. And we do have another person to talk to here at the end of the race. It's actually going to be lead admin Neil Heckens. Will get himself up into the commentary booth right here. Of course, we can't ask him about any specific situations that happened out there on the circuit today, but we can ask in general about how things have been in the steward's office. So, Neil, we get this chat at the end of the race more often than not, but it seems to be a more common theme that we talk about the rate of attrition and how many penalties get forwarded to you guys. How was it for this race?
It was pretty hectic, but it felt not as hectic as at Interlagos. I think that was mainly due to the change. We had one designated race director who collects all the protests, writes them on the spreadsheet, and gives the penalties again. So the stewards would really focus on just reviewing incidents and just go to the next instead of everyone figuring out if a penalty's been accepted or not. And I think, yeah, it was a lot of work, but I think it felt doable in a way.
It seems like once again in endurance races like these that the main source of incidents do come from miscommunications, you could say, in terms of the lap traffic. Is there anything you say, because I personally wasn't in the driver's briefing for this one, I unfortunately missed it, but in terms of what you can tell the drivers for next time, what are you guys going to be saying in the next drivers meeting, for example, to try and sort out some of these miscommunications and some of these incidents to make the racing overall cleaner?
Well, there is so much you can do, but in the end, like between the green flag and the checkered flag, it's really up to the drivers. Yeah, really up to the drivers, because we are just reacting to what's happening on track and applying the rules. So what I've been telling in the pre-race briefing is that drivers need to accept that they will lose time in traffic, but you will lose more time if you get damage or get a penalty for a bad move. And that they just don't have to be super fast pace-wise. You just have to be safe in order to get to the finish flag first. I mean, yeah, there's so much you can do, and if people are not listening, I'm not sure what else to do at the moment. So, I mean, it's not just in Neo. I'm hearing also in other leagues and other official series and these troubles. And I think there's some, yeah, there needs to be a behavioral change in order to make the racing overall more cleaner. But changing behavior of someone is pretty difficult.
Do you think there would be a bit of a change in behavior for Suzuka, not Suzuka, sorry, because we just had it, but for Spa, because it is a track where it is a little bit easier to get lap traffic sorted and to manage to pull off passes, because a lot of the times, and even in battles for position out there on circuit, there was the car behind, even though they were obviously faster. Because this track being the way it is, there aren't that many really obvious overtaking opportunities. So at a track like Spa, you're surely going to be expecting less incidents in terms of the car-to-car contact, but you know, iRacing off tracks are going to be a completely different issue there.
Yeah, exactly. Spa is also just a bit bigger, so it should spread out the cars a bit more. And yes, everyone knows Spa. It's also a bit more straightforward, and the Suzuka is a bit more challenging, passing wise. Yeah, I hope that people will get our heads around the issue, and hope we can have some changes for Spa in the future.
We've talked a little bit about the things that went wrong, but what do you feel went right in this race here today?
I mean, everyone is focusing on the bad things, but yeah, I've been looking at the timing board from time to time, and I've always seen battles or for position on track, mainly for the lead or the podium places. I mean, there are still a lot of great battles on track going on, and I think I mean, I cannot say that people should focus on that. I mean, people can do whatever they want. But I think we must not forget that besides the issues we have, I think there's also a lot of great racing out there going on.
There very much is. Absolutely fantastic battles in all three classes as well. It's great to see at the front of the field anyway the level of driving that is on display, and we'll get more of that in the 6 hours of Spa. We'll get more of that in the big event as well, the 24 hours of Le Mans. But thank you very much for joining us here in the Race Spot booth, Neil, and we'll get ourselves wrapped up here for the 6 hours of Suzuka. Thank you guys, everyone who's joined in for the stream for this entire qualifying period, for the entire 6 hour race as well. I've been Connery Maddock. Joining me in the commentary booth has been David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonda. Hugo Luis going to be behind the cameras. Thank you to Istvan Ballo for the track cameras, Andreas Werner for the overlay design, and Simon Grossman, who did feature in this race as a driver, developing the ATVO software that we use for our live graphics, with Nick Fisson helping out with the live timing side of things as well. We're all done. This is done for Suzuka. We look on to next month for Spa-Francorchamps and the second to last round of the Neo Endurance Series. But we are done. We are finished. Goodbye.